Good morning. Welcome to the Cape Coral Committee of the Whole meeting. Today is October 15th, 2025. This meeting now comes to order. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Gunter,
Here.
council members Donnell, Padu,
Here.
Kilrain, Lastra,
Here.
Lehman, Long, Steinke,
Here.
all present.
Just a reminder, any residents wishing to speak during citizens' input later on in the agenda must fill out a comment card located on the desk to my left, your right. Just a reminder, fill out the card. Once we get to that point in the agenda, the city clerk will call up each individual that has filled out a comment card to participate in citizens' input. Item 4 is business. 4A is discussions. First on the list is our FY26 federal and state legislative platforms, and I'll turn it over to Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Good morning. I'm going to turn this presentation over to our legislative staff member, Maureen Bice, who handles all of the legislative affairs for the city.
Morning, everyone. I'm Maureen Bice, Assistant to the City Manager. Today, we will review the 2026 legislative priorities to ensure our advocacy efforts moving forward reflect the needs of our community. We will start today's presentation with insights from Dane Eagle of Ballard Partners, who has served as the city's executive lobbyist since 2023. Dane will be joining us remotely from Tallahassee.
Can you guys hear me okay?
We
We
can.
got you, Dane.
Excellent. Well, thank you. Good to be with you all virtually. Good morning. And I'm sorry I can't be with you in person. We are in the middle of our second legislative committee week. My duty is to be up here advocating for you, but thank God for modern technology to be able to join you. Of course, the city did a great job testing the tech yesterday, and I woke up in the middle of the night and decided I want to do a slideshow. So I'm going to try to share that, and if there are any problems, then I'll abandon that. But can you see my slideshow?
Yep,
Yes.
you got it.
Excellent. Okay. Well, thank you. Just brief introduction. As Maureen mentioned, Ballard Partners has been one of your team members for the lobby team since 2023. Very proud to be partnered with the City of Cape Coral. We are one of the premier firms in Tallahassee, and I think the only true pure lobby firm that has an office in Lee County as well. So very proud to be partnered with you and proud of our past collaborative success as being a member of your lobby team, and look forward to more to come. Just an example of some of the past success dating back to 2020, your advocacy team, the City of Cape Coral, your legislative delegation, your lobby team has been able to deliver a significant amount of dollars back to the city, back to the taxpayers, ensuring that money is coming back home to the district. We joined in 2023. We also we're coming off of Hurricane Ian and benefited from Senator Kathleen Passidomo and the presidency. We're able to bring home quite a few dollars in that year, as well as executive grants that year and the following year. And 2025, we were able to bring home a significant amount of money, but it was a tough legislative session that year, and I'll get into that in the next slide. But happy to share these numbers with anyone who needs them, but wanted to make sure that was seen. So just quick precursor from last session, which ended not too long ago, just this summer. It was a very tough session. We witnessed disagreements between the House and Governor, and that resulted in the session ending 45 days later than expected. The budget was $2 billion less than expected. Great for taxpayers, but also difficult for entities hoping to bring home dollars to their community. Cape Coral was still successful. Your lobby team was of course very busy working with the city, making sure expectations and communications were communicated. But also ensuring that money was delivered up until the final moment in the veto pen. Many thanks, of course, to our Cape Coral delegation out of Lee County, Senator Martin, Representatives Gio Lombardo, and Representative Oliver, The $6 million appropriation we brought home was sponsored by Representative Oliver, but just an example of what your lobby team can do for you. While it was a difficult budget year to even get the money in the budget, it got word that it was on the short list to be vetoed, and we worked until the last minute, the 11th hour, to ensure that it did not get vetoed. Senator Martin, Representative Gio Lombardo went the extra mile to communicate with the governor's office, as did your team, I believe the mayor and others, to make sure that that $6 million was in fact not vetoed and was returned home to the taxpayers. So this session, just a kind of a precursor to what is required. The Constitution requires the legislature to meet every year for 60 days, and their only constitutional duty is to pass a balanced budget. Of course, they pass a number of bills each year. Last year was less than or fewer than usual. But if they pass no bills, they still accomplish their constitutional duty as long as they pass a balanced budget. In odd years, which is last year, the legislature meets March through May. In even years, this coming year, we'll meet January through March, which means we've had a very short summer. So while the legislature finally passed that budget in late June, the governor signed it June 30th. We're already back a couple short months later with committee weeks. We've had 2 committee weeks in October. This is the second of the first 2. We'll have 2 in November and 2 in December. And committee weeks are an opportunity for legislators to get here, have committee hearings, maybe advance a few bills before they get to the legislative floor, because they can't pass any bills on the floor until the actual session begins. And session does begin January 13th and ends on March 13th, hopefully. We had, as I mentioned, 45 days late last year. This year, we should prepare for that, prepare for the worst, hope for the best. But it does end on Friday the 13th, so that's not, hopefully not any signs for that. It's going to be another tough year, we expect. We had the Legislative Budget Commission meet in September. The 2026-2027, we're going to have about a $3.8 billion surplus. Of course, that's great news. But in following years, 2027-2028, the state is expected to have a $1.5 billion deficit and a $6.5 billion deficit in the following year. So looks like tough times to come when it comes to, of course, the budget in Tallahassee state, which means that our legislative leaders are going to, again, focus on reduced spending. So that does not mean that we will not advocate for the city and expect to bring home taxpayer dollars back to the community as we did last year. But we will recommend a focus on infrastructure projects when it comes to appropriation projects, and those should be shovel ready and have a regional impact. Some policy items we can expect to be debated this session and discussed and possibly passed. Local regulation preemption is always a topic in Tallahassee, like a war between state and home rule. Local business tax repeal is a discussion that we've seen in the past, and I believe a bill's been filed again this year. Cap on sovereign immunity, the increases, so that's something that we can expect. Usually there are discussions management and affordable housing, live local. And then, of course, property taxes is going to be a very big subject this year. The governor's talked about eliminating it completely. The legislature has exercised caution there and saying that, of course, if we eliminate property taxes completely, how do we account for some services, roads, police, fire, teachers? So I don't know that a full elimination will be on the table, but we can expect some sort of constitutional amendment passed by the House and Senate that will be on the ballot in 2026 that would look to some sort of reduction, possibly in homestead taxes, and maybe a few bills that pass that would support that area as well. A couple important dates to keep in mind. October 15th, today, is the deadline to request to present before the Lee County Legislative Delegation. And October 28th is the Lee County Legislative Delegation meeting. That is where all the House and Senate members represent Lee County meet to discuss local bills and entities, government entities, nonprofits, and others who want to express their hopes for the upcoming session. November 21st, just over a month away, is the deadline for members to file appropriations project and submit their bills to drafting. It does not mean bills have to be filed, but they have to have something submitted to drafting And then by January 9th, those bills must be in their final form and filed. And of course, January 13th is when session begins. That is my presentation. Tried to sum it up best I could. I know you have a busy day ahead of you, but I am here and willing to answer any questions, and of course look forward to future discussions to come.
Thank you, Dane. We appreciate the presentation. Just one quick question from me before I open it up to the floor for the council to see if they have any questions. Any recommendations on the amount of legislative initiatives that we should apply for? And I know in the past, when there was seems to be more money on the table, we would have many asked. Going into this legislative session, do you have a recommendation on maybe how many asks that we should be asking for? I know staff has made some recommendations.
Yeah, and of course, we've had discussions with your staff. They've done an excellent job just getting prepared for today. And you're exactly right, Mayor. In past years, I always say don't ask, don't get, and still have that policy. But we also don't want to seem tone deaf with the budget deficits to come and the atmosphere here in Tallahassee. So I've recommended perhaps 2 projects. Maybe we could expand that to 3 and really focus on those infrastructure projects. I know UEP, of course, is a huge discussion we've had for decades, but it becomes more and more important with cost increases and inflation, and then roads and transportation. Those are usually projects that are met more favorably here. So look forward to discussing that with you. And then the amounts we asked for is also important. 50% rule in the House that, let's say you want to ask for a $20 million appropriation, which I would not recommend because number of reasons we met with disdain, but also if it's not funded at 50% in budget discussions, so at 10 million, it would be hard to do, then that budget item would be exempt from negotiations. So we have to realize that what we ask for, if we can't get half of it, then we can't get anything at all.
Yeah, I think that's a very important point that I think a lot of our residents don't understand how that process works. So I appreciate you bringing that to our attention as well. Any other questions for Dane? Councilmember Kilrain.
Yeah, Dane, thank you for a great presentation. Appreciate it. The deficit that's generated and projected for the following 2 years, is that a result of asset reduction or not the growth of assets as we normally anticipate, or is that a spending issue?
It's a spending issue, but more so obligations. I believe Medicaid is the growth and the need to account for those bills. I believe there's some insurance premiums for state insurance needs, and I can dig into that further. Actually, just sent that very large document to the city manager and assistant city manager yesterday, so you guys will have that available. I can dig into that further, but it is obligations, not necessarily a will or desire to spend more, but obligations that the state must meet.
Okay, thank you. And the other thing is, of course, our greatest relief need here, I think, is just help with the UEP, and that's really a massive number. But the point is, that would be the key primary, and I know we have a lot of other things that we're looking at beyond that. But thank you for all your efforts. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Steinke.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Dane, I know that you had mentioned earlier that some of the committees and work groups are already meeting and discussions have begun. One of the ones I know that is of big interest to many people is the thought of the elimination of the ad valorem taxes. And so at one point in time, at one of Senator Passidomo's luncheons, Senator Martin kind of made a statement / commitment that if and when that was done, that it would be done with a revenue neutral target. And so with those conversations already beginning, and I know some presentations were made about a week ago, any temperature check on where that is and where the talks of where that revenue would come from for local municipalities versus property taxes?
Yeah, we haven't seen that conversation fully come to the surface yet. The House has had a few committee hearings and allowed for ideas to be presented, but haven't really shared what ideas they're going to go with. Haven't seen that out of the Senate yet either. So we will keep an ear to the ground. There is a member that filed, I think the only true, document filed either a plan or a bill. I think it was initially a plan and then started to file the bills. Maybe yesterday was one of them. But that doesn't necessarily mean that's going to be the plan. But one idea this individual member had is, well, let's say we are to reduce property tax at the local level, that of course does affect our schools. So is there some sort of fee that we can tack onto for schools? So, obviously with politics, does it sound like we're increasing taxes over here? Well, no, if you're reducing taxes here, increasing a fee here, and it's revenue neutral or net positive to the taxpayer, then that is not necessarily a tax increase. So still very, I don't know that I'm answering your question, Councilman, because there aren't a lot of answers yet, but that's just an example that's out there, and we'll certainly keep it ear to the ground and keep you all and communicate effectively on it.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, seeing no other lights on but the city manager, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, just a couple of statements, and I asked Mark to come down and have a discussion with you all. So here's a couple of things about the property taxes. So in our budget, we looked forward and put in our 3-year projection a loss of ad valorem taxes. Now, what we budgeted was basically thinking that if it wasn't going to be a revenue neutral proposition that passed, we basically looked forward and said, what would our budget look like if we had an additional homestead exemption? And so we've kind of put that in our forecast as far as a revenue loss. But I mean, just think about what and I'll share, Dana sent it to me, and I'll share it with you all, the revenue projections for the state. So you just saw in there that, there's a slight surplus this year, but next year they have a $1.3 billion loss, and then the next year a $6 billion loss. I find it really hard to even comprehend. You all do budgets for the city. How are you projecting a revenue loss in the future that's growing, but you're going to turn around and replace revenues for cities and municipalities? Be very careful. Be very cautious about being told one thing and all the discussions, and until you see it. I mean, it's right now we're projecting a loss just because we think what may be palatable through them is just to say, let's put an additional homestead exemption on the ballot for the voters to work through. But with a deficit, I don't see how it's possible to turn around unless the state is going to make deeper cuts. If we don't see that happen this year, I don't know how it's possible. Go ahead, Mark.
I'm gonna have to switch you over, see if I can get the Elmo up. Sorry, Dane. There we go. Now let's see if we can get over to the Elmo.
Is Dane still on audibly?
He should be.
Dane, you're still on audibly, right? You can hear?
Yeah, yes, I can hear you and see you. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Wow, that's a little washed out, doesn't it? So, Mayor, council members, Mark Mason, Assistant City Manager. As you'll recall, when we gave a presentation during the first budget hearing in September, part of our forecast associated with 27 and 28 was taking into account the potential of an adjustment associated with the homestead exemption. And so for 2027, if it were to pass, it would go into effect, and we would probably see it in fiscal year 2028 for an additional $50,000 homestead exemption for the city of Cape Coral based upon current values, current everything. We forecasted $15 million reduction in overall revenues within the city of Cape Coral associated with property taxes. And so, again, I do recall that there was something on the ballot, I think last year or 2 years ago, and it didn't pass then. Don't know whether it will pass coming up, but we need to be prepared for it in case it does come to pass. And so we forecasted that amount for you. In addition, I was asked to, I think, right now for public safety costs associated with the general fund, I believe the total public safety cost is about 50% of the general fund. That would include police, the fire contribution, as well as the cost of code enforcement. And so that is, that doesn't take into account anything that might be transportation related, but in this circumstance, public safety, as we understand it, would be about 50% of the total general fund budget.
And then, Mark, do you happen to recall how much, basically, of the ad valorem revenues?
100%.
Yeah. So essentially, 100% of our ad valorem taxes go to pay public safety. And then, did you run the numbers if what's being discussed today, which is a full repeal of taxes, ad valorem taxes from all homestead properties, what would that revenue reduction be in '28?
I'd have to go back and calculate that, but since homesteaded properties make up 47% of the total properties in the city of Cape Coral, it's going to be a substantial number.
Okay, thank you. And then if you could put Dane back up.
Yeah, they'll take care of it.
Hey, Dane, can you put up your slide of the, what you think the legislative priorities might be related to the business tax receipts and the housing? Okay, so just,
Slide.
yeah, thank you, Dane. Just to touch on a couple more of these, so we've been looking at also alternative ways to try and keep these intact. So our local business tax receipt is a process that we use to make sure that we perform zoning compliance and land development codes. It also triggers a series of inspections for fire department to make sure that the businesses, when they're getting ready to open, don't have blocked doorways. And so we use our business tax receipt for more than just a way of knowing what kind of business we have in the city and where it is. An alternative to this, if the business tax is repealed, we are looking at now things to replace that. And in other municipalities around us, for example, Bonita Springs, they use what is known as a use permit. So rather than charging a business tax, the businesses have to come in and pay for a permit. It essentially does the exact same thing. It requires you to do the zoning compliance, it requires you to do those inspections, and it documents what the business is. So there is an alternative for us. If they wipe out the business tax receipt, you would likely see us come forward with a use permit in replace of that. And as you know, permitting is done to make sure businesses are compliant with certain codes and certain inspections are done. As it goes to the growth management, affordable housing, one of the big issues even our local housing authority has been discussing is the ADUs, accessible dwelling units. We've been exploring ways to try and get ahead of that. If that bill passes, it would require every city and municipality to pass a code allowing ADUs in any residential district. So this is very similar to the local preemption that they did with business, with short-term rentals. Anywhere we have residential properties, short-term rentals are allowed. What we would be looking at trying to do, it doesn't preempt us from certain measures. And so we're looking at now what minimum square footage of property or lots would be applicable. So for example, if you have a 5-acre parcel, if you amass a certain amount of acres in a residential area, if you buy 4, 10, 12 lots, maybe it's appropriate. So we're exploring ways to try and get ahead of that now as well. But we need to keep an eye on the bill in case it does pass. It did go through last year, didn't make it all the way out, but second year, another attempt at it, it might get refined to a point where the legislature is comfortable. So we need to follow any amendments to that and make sure that what we're planning if we're forced to do it, allows us to at least maintain some control of our housing stock in the city. Thank you.
Councilmember Laster.
Thank you, Mayor. You're going to present okay, never mind. I'll wait till after. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to touch on these because they're part of Dane's presentation.
Each year, the City Council sets legislative priorities to guide our work at the state and federal levels. We focus on issues most important to our community, and I think it's worth repeating that in the previous year, we secured $6 million in appropriations for the Northeast Reservoir Water Supply Project, and in 2024, we obtained $9 million to expand our Emergency Operations Center, as well as securing a $25 million grant to help lower UEP costs for property owners. This slide talks a little bit about our current advocacy team. As our contract with Becker and Polyakoff ends in December 2025, it's essential that we review our lobbying services and decide the best path forward for Cape Coral. Our annual lobbying expenses total $240,000, which is split between Ballard Partners for executive lobbying and Becker and Polyakoff for federal and state lobbying. With federal and state contract, with the state contract ending and our longtime state lobbyist Nick Matthews moving to the Southern Group, an evaluation is needed to ensure that we have strong and effective representation at the state level. City staff recommends that we maintain our executive services with Ballard Partners, federal lobbying with Amanda Wood at Becker and Polyakoff, and shifting our state advocacy to Nick Matthews at the Southern Group. This new approach reduces the city's cost slightly to $234,000 a year, and it also ensures that we have experienced representation and continuity for Cape Coral's priorities. The next few slides highlight some of our long-standing legislative priorities that we recommend continuing. Ensuring reliable water resources is our city's top priority. The UEP program brings residents and businesses access to clean, modern water and wastewater services, which we believe are crucial for supporting future growth into the environment, to complete conversion from septic to sewer, and expand our regional water supply. We must continue securing support from both state and federal partners in these areas. Water quality depends on science-backed standards and substantial funding. We are pushing for substantial state investment to improve water quality, reduce water pollution, and make restoration projects a central part of growth both locally and statewide. Differences in commercial flood-proofing rules between our water management districts are putting Cape Coral at a disadvantage. For example, commercial developments in Charlotte County are allowed flood-proofing devices by their water management district, while similar commercial developments in Cape Coral are not. By advocating for consistent statewide flood-proofing regulations like those north of Cape Coral, we can promote fair economic growth and eliminate regulatory barriers. Transportation investment. Transportation infrastructure remains one of the top concerns of our residents in Cape Coral. Widening State Road 78 is critically needed, and some sections are already experiencing failing levels of service. Although the City Council helped to fund the PD&E study, there are no immediate plans to expand this roadway. Improving mobility in Cape Coral is vital for both our safety and economic growth. Expanding State Road 78 and adding a direct I-75 exit will address current traffic demands, enhance evacuation routes, and drive new economic opportunities. Cape Coral is also no stranger to hurricanes and severe weather. Our legislative requests aim to harden infrastructure, increase preparedness, and secure the resources needed to protect life and property in the face of 21st century climate challenges. Environmental sustainability. Expanding our urban tree canopy is a cornerstone of environmental sustainability. By planting and preserving more trees, we increase shade, improve air quality, and create habitats for local wildlife. Through partnerships with state agencies and community organizations, our goal is to grow our city's green spaces and leverage resources to advance long-term sustainability. Investing in trees and green infrastructure not only manages the impacts of rapid population growth, it also improves energy efficiency and water conservation across city operations. These efforts foster resilience and ensure Cape Coral remains a great place to live now and for the future. The next couple of slides highlight some of our key initiatives. Number 1, oppose the Hudson Creek Development's request to create an independent special district in North Cape, which I suspect we'll have further discussions about in today's presentation. 2, support revising the bed tax allocation formula to include short-term rental accommodations in funding and policy decisions. 3, encourage repealing the 2013 Special Act for the Lee County Tourist Development Council, or TDC, so that membership aligns with statewide Florida requirements. Currently, the Special Act requires 2 municipal seats on the TDC to rotate every 2 years among the top bed tax revenue-generating municipalities. Since this revenue is from hotels, Cape Coral does not have a permanent voting seat. If this act were repealed and state law were followed, Cape Coral, as the county's most populous city, would gain a permanent voting seat on the TDC, ensuring a stronger voice for our city in tourism funding matters. Other key initiatives involve supporting investment in infrastructure, public safety, and expanded recreational opportunities and emergency facilities. Continuing to fund these priorities is essential for community safety and quality of life for residents and visitors. Supporting exempting employees who manage confidential related projects and economic activities from union membership is another key priority. This exemption protects sensitive information and ensures responsible management in accordance with state law and labor practices. 3, we support amending Florida statutes to prohibit individuals from misrepresenting themselves as public officials or employees to obtain information or benefits. This would further safeguard information already protected by Florida public records laws, ensuring information is not wrongfully disclosed. And finally, next steps for the City Council. As we move to City Council discussion, please share your input and perspectives on the priorities as presented. Your feedback ensures that our efforts align with community needs. As Dane mentioned before, I also included some important criteria for recommending projects for funding, such as shovel-ready status or completed design. And importantly, projects should deliver broad community benefits for as many residents as possible. After our discussion, we'll finalize and adopt the priorities through a formal resolution that will be brought to you at a later date, which allows us to start our advocacy right away. Remember that local officials have the strongest impact on advocacy by building relationships and championing city priorities through informed and engaged participation. That's all I have.
Thank you. Just real quickly, before we get started, Mr. City Manager, do you have any specific projects that you have identified as far as initiatives that we could put in for this year's legislative priorities?
We do. We had a phone call with Dane last Friday, and Maureen's prepared to discuss those that we believe are the ones that should be advanced for our community.
Could maybe we go through those first before?
I actually put them together on a slide this morning so you could see them. Priority number 1 we identified as the Utilities Extension Project. We know North One East is about a $227.5 million project, so we identified the UEP. In terms of a transportation project, we were recommending the Northeast 24th Avenue roadway improvements. I know the CTEC last week discussed a portion of those improvements. Overall, that project is estimated to be about a $32 million project. And then finally, if we expand our request to a third request, we're recommending a public safety appropriations request. I spoke with the police chief, and they'd like to recommend a multi-use crisis response vehicle in the amount of about $350,000. So these were some projects that staff was recommending.
Okay, thank you. And one quick question for Dane. I know we have recently were awarded a $25 million grant for our UEP projects. Do you know if that program will still be available to municipalities throughout the state? And how confident would you be if it is available and we applied? Because there's only so many tax dollars that are available. How confident would you be that we would even be considered for a second possible award, knowing that there's only so many tax dollars to go around?
If those funds were available, I would have high confidence in the city. What's transpired, though, since we got that award for $25 million, the following session, the governor vetoed all water project legislature advance, including one of ours. That was the 2024 legislative session. In response to that, this following year, the legislature did not award the governor, or DEP, I should say, with the allocation to issue those grants. So you're seeing a little bit of tug of war between the executive and legislative branch. So the water quality improvement grant that we applied for and got $25 million is not available at DEP this year. Changes this coming session for the 2026-2027 appropriation budget cycle. But as of right now, we do not have that opportunity to apply for those water quality improvement grants. So the legislative process is the only way to draw down some of those funds this coming year.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify that. I think that's important, you know, when we're making our decisions here, moving forward, exactly what's available to us and what's not. So with that, I'll open it up. Councilmember Kilrain.
Yeah, Maureen, could you put up slide 10 again?
I'll just switch the screen over to the presentation. There we are.
Yeah, just a couple comments here. With respect to Hudson Creek and the special district you're looking at there, an alternative to doing that would be a CDD. And, you know, we have those done in the city in other ways. And I think that Hudson Creek might be amenable to that because they can get the long-term financing in a manner that supports their project in a similar fashion, except a little bit difference in control. In talking with our council, it looked like there's no way we could have a Loctite prevention of that being overturned at some point, and all the special conditions that were done with that sale might be reversed, and we could lose a lot of the city attributes in having that project. So I saw Mr. Squitieri here in the audience, if he could just take that into account maybe in his future thinking. So, and then, of course, you know, we're all on board, I think, on 2 and 3. So, but I just wanted to mention that point about that. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And is this something that staff wants to ensure that council, there's a consensus on council, especially with number 1? Is that your goal today, to make sure there's some type of a consensus moving forward?
Yeah, I mean, we've spoken to you all individually, but there's been no, formal announcement. So in order to ensure that our lobbyists understand where the full council is, it was important to put it on here so that they can speak with our local delegation and let them know that we would be opposing it. We are the condition precedent for it to even move forward, so if they know we're not, then it might save them time to focus on some other matters. I will let you know that I've spoken with a representative from Hudson Creek, Star Farms, and my understanding is that they will be they intend to send an email indicating that they're going to withdraw this request and move forward with the CDD. They did already. Okay, and so my staff, we're prepared to help assist them with that. We have several CDDs. A CDD is the equivalent of basically what we use as an assessment. A developer uses is called a CDD. Allows them to pass on the cost of the infrastructure that they put in.
Okay, that's great news. Councilmember Steinke.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, while that is up, item number 2 and item number 3, and Dane, this is for you. You know, I think it's important for the state to understand that in this, you know, if you will, ask environment with a depleting supply of what we can ask for, these are dollars that are already being created. This is not asking for anything out of their coffers. It's asking for the system to be in place that allows for a more fair distribution of those dollars for things that the Cape needs. I think we all are aware of the fact that the Cape many years ago became a target, if you will, for vacation rentals because so many people wanted to vacation here, and that there are so many things to do around the area that rather than going to a hotel, they would prefer to rent a home for a month or 2 months or baseball season. And so many of the people that come down for spring training, they're not staying in the hotels, they're renting a home and they're staying there. And that's where many of these, you know, bed tax dollars are created. And the way that the system is currently set up, it's not set up in a way that it actually displays where those dollars come from. And Cape Coral is a huge receiver of bed tax dollars through vacation rentals. And so as it isn't necessarily a request for money, but it's a way for the state to provide us with a way to receive the dollars that are already being collected and have them allocated in a more fair way, bring them to Cape Coral for a lot of the projects that would then make it unnecessary for me to for us to ask for dollars from the state when those dollars are already here in the county, so to speak. So, thanks.
Councilmember Lastra.
Thank you, Mayor. So Dane, just to back up on what you stated regarding the money that was allocated in the budget or designated in terms of resiliency, are you talking about the resiliency grant kind of fund that the governor put in place? I think it was back in 2021 or 2022. Is that money not available anymore?
The resiliency grants are available, but I do not believe, and I will triple check, that the UEP would qualify for resiliency grant. Those were under the water quality improvement grants portfolio, if you will, which is not available.
Got you. So it's still then dedicated for like, you know, building up the shorelines along where we have our beaches and, you know, in Cape Coral, our little yacht club. So it would be money for that still?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, that is.
And then I know years ago, the city applied for one of those to do a vulnerability study. Do you know, Mr. City Manager, did that get completed? I know it was designated for the yacht club area years ago, like 4 years ago.
I believe that's the presentation that you just had a couple weeks back from Wyatt. And
Okay.
since there were no comments, we're closing that up and it's coming back to you for formal approval.
Okay, perfect. And then, so Dane, in our audience today, we have two women who are representing the All Abilities Park. And in reading our priorities, I guess maybe this is for all of council, in reading our priorities, which I do not disagree with, our UEP, water infrastructure, all of those things are top of mind, especially in our city. And given that our state budget monies are showing deficits for the next few years, I understand their top priorities, but we have a group in Cape Coral that really wants us to apply for appropriations money to help put an All Abilities Park, similar to what Senator Benaquisto and Representative Persons Mullica did back in 2020. So maybe Mo, maybe this is a better question for you or Dane. I mean, is it possible for us to add a little bit of funds in that ask so that we can accomplish that, given that we're also in the process of finishing our parks and upgrading our parks?
I'll start. It is possible, if that's the will of the council.
Okay.
Last year, one of our appropriation requests was funding for an all-abilities, all-accessible playground at J.C. Park.
Right.
That was sponsored by Representative Mike Giambardo. That project had got no traction last year. But if the city council would like that to be one of the projects that we submit for funding, that's what we'll do.
Okay. And then I spoke with Representative Giambardo the other day, and he said that he would prefer that we do a matching grant. So would that be a situation, Maureen, where, let's say, you know, the state gives us $500,000 and the city would do $250,000, and then maybe we would ask the group to do $250,000 in terms of matching? Is that how we've done those types of grants before? Or?
We'd have to budget the matching funds.
Okay. Okay, got it. All right, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Just one couple things. First, I'll touch on that topic that Councilmember Lastra just mentioned, and this is a question for Dane. My understanding, couldn't the state representative, our state representative, Mike Giambardo, put in for some type of an appropriation request as well? Of course, if it's a matching grant, that would be a little difficult because we, you know, would have to contribute. And Maureen's response, I think maybe we could have some type of agreement with a third party, but I think we have to show the matching grant dollars if we go down that path. So I guess my question is, if it's not a matching grant, is that something that our state representative could put in himself for appropriation and go through his office?
Yeah, so in any case, it would be, any of our appropriation requests would go through our members, Representative Jay Lombardo or Representative Oliver, and then Senator Martin. There is no hard rule about it is just like there's no hard rule about it being a regional project or shovel ready. It's just more of a desire to see some skin in the game, something universally the governor, House, and Senate like to see. Where those dollars come from, it could come from a third party, it could come from the city. We just show that on the appropriations form that the members submit where the dollars are coming from. I don't know if that answers your question, Mayor, but happy to try again.
And I guess one follow-up to that, I know that's what the preference is, to be a shovel-ready project. Design has been completed. Is that something that you think could possibly be a deal breaker, since that isn't the case at this point in time? So would we be better to wait to make sure that we have a design in place, or do you think we could still move forward and be successful?
I would recommend that it be shovel ready. Many reasons. One, it's more favorably looked that way. Two, if it's money that you're not going to spend or draw down this year, then better have a bird in the hand, if you'd say. Let's go for projects that you can, because if this money's not ready to draw down this year, then we try to draw it down a subsequent year. And three, there is a timeline in which you can spend money. So if you ask for money that you're ready to spend, that clock is ticking and you're taking it off the front end rather than the back end. So my recommendation is always to go for shovel-ready projects.
Okay, thank you. And I guess if you could go over to the last slide that had the 3 items that we were talking about, since that's kind of what the focus is now. Again, good to hear that the Hudson Creek project's going to voluntarily go over to a CDD. So because I surely wouldn't have supported the other route that they were trying to achieve, mainly because when you look at it, their request, it mainly only benefited the developer, in my opinion, and it was more of a detriment to the city, and that's why I couldn't move forward and support that. So it's good to hear they're going to go over to a CDD. I think the other 2 items on the list, can you put that list up again, please?
Yeah, I have it up. We need to switch over to the PowerPoint and back.
So if we could switch over to the PowerPoint in the back. I think the first one was talking about the TDC and short-term rentals, and I agree with Councilmember Steinke that those, we're in a different climate than we were many years ago when the statute was put in place. And I think it's important to make sure we keep up with the times. Short-term rentals, not only in Cape Coral, but throughout the state, is extremely popular. And there's really no difference between, it's a bed tax. So it really doesn't matter if you're staying in a commercial hotel or if you're staying in a short-term rental, they're still paying the bed tax. But unfortunately, their participation, even though they're paying that tax, they're not put into the equation when we look at TDC and how that operates and the structure of the regulations within our TDC. So I think that's important to advocate not only for our city but regionally throughout the state, because short-term rentals is something that's here and I think here to stay. So I think it's important to take a look at that. Also, if you look back in 2013, when the special act was put in by the Lee County delegation, again, that was 12, almost 13 years ago. Again, changing times. I think it's important that we take a look at that. When you look at what is required of us here in Lee County, what's required of the state, any municipality with the largest population in that particular county is a automatic delegate with a voting member of that particular board. And for whatever reason, that was changed back in 2013. But There's been many changes here over the last 12, 13 years. I think that our county should follow suit of the state legislation that most counties implemented involving TDCs. So I do believe that we should advocate a repeal to go back what most of the other counties are doing. So I would support all of those initiatives. Councilmember Steinke?
Yes, thank you. Dane, if you're still there, I know the 25 million that we were, fortunate to receive and able to allocate toward the UEP came from a 411, I believe it is a $411 million allocation at the state level that was brought about by quite a bit of pollution and issues that came out of the Indian River Creek and Lagoon septic leaking problems, if you will. And I'm wondering if that same type of money, not necessarily the same amount, but that appropriation where we got that 25 million from, if there's still a line item in the state budget where an allocation like that $411 million allocation was, do we still have something like that to draw from for an ask for additional money for the UEP expansion that we're involved in right now?
Unfortunately, we don't, and that's what I was sharing about kind of the tug of war between executive and legislative branch. The governor had vetoed funds that the legislature put forward, saying that the best way to get that money is to go through DEP. And the following year, the legislature, this past session, decided not to fund that allocation to DEP, saying that the best way to go is through the legislature. So this year, we have to go through the legislature. There isn't an executive grant available through DEP, at least this fiscal year.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Kilrain?
Yeah, Dane, mine's very similar in that I was looking for the opportunity to maybe take the sanitation piece of the UEP and call that a resiliency issue. Because if you will, we actually have North 3 that's going to be going up Burn Store. That can be pretty close to a flood zone area there. And basically, you got to get those sanitary out of the septic tanks out of that harm's way. And that certainly has the aspects of a resiliency capability from a naming standpoint. So do you think that there's any benefit to kind of isolating those portions of the UEP that are in harm's way and picking up on the resiliency and package them that way?
It's a great question, Councilman, and I'll have that discussion with DEP and see if that's viable at all.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Lastra?
Thank you. Sorry to keep beating this. I have a long history of working with individuals with disabilities, so I'm very passionate about this. To clarify, Dane and Mayor, when you asked about in terms of shovel-ready projects, and you stated that it would be better to have a shovel-ready project, it's my understanding that last year we asked for appropriations for some of the an abilities playground, at least some equipment at J.C. Park. Since that's shovel-ready, if my council has an appetite for it, is that something we could resubmit for this year? I'm sorry, I don't have the number off the top of my head of what we asked for last year for those equipment pieces at J.C. Park.
We requested $550,000. In terms of J.C., I don't think the timing would line up. That project will be completed, and we have plans to install an all-abilities, all-accessible playground at J.C. It just isn't funded by a state appropriation.
Oh, so we'll already have it?
Correct.
Oh, yay, okay. It was not gonna be, may not be the big thing that we really want, right? The extensive one until we go further down the road, maybe with Lake Mead, or we figure out another area that we want to put it in. So it's a start. I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, seeing no other lights on, I know there was a few other questions that you had. I know one had to deal with the advocacy team. Do you want to switch over to that and get a consensus from council on that particular item?
Yeah, I'd like to get direction from council. So I have spoken with the representative from our current state contract for lobbying, Becker and Polikoff. They would be amenable to signing an amendment removing them from the state portion. And then, in order to stay with our lobbyist, that has gone to Southern Group, I would need direction to execute that contract. If I can get direction on that, I'll put both of those in motion, and they'll come back before you all on consent.
Okay, so to clarify that, what you're asking in your recommendation is that we split off Beckard, where we're only going to utilize them for our federal lobbyist. And then we will follow Nick Matthews to his new firm to keep that continuity. And I'll say, I think Nick has done a great job over the years. I've had a lot of interaction and a lot of dealings with him up in Tallahassee. He's done a phenomenal job. So I would support keeping him on board as well, and I think that's what your recommendation is as well. And then, so we would basically have Becker for federal. I think Southern, where Nick is working now, we will work with them as a state lobbyist, and of course keep Dane as far as our executive priorities. So with that, I think I see a few lights on. We'll have a discussion, and then at some point we'll just go on down the line and see if everybody agrees. Councilmember Stein.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I would definitely speak in favor of that strategy. These lobbying efforts really, in my opinion, rely upon three things. And one is understanding the way the state works and the way the Fed works. Second is understanding the city of Cape Coral. And third is having the relationships necessary to bring those three together. And certainly my experience prior to being on council through the Real Estate Association around property owner rights, as well as my tenure here on the council and working with Dane and with Nick, I think that's a great team. It's not about the name of the company, it's about the individual that's actually doing the lobbying. And I think they make a great team regardless of what firm they represent. Or that they work within. So I'm in full favor of proceeding with that strategy. Thanks.
Councilmember Long. Oh, I'm sorry, Kilrain.
Yeah, Councilman Stanky, I actually took most of what I was going to say. The other part of it is, just for the residents, it's not like we're adding an additional cost here. In fact, we're going to save $6,000. De minimis in the scheme of things, but the point is we're saving money by doing this. And the whole value in doing it is the relationship capability. And just as Councilmember Stanky described, that's where it's at. So thank you, Mayor. I would be in very much support of it.
Thank you. Councilmember Long?
Yeah, just I guess a question. A lot of today's discussion, rightfully so, in my opinion, focused on state. But I see that your suggestion is to remain with our federal lobbyist. Can you kind of walk me through why that suggestion is being made?
Very similar to the justifications today related to staying with Nick Matthews. Amanda's been with the City of Cape Coral for a long time. She communicates with myself and the city manager constantly on federal grant opportunities. As we know, as far as appropriations or earmarks, we're limited at the federal level. As of recent, it's been $1 million a year has been the limitation. We always put in for that for UEP. But really, I think where her value has come into play has been on the providing grant opportunities to the city at the federal level. I think that's where we've really gotten the most value from her services.
Okay, and the reason I ask is because we listed the achievements of, rightfully so, our state lobbyists, and I didn't see anything about the federal lobbyists in the presentation. As far as I understand, you said we put in for that $1 million every year. Do we receive that $1 million every year at the federal level?
Well, we're waiting for last year's. It was included in the budget, with the government shutdown. Not sure that's going to happen. It really, the process sometimes is more drawn out. It's not quite as predictable as it has been at the state level. I believe the last amount that we've received, and I'll double check for the city council, was 2 years ago. I know we've received that $1 million earmark.
I want to say my recollection is it's been a couple of years where it's grand total of that $1 million. And the reason I mention it again, I know that it's not a very widely opened faucet at the federal level as far as dollars, and that translates through municipalities throughout the state. But then what I would look for when we think about our federal lobbyists, if it's not those resources, which I understand aren't readily available, is assistance with other things at the federal level. So for me, right out of the gate, we talk about all these different permits with the Army Corps. I would have liked to see a lot more help with some of that stuff. So I just curious why we wouldn't, since we're kind of shaking things up to some extent, have at least looked for an additional opportunity at the federal lobbying level. But if there's not an appetite to do that here today, I understand, but I just wanted to put that on the record. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I think it's also important, and I know Nick's in the audience. I'll at least extend an invitation if you want to come up and say anything regarding this. But I will tell you that I did have a discussion with Nick, and it was even his recommendation that we stay with Beckard as far as at the federal level. You know, that was his recommendation, and I think that's what staff kind of alluded to, and the reason why maybe we're moving in the direction that we are. So I want to give Nick the opportunity, if you have anything to say. First, appreciate you making the trip, and thank you for everything that you've done in the past for us.
Thank you, Mayor. Excuse me. Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate it. And I appreciate so far some of the comments about the really positive work that I've been involved with on behalf of the city. It's been a pleasure working with Dane in Tallahassee, and I think that's one of the strongest things that I think needs to be considered as we talk about this is, you know, Dane and I have a really, really good relationship. We work well together, and I think our delegation members see us as kind of a united front, and I think that's a positive thing when we're advocating in Tallahassee. Yes, Mr. Mayor, that is correct. Look, I made a transition to a new firm to pursue a really incredible opportunity for my family. I wouldn't say a single bad thing about the Becker firm. I think Amanda Wood at the federal level does some incredible work for you. You'd be hard pressed to find someone at the federal level right now who knows the city better than her. She has, for what it's worth, for someone who's already left the fine folks at Becker, I think you're in good hands with Amanda and her team in DC. So that would be my recommendation, I think, for what it's worth, certainly. And I thank you very much for the opportunity.
Yeah, and one thing, you know, I was a part of the council when we advocated to bring Dane on board. And, you know, for me at the time, it was a no-brainer. And looking back and what we have achieved over the last few years because of the team, and the team is Nick and Dane, I think we've done exceptionally well. They work extremely well together. I've been in a room where they've strategized and said, okay, you know, what is a benefit for the city? Maybe if Nick does one thing and Dane does another. So I know they're constantly strategizing, trying to determine the best approach to tackle a particular issue or project. You guys have done a great job, and I look forward to continuing with that partnership because I think you represent us extremely well in Tallahassee, which is a very difficult task, you know, with Dane's experience in the legislation, your experience over the years being a lobbyist. Bringing those two together, I think we probably have one of the best teams up in Tallahassee advocating for us. So thank both of you for everything you've done and everything that I'm sure you'll do in the future.
Thank you, sir.
I don't see any other lights on, so why don't we just go on down start with Councilmember Kaduc, just go down the list. I think it's the recommendation of the city manager to stick with Nick Matthews in his new role at Souther as our state lobbyist, and of course Dane, we're going to stick with him as well, and then Becker will stick on the federal side. So we'll just go on down, make sure everybody is okay with that, or if they're not, they'll express whatever concern that they may have. So we'll start with Councilmember Kaduc.
I'm good with it.
I'm good with it.
I'm on.
I'm good.
That's fine.
Okay, there's your consensus on that item. Any other items in this discussion you're looking for direction or a consensus on?
If you all could let us know on the key initiatives on 10 or 11, and if you wanted me or us to discuss a little bit more of any of those, these would actually be part of the resolution we'll bring forward of what we would be taking to legislative sessions and advocating for throughout this session for change.
Okay, could we put those back up, please? Slide 10, we'll start there, I guess.
And number one, we could remove, since they've already sent you said an email, removing the request for Hudson Creek, so we don't need to formally make that part of it unless you all want to solidify that, but I think it's been spoken.
Yeah, I think, so we'll take one off of the table, so we have item 2 and item 3. And again, we'll go down the line, maybe we'll start down here with Councilmember Lassiter this time on these 2 particular items. As far as key initiatives, do we approve moving forward on those 2 items?
I would, yes, I approve them. I just want to put in for next year that when we do Lake Mead, maybe that can be shovel-ready and we could consider another All Abilities park, maybe something with a bigger footprint. That would be my only suggestion, but for next year. But yes, I think all of these are very important, especially I think asking for the legislation to change, asking Mike G. if he could help us with that for the TDC is paramount, given that we are going to be the 7th or at the 7th largest city, Mayor. I think that's going to be a big priority for us moving forward in terms of getting a seat back at that table and a consistent voice. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, I'm on board. I just want to make sure when we say we're to get rid of number 1, that it's obviously conditional on our mutual understanding that that's going to resolve itself. And if at any point that changes, we would, again, ramp up our opposition. So thank you.
Yep, I agree with Councilmember Long.
Yeah, the only comment I would make is that if resiliency can cover the sanitation portion of UEP, that become one of these priorities and add it to it, and I'm on board with the other 2. Thank you.
I agree.
Agreed.
Okay, could we go to slide 11, please? All right, so we have these 3 particular items here, other key initiatives.
And we can tie the resiliency discussion that you all have had. If we can't get money directly for the infrastructure and facilities, we can try to maybe put that into the number 1 on this page.
And just to clarify real quickly on item 2 on this slide here, this is something that isn't done at the state level now, and we're asking not only for our city, but it'll be for all county and municipalities throughout the state that would also want to move forward. Have we, or would we reach out to other cities and counties to try to get support with this as well?
Yeah, so just to expand on this one a little bit, so under Florida labor law, employees who are covered by classifications covered by collective bargaining agreement, if they are not considered managerial or confidential, those positions basically are collective bargaining unit positions. In order to be one of those 2 criteria, for managerial, you have to have direct influence over budgeting appropriations and approval of expenses, and to be considered confidential, you have to be involved in labor relations. So it's a very narrowly tailored group, and when we talk about the non-bargaining employees, those are managerial or confidential employees. So that is the distinction of why you have police, fire, and general unions, and then a non-bargaining. All the non-bargaining fit one of those 2 criteria. They are either managerial or confidential. The situation that we started to bump up against is we have confidential discussions about those same issues, but with private entities. So we have employees in the collective bargaining agreement who are reviewing management documents, finances for economic development, as well as verifying payroll and labor issues with private entities. But the state legislation right now does not recognize them as being confidential. So they're getting access to all of that exempt public records, but they're not being treated as a managerial or confidential employee. And so we tried to get this amended last year in the Florida state statute. It was a little bit late by the time we were started working on the item, and so we're just bringing it back this year to try to to get that accomplished.
And just real quickly, is this something that we could try to do at the local level here or with our union? I mean, could we reclassify these positions in any way so that we don't have to go through this process? You know, I know, well, you have Sharon, who's our economic development manager, so she wouldn't apply because she's a manager. What is there, 3 other positions? Is there any way that you could reclassify those positions, work with the unions in order to achieve the same goal?
So when a classification is created, that classification is sent to the Public Employee Relations Commission, and they look at the duties and determine whether or not that is a managerial confidential position. If we assert that one is, the union has the ability to object to that and have a hearing. So what we try to do is make sure that coming out of the gate, there's no objection. I'm not aware of any way that we could look to try to add duties that would make them confidential or managerial, but when you add those, if they're compensable factors, now you're adding costs just to get them, to have them confidential. So it really is a Florida statute, so it covers everybody, so.
Okay, all right, thank you. So I guess we'll start down with Councilmember Kaduc this time on these 3 particular items, since I see no other lights on, just to make sure that everyone's on board with these 3 topics also.
Yep.
My only comment is since we're removing one from the top 3, would we want to move one of these to the top 3? Or are we putting all 5 of them together?
These are not priority. These are it's going to be your slate of priorities.
Okay, then I'm in favor of them.
Yeah, I'm good with it.
I'm good. Yep, all right. Is that, any other directions that you're looking for? Mr. City Manager?
I have none.
All right. Any other council discussion on FY26 federal and state legislative platforms? Okay, seeing none, we will move on to the next topic of discussion, which is the Fire Department Strategic Plan 2025 through 2030. And I see the Fire Chief is here, so I will turn it over to you, sir.
Morning, Mayor and Council. Mike Russell, Fire Chief. Today I also have Kirsten Lynch with me. She's our accreditation manager and grant writer. She's one of the critical team members for our planning processes within the fire department. Today I'm going to communicate our new strategic plan to you and how we came about developing that plan. This is the transparency in this is critical to maintaining that trust that you, the public, and city leadership have with the fire department, as well as demonstrating sound planning practices for the future of the department. So throughout the presentation, we're going to talk about the benefits of the planning process. We're going to reaffirm our mission, vision, values, talk a little bit about the SOAR process, talk about the department's goals, objectives, and tasks, our implementation strategies, and how we intend to execute the plan. Some of the benefits of the strategic plan is embraces growth and continuous improvement. As we know, the city is a developing city. We're not built out. We have a lot of exciting things ahead for us, and we have to plan for the development of not only our current staff and programs, but also the future of the department. It provides a roadmap to that success. This is a 5-year plan. So it provides us a good foundation of how we can execute the plan over the next 5 years. It's also inclusive of stakeholders. This is an area that we were particularly proud of. So we engaged various members of the community in various representation from the community, whether it's the neighborhood associations or churches, et cetera, and they had a part in the strategic plan development. So the third party that we utilized to develop the plan with us met with this group over a day without fire department staff. So that allowed for transparency in their comments. And what they did was talk about what they like from the department, what they want to see out of the department in the future, and anything that we should not stop doing because it's very beneficial to the community. So we heard from the community in the development of this plan. Additionally, we involved various members of each division within the department, as well as the labor unions that represent the membership of the department. It also reaffirmed internal alignment with your strategic plan. So every one of our goals has an alignment to one of your goals in your plan. So we're running succinct, if you will, with the city's direction while we execute our specific plan. Focuses on substance or really executing the various components that will make us successful. We have vision realization and a shared vision and shared responsibility. So this plan was not just dictated from the fire chief or administration down to the membership. Like I said, we included various members of the department from every division. So that was on a voluntary basis. We advertised this throughout the department and had members that were interested in helping with the plan. From there, each member was allowed to choose several goals that they wanted to help execute. So the membership, the department in general, is really guiding this plan to fruition. It's not just me from my office saying, these are the things we're going to do over the next 5 years and get on board. It's everyone's responsibility and shared vision for the department. And this is also a required component of accreditation that I communicate the vision and strategic initiatives of the department with you. So we aim for continuous improvement. That's a hallmark of the accreditation process, and this is part of that. Like I mentioned, the city is a developing city. We want to focus on not only how we can improve the services that we deliver to the public and to our members today, but also focusing on how we can grow as a department to service those in the future that either move to the city, visit the city, and have business in the city. This planning process was developed in April of 2025. It was facilitated by a third party that's supported throughout the public safety community, and it incorporated, like I mentioned, the internal and external stakeholders. Throughout the community stakeholders, they defined the programs that we provided. I had mentioned some of these previously. They identified the expectations of what they would like to see out of the fire department, and they established priorities of how those expectations should be outlined. And internally, we developed our SOAR process, which really focuses on the strengths, opportunities, aspirations, and results. It doesn't focus so much, I think a SWOT process is what some people are familiar with, where they focus on weakness. We didn't use that process. We felt like it was more beneficial to focus on opportunities versus weaknesses. We revisited the mission and the vision and the values. We also developed consensus for our strategic initiatives, and we developed outcome-based organizational improvement measurements. We developed the SMART objectives with relative timelines that are realistic and achievable for the department. So this is the new mission of the department. This took probably the longest of any of the initiatives that we did to kind of define what the mission of the department was. We had a lot of great discussion on this. And so it's to save lives, protect property, and serve the community through risk reduction and emergency response. Our vision is to be the leader in fire and emergency services by empowering our people, embracing innovation, and honoring our mission to protect what matters most. And the values of the department were actually unchanged. We felt strongly about these values. It's an easy way to remember what our values are, the CAPE way. It's commitment, accountability, professionalism, and excellence. It's a nice acronym, if you will, that anyone can remember throughout their day, no matter what their task is. If we follow the CAPE way, any decision we make will end up being the right decision. So this was unchanged. So we use that SOAR method that I mentioned to align our goals with the mission, vision, values. Again, that's strengths, opportunities, aspirations, and results. And this process is reflective of forward thinking. It helped identify innovative strategies to provide clear, positive framework for the leadership and continuous improvement of the department. I mentioned each goal aligns with your goals, and I'll show you that here in a minute on one of the goals that shows the alignment and how that looks. We used the community input to help define these processes and help identify the goals. So we didn't just listen to the community and then put their comments aside. We listened to the community and then incorporated their thoughts in with our thoughts and how we could define these goals. And each goal received actionable objectives. We meet on those when we broke out the various groups that were going to be in charge of the goals. They were assigned a leader. That leader organizes meetings on those goals, the actionable tasks, and then they report back to a compliance team that ensures that we are continuing to march forward on the execution of this plan. And all the outcomes are observable, measurable with the results, and they are used to determine the progress towards the goals. So here are the 7 goals. The first one focuses on the health and wellness of the department. This is important because it's the entire department. Most people think of the fire department as the firefighters, which is obviously a large and important part of our organization. However, there are a lot of civilian staff members that also play a key component in the execution of our mission, whether it's logistics, providing support to the firefighters, or the office staff that are helping execute any of the various processes that we have. So they are also included in the health and wellness part of these goals. Second one is to strengthen the operational readiness of the department. This includes everything from special operations to the traditional firefighting services. We're also developing and implementing a comprehensive communication and education strategy, which focuses on various groups of the youth in the community, focusing on fire safety and risk reduction. We're also focusing on creating a positive culture of safety, trust, and professionalism within the department. That is, again, from top to bottom throughout the organization. We're focusing on ensuring we have reliable assets throughout the department, whether it's the apparatus, the facilities, the equipment, so that it is in a ready state to respond to any type of emergency that we may face. We're going to implement technology to create efficiencies and promote innovation. And lastly, we're going to transform the training facility into a top-tier campus for foundational and advanced firefighting training, special operations, and leadership. This is what the goals, objectives, and tasks look like. If you focus on the alignment there, this goal to improve the health and wellness aligns with the city goal to deliver exceptional services. Without a healthy, mentally, physically, spiritually ready workforce, we will not be able to deliver high-quality services and amenities to the residents and visitors of the city. And then each goal has several objectives, which also have several tasks aligned with that objective throughout. And that's all I have for you today. I'll stand by for any questions or comments.
Thank you, Councilmember Steinke.
Thank you, Mayor. Chief, great work putting together a strategic plan like that. Takes a lot of time and thought, so great job, and thank you for presenting this to us today. Since money is on everyone's mind, always, but especially right now, when I look at the goals, I guess a simple question is that with the budget forecasting that you've provided to the city manager and in the things that you will need in the coming years, especially your goal number 5 and number 6 as it relates to upgrading the department's physical assets and equipment and implementing technology, would the accomplishment of those 2 goals have already been considered in the budget forecasting that you've brought forward, or could there potentially be additional asks in the accomplishment of those 2 goals?
I don't think I can rule out any additional asks, especially since we're a developing city. However, we did take into account what we thought some of the goals would be. For example, for the maintain and upgrade fire department physical assets, we have a replacement methodology for fire apparatus. And if we continue to invest in that through the budget process, that could help accomplish some of those components of that goal. For the technology, we have some technologies. As they become outdated, we may be able to consolidate those to eliminate some in advancement of some other technologies, which could be a cost-neutral item. But as we know, the world is evolving in the world of technology every day, so there may be some new additions that we would have to do. But certainly we would look to efficiencies first before just adding more things.
Okay. Yeah, I would just ask for sensitivity toward that. I think the accomplishment of those 7 goals would be a tremendous accomplishment for the city and our citizens. But I would just always keep mindful, especially in those two goals, that we're dealing with financial issues that may be a little prohibitive.
Yeah, and maybe another example would be, in the previous budget submission, we requested additional fire stations for the future growth in the north end of the city. And when we look at those and design those, we're going to ensure that they're reliable, they're safe, they have the proper exercise facility in there. We already do some of that. It's just solidifying some of it and enhancing some of it where we will. So it's already forecasted in some of what we've asked for. It's just solidifying some of those processes.
Okay, great, thank you.
Councilmember Donnell?
Yeah, Chief, I just got a kick when you said the majority of the time was spent with the mission statement. Been there, done it multiple times, so well done. And I just want to say to the council and to the audience out there in particular, the fact that you aligned the department goals with the city goals, it shows that we're all pointing in the same direction. So that's a testament to the work that we're doing with the city manager. So well done, thank you, that's all.
Yeah, and just to follow up what Councilmember Steinke said, I know, one of the goals looking forward, that you've stated over the next 6 years, possibly having a need to open 3 additional fire stations in that 6-year period of time. So that's pretty much a design 1 year, open up the next, design, open up. And that comes with a cost. So when we are having our discussions moving forward, anytime we're looking at future budgets, this is just one area that we have to make sure that we're aware of. We can develop the mission statements and have the strategic plan, but also we have to put the dollars there in order to give you the opportunity to succeed. And that's our job. So I just wanted to mention that just with the fire department alone, we know there's possibly going to be a need for three additional fire stations in the next 6 years due to growth that we somehow are going to have to find a way to be able to fund those projects. So, great presentation. I don't see any other lights on. So thank you for at least not only enlightening council, but the community exactly what your goals are moving forward. And I think you guys did an excellent job in articulating that in this presentation.
Thank you, sir.
All right, why don't we take about a 10-minute break here real quick, come back in about 10 minutes, and then we'll go ahead and move on to the next topic.
Have this on the screen, because I noticed that it says we're still in recess. The city attorney, do we have to make sure that everything is?
How's that? Your wish has come true.
All right, thank you, that's all. Sorry, Chief.
I don't know if I ought to put that guy up there. But go ahead, Chief.
Again, Mike Russell, Fire Chief, good morning. I also have Dale Delicats with me, the Fire Marshal, and we do have a presentation. Betty, do I have to change it? Okay. Yeah.
While we're waiting for that, oh, there you go. Got it?
Mr. City Manager, did you have anything you wanted to add?
No, what I was gonna do, was just kind of lead into, how we got to here, how we got to this point of presentation and reviewing the solutions. So over the last couple years, we've had several commercial buildings, strip malls, flex space units that were going through permitting. And what we see is when the developer is delivering a unit to market, they're looking to bring that unit to the market for the lowest cost possible so that the rent could be cheaper and that the unit could be competitive and generate a positive return on investment. However, when our reviewers are reviewing these plans and they see them with a 1-hour firewall, they already know the very next thing that's going to happen is those units are going to get rented. Those end users are going to come in for a tenant build out or a tenant improvement, and most of them require a 2-hour firewall. And so immediately we have a conflict point between the end user who's trying to deliver goods and services to our community. They've got a lease that they can't move into because their end use is non-compliant with the fire code. And so now they're spending money to try and improve a building that they don't own, and it's coming out of what they're trying to do, which is deliver goods and services. And so we saw this many times over the last 2 years and really started to look at the cause is we have developers who are trying to deliver the cheapest, but it is not necessarily the most flexible for all uses in the community. And that is kind of the genesis of why we amended some of our grant programs to cover Florida Fire Code, because if this moves forward, we will be able to pair these up with grants in order to offset it. And then it will, in the long term, allow all of our units to be more useful. It will allow our businesses who are end users to enter into the units quicker. And as a result, it also reduces the amount of plan review time we have to reviewing the same building twice at 2 different times. And inspections. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, today we're going to discuss, as the city manager said, this issue that we're encountering routinely. First, we're going to go over some definitions so that you have a good understanding of what we're talking about, and then we have some options in here as well. And ultimately, at the end, I think I'm looking for some consensus from council on a path to move forward or to stay the course and address these on the case-by-case basis, but we'll give you a cost benefit of both of those options. So the first one is, what is a firewall? So a firewall is a wall or partition designed to inhibit or prevent the spread of fire. So these are specific types of drywall used in the protection of life and property, separating 2 different spaces together, okay? And the fire code determines what types of buildings require a firewall and what time of a firewall. So it's usually broke down into 1 hour, 2 hour, 3 hour, et cetera. So the fire code dictates that not only based on the type of occupancy, whether it's assembly, a business, educational, storage, for example, but the adjoining occupancy matters. So for example, if you had a daycare next to a paint store, that matters, right? Because there is a risk next to human lives, right? So that's what we're here to talk about today, is that separation of the firewall assembly. So the firewall separation is the total firewall assembly, if you will. So what that means is these also have specific screws that they have to use. They have specific fire-resistive caulking that goes over any penetration throughout the wall. They have specific doors, they have specific windows, et cetera. So that is the assembly as a whole, the firewall separation. And then why consider requiring the 2-hour firewall? It avoids problems that we frequently encounter with commercial occupancy space changes. So for example, if a strip mall is built to the same assembly, so it's a business, or the occupancy is all a business, once different type of occupancies occupy those spaces, we now have to take into account what firewall rating those different units have to have. This is an example of the chart that we utilize to guide us in what type of firewall or what rating of firewall is used. As you can see, there are a lot of 2-hour requirements here. And when we put the information together, 94% of these examples require a 2-hour or greater firewall. Some of the greater requirements of 3, et cetera, are more specialized units that are very infrequently required in our experiences. So that's why we focused on a 2-hour requirement. And only about 6% of what we are talking about requires the 1-hour rating. And this is actually a 4-page document. This is just an example of the type of schematic that we look at when we talk about what type of firewall is needed. So a couple examples that I want to talk about was a commercial building is built with multiple separate spaces for lease. The building will be built to the fire code minimum, containing 1-hour firewalls throughout each of those individual occupancies. As a tenant moves in, there will be different occupancy types, which will have different fire code requirements. For example, a clothing store next to a restaurant, next to a shipping center, next to a grocery store, next to the dry cleaner that's next to the pizza shop. So I imagine you can envision what I'm talking about when you look at that for the example. Some of these tenants will have to bring the lease space up to the proper fire code requirements, i.e. the 2-hour separation before opening. And this is where we're encountering the problem, is we're seeing work being done or attempted occupancy. And when we go to inspect those, or as the city manager said, the plans review, they're not in compliance. So we're asking them to stop what they're doing, remove everything that they've done, and then properly build to code. So that takes time, that takes money, and obviously provides angst to the business community when we're having to hold them accountable to these. It also requires construction permits and inspections. So a real example that we recently encountered is 1409 Cetus Terrace. This is an auto interior manufacturer, so per the fire code, that's an industrial occupancy next to a security business. They moved in prior to the BTR fire inspection, and the wall was built with only a 1-hour separation, I imagine, in the initial construction of this building. We had to cease what they were doing and require a 2-hour firewall based upon the business to mercantile requirement in that example that I just showed you with the chart. So in our opinion, we have 3 options. One is to require 2-hour firewalls, and later I'll walk you through how we can affect that change. Or if there are stronger requirements, we would obviously follow the stronger requirements, but we believe the majority of what we're talking about can be accomplished in 2 hours. The next would be mandate fire sprinklers in all commercial buildings. This would be the gold standard of fire protection in the country. This comes with additional costs, additional construction costs, additional monitoring. They have to annually be inspected, so it does drive the cost up. So that's why we focused on the 2-hour firewall, because we believe it is a reasonable request. The next would be to do nothing. We can continue to refine processes as best we can and continue to educate and continue to address these on a case-by-case basis. But I would also stress that this is a routine occurrence for us that we do see these. Some key factors to consider would be cost, safety, the flexibility that the city manager mentioned for the future of what's going to actually occupy those spaces, any construction impact, and the efficient use of everyone's time from the community to staff. So some pros and cons that we have for this. A pros of the 2-hour firewall requirement would be the increased fire safety throughout due to the compartmentalization of those individual spaces. So as we do the 2-hour firewalls, we're making those individual spaces safer and easier to occupy. It provides flexibility to lease for a variety of clients for the foreseeable future. Reduces future construction permits, improves the sound quality reduction. There's a gym that I go to, and there's a UPS store right next to it, and if you're in the UPS store, it sounds like you're in a concert. So this would obviously reduce some of that sound that's in there. We would reduce the customer complaints. We would reduce the time it takes for a new tenant to occupy the space. Now, if you go back to my example where we're asking people to stop what they're doing, remove everything they've done, and then go back and start over, that obviously takes time, money, emotion, etc. Provides long-term flexibility and regulatory advantages, and it balances cost now for future flexibility. There are cons to requiring this. It does increase the initial cost of construction. It could decrease the future permit revenue because as those occupancies change owners or change tenants, in our opinion, they would become compliant with the fire code, so there would be less permit revenue that they might have to do in the future, and increased construction time. This is just a cost comparison that we put together from a local major hardware store. I imagine if you're buying in bulk, you're getting a better deal than this. And this is talking about a 100-foot wall throughout a space. So we've got the 1 hour versus the 2 hour, and essentially it does double the cost of a drywall, but that's only on those specific walls that would require the separation. And again, if you're buying in bulk, I imagine you're getting a better deal than what we were able to look at just on the internet at a local hardware store. All right, how do we make changes? We've consulted the legal department on the proper way to approach this. The first option would be that we would submit this as a recommendation to the State Fire Marshal's office. There is a specific period that we would have to submit it in. We are in that period now through, I believe, August. We would offer this as a recommendation to be included in the state's fire code, which would be applicable to everyone in the state of Florida. If it's rejected, the city could then offer its own ordinance that we would adopt when we adopt the triannual fire code in the city. And if it's approved, it would obviously be in the state's fire code. Second option, we would have to come up with a fire service facilities operations plan, which we believe we don't necessarily believe this is the best route. Or we can have a provision that required a proration or reduction or rebate, as the city manager had mentioned, or waivers to the impact fees, et cetera, to facilitate this more stringent fire safety standard. The third option under this would be a growth management plan that requires buildings and structures to be equipped with more stringent fire safety requirements by local amendment. And then the third option is specific statutory procedures and appeals. In here is local authority determines there is a need based on some specific language where the building is historic or geographic or an unusual condition. I don't necessarily know if we meet that, but we also would have to provide a procedure by which the validity of this amendment may be challenged. So those are the three options in summary of how we could affect this change. And then we'll stand by for discussion.
And if we want to make that change, recommendation would be for regarding those three options to move forward.
I think the city manager had mentioned number 2, offering some type of business rebate. I don't want to speak for his plan there, but that is an option, as well as the option 1 where we apply to the state fire code. And then if not successful, we would just adopt a specific language when we adopt the triannual fire code. There is no rebate or plan under that system, where the city manager, I think if he wants to expand on it, could discuss his option a little better.
Yeah, so the option that I think that allows us to most quickly implement this, again, every plan that comes through that has a 1-hour firewall, we know, our reviewers and our inspectors already know as soon as the first tenant moves into there, it's coming back into review. And then we need to basically review the same building to the 2-hour fire code, which we could have done in the beginning. If they've already done any type of tenant build out, all that's got to get ripped out so that the 2-hour wall can go in. So the one that implemented the quickest is 2. We've already amended some of our grant programs to include Florida Fire Code as a eligible reimbursement. So through our grant programs, we can help with this additional expense. But there's no reason to recreate the past. We still have half of our city north of Pond Island Road that needs commercial development. Let's not repeat the past. If you look at that chart, 96, was it 94 or 96? 94% of all the uses that come through our door are going to require a 2-hour fire code. So why are we allowing building for the 6%? And that's really the point of this entire situation. And it is translating into, we've heard stories, economic development, and some of you all, and even last year, the council that was here the last council, were coming to us with issues where people are trying to get open and they can't because they need a 2-hour firewall. It wasn't in their budget. It wasn't in their plan. They're not making any revenue. The lease is signed. They're paying the lease, the rent. And before they even start, they're in the hole way more than they ever even imagined. And so that's the issues that we're trying to prevent here. Let's build it right. Let's change the future. And let's be business friendly. Thank you.
And real quickly before I open up discussion, this is mainly for new construction projects. And the reason that I ask that is what happens if an individual is renting space that has a 1-hour rated wall, but per the state guidelines, they only need that 1-hour rated wall. As far as their remodel permit, are you going to make them do the 2-hour rated wall? under, you know, say a clothing store moves out and somebody's going to move in selling purses, and it only needs 1 hour rated wall. Are we going to make that tenant under an existing space do 2 hour rated walls and do that modification? Or are we only talking about new construction projects coming through the door?
We were looking at new construction, and I don't think it was stated here, this is commercial only, nothing to do with residential, yeah, so
But it's only new construction?
that's what we were looking at, yes.
Okay. All right. With that, you know, I will open up the floor. Just real quickly, 2 hour rated walls, I assure you, is easy to be able to meet that standard when you're doing a new construction project. It's usually an additional layer of drywall, 5/8 drywall. So you have usually 2 layers of 5/8 drywall will meet that 2 hour standard. So it's not like it's a huge expense. You know, this isn't something that's gonna, you know, cost the builder, you know, I would say an average tenant space in Cape Coral's maybe 60 to 100 foot in depth at most. And then as far as the height, probably I would say the maximum is maybe 16 feet. Now, a 2 hour rated wall has to go from the concrete all the way to the roof trusses. So it has to go all the way up. As they had mentioned, if you're sealing penetrations, it has to be a fire retardant caulk. So there's a little bit of an extra expense. But this isn't a huge expense when the new construction is taking place. As they had mentioned, what happens sometimes is people go in, they start the construction, and then all of a sudden, towards the end of the project, when the fire marshal comes through to do their inspection, oh, that needs to be a 2 hour rated wall. They already have things added to the wall. I know there was one scenario here in the city where I believe a hood unit was already put up for some type of restaurant, and then it was discovered that, hey, you need a 2 hour rated wall. That's when it gets expensive. So I think this is being proactive. I think it'll actually save a lot of people money in the long run. And it's not a big burden of an expense on a developer that's building out a shopping strip with maybe 5 units in it. So I think it's a great idea. Councilmember Lester.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for clarifying. I was going to ask that question of you, given that you do construction. I guess for me, I want to know, like, does Florida Building Code require us to just have the 1 hour? Is that why we have an option in our city?
I'll let the fire, do you have fire marshal?
Yeah, he's here.
Yeah, it's the Florida Fire Code. As long as they meet the minimum of the Florida Fire Code, which is the 1 hour, that's really the situation we're at, right?
So the Florida Building Code, hi.
Hi.
Dale Delicast, Fire Marshal. The Florida Building Code may dictate a less stringent firewall. However, the most stringent shall apply. So in the state of Florida, the fire code is going to be the most stringent in some of those cases, and it has to apply.
So then why were we allowing the 1 hour because I want to avoid exactly what the mayor just said, right? How many phone calls, I know I get them weekly, it's either utility easement or I'm all the way through this construction and now I have to change my firewall. So I want to avoid that from the beginning so that it doesn't cost, you know, our individuals who are here building and putting in these spaces. I want to avoid that. Will this take care of that so that we
Yes.
don't go, oh, oops, sorry, you know, needed a two hour, not just the 1 hour. You know what I mean?
Yes, that would take care of that problem.
Okay.
And why this is happening is when a building comes in, say it has 10 units or flex spaces in it, if they categorize it as, for example, a storage,
Okay.
or a retail center, or whatever, as long as each one of those units is identified as the same use, a 1 hour wall does apply.
Okay.
The problem that we run into is it's submitted to the city as, say, a storage space, so a 1 hour applies, but then a mercantile. A mercantile could be anything from a cell phone store to a Chinese food restaurant. They move in, and as soon as that business goes in, they have to alter 2 walls. Okay, so it's the use after the initial building. The initial building comes in, it may only need a 1 hour. but it's the further use of that and the different occupancy changes that take place after that.
So we're not stopping projects that are already being built? Like the
No.
mayor said about like you talked about a hood, or somebody talked about the vent hood that was attached to a wall. So that's because a new tenant moved in that had a different use than
That is
than the
correct.
prior tenant? Is that correct?
That is correct, and to the opposing tenant. So the tenants on each side of each other matter. Who's next to who? So if a business office is next to a business office, the fire code considers them like,
Okay,
clearly, and a 1-hour wall applies. If a mercantile moves next to a business, now we need a 2-hour firewall.
and when are we educating that mercantile? At what point in the process are we saying, like, how do we avoid, somebody new coming in, putting a wall, attaching a vent hood, and then saying, sorry, you're not like the business next door, so you need a 2-hour? At what point are we educating them on that? After it's done, or?
Unfortunately, in many cases, that is the way it
Yes, yeah,
happens
I don't-
because we're not made aware of it. Now, we do offer, the fire department offers complimentary inspections, so if you wanted to lease a space, you could call us and we'd go out there and look at it and say, listen, you're gonna need to fortify this wall, or you're gonna be in good shape when you go ahead and do your build out. So we
Okay.
do offer that,
Okay.
but we need to be made aware of it.
Right, and most people don't know to do that. So, okay, so then, again, just to clarify for the 50th time, if we do this 2-hour across the board, it will eliminate that in the future?
It'll eliminate all future new construction buildings that come in that apply to that, yes. They would have their 2-hour wall, and we would not have that, that heartache anymore after the
Okay.
fact when a new tenant wants to move in.
Okay, great. Last question, in terms of cost, Chief, when you put up that slide about, it goes from $500 to $1,000, that's per square foot, cost per square foot?
This was an estimate that we
Okay.
drew up based upon like a 100-foot wall.
Okay.
Like the mayor said, there was 100 by 60 is kind of
Yeah,
standard.
I was listening when he said that. I just wanted to clarify, because he says that it's not a huge cost increase, and I just want to double check on that. So you're saying this is based on a 100-foot wall?
Yeah, that's how we.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that would be average according to the mayor? Yes,
I don't
Mayor?
want to speak for him, but yeah.
When you said, sorry,
Go ahead, I'm
sorry to interrupt down there.
Oh, I'm sorry. He was asking me a question too, but go ahead.
No, whatever. No, I'm kidding. So 100, you said that, I'm looking at this cost, and you said, Mayor, that it's not going to be a huge increase for them to go from a 1-hour to a 2-hour. But this shows like a 100% increase to go from a 1-hour to 2-hour. But you said they usually need about a 100-foot wall, is that correct?
No, I mean,
Oh.
I think they based their numbers on a 100-foot wall. What they didn't tell you is the height of the wall. because,
Got you.
Say
Say that again?
But I can tell you, a sheet of drywall installed, 5/8 drywall installed, about $75 a sheet.
Okay,
So it really depends on how long the wall is and how tall the wall is.
gotcha.
Because remember, I told you it had to go from the concrete
Right.
all the way to the underneath
To
of
the top.
to the roof.
Okay.
All the way up. So, they're saying $2, average sheet, 4x12, you got 48. So, they're a little higher, they're up, 48 times, 450 well, that's 2 sheets.
That's the city's
So-
price.
So that's probably, a going rate.
Close?
Yep,
Okay.
yep.
All right, I don't, if it's gonna avoid problems later, then I say absolutely, let's be proactive. I agree with that statement. Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor, may I just clarify one thing from your line of questions? So when you were talking about a tenant moving out and a new one coming in, I want you to also know, this could be for the very first tenant as well. So the building could just have gotten a CU, just went through permitting and inspection and got the ability, and the very first tenant in could be forced to come right back and do a 2-hour drywall. So it's not even changing of tenants, it literally could be the first tenants ever in that building.
Right.
Yeah, see, I don't like that. We gotta, hit it in the beginning, because then they come back and they're very upset, and I understand why. Thank you.
And I think it's important to mention, and the city attorney can correct me if I'm wrong, even though the Florida statute said that's a minimum requirement, we can have something that's just like any other law. We can't make any state statute, we can't reduce what that statute is, but we can increase it. And that's exactly what we're doing here today. So I just wanted to point that out as well. Councilmember Donnell.
Yeah, all the questions you all have hit for me, just a new piece. Did you go to the slide where you talked about the pros and the cons? On the other piece, because one of the things that we talked about, so that solved the issue about the money grab from the city for the permits. So all the data clearly shows that this is something that's going to be helpful, but you know there's going to be equal size to it. The new piece is that even if a business does not need a 1 hour and they're stuck with a 2 hour, well then again, it's better for the business because it's a safer building with a 2 hour, whatever it is, because I don't know anything about construction. So this is just a no-brainer. The data is just very clear. I just want to let you know there's going to be an argument on the other side about the money, but it's just a win-win as we look downstream. So thank you very much. That's all.
Thanks, sir.
Councilmember Steinke?
Thank you. Yeah, the cost slide that was up there, I find a little bit confusing. But regardless of what the number is, if it's happening 94% of the time, whatever the cost is, somebody's bearing it. And so if the developer builds the building and that increased cost is there, that's going to be passed on to the tenant to meet their business pro forma. If they don't build it with a 2 hour, then that tenant that moves in has got to bear the cost directly rather than indirectly from the developer. So it's going to be borne one way or the other. And since it's happening 94% of the time, one of the things, that 6% of the time that it doesn't happen, well, that's not to say that when they move out, the next person that moves in doesn't require it. And probably through the course of turnover of those spaces, it's probably happened 100% of the time that somebody's going to eventually be in that space. And that's what a developer builds it for, is for long-term tenancy, whether it's with one tenant or 10 tenants over time. Their pro forma is only met if it remains occupied. And so I don't see any reason why we would not do this so that it's right from the get-go, and it takes less time for the tenant to get in business, make their living while providing the service and products to the community that they rented the space for in the first place. So I'd be in total favor of using the option that says we just make that a local ordinance, and that's where we go.
Thank you, and I just want to clarify one thing. A typical partition wall, the 1 hour rated wall, it's 5/8 of drywall on each side. So you have usually a metal stud. You have 5/8 of drywall that's applied to one side, 5/8 drywall is applied to the other side. A 2 hour rated wall has 2 layers of 5/8 on one side and 2 layers of 5/8 on the other. That's type X drywall. That's a normal 2 hour rated wall. If you did the 223 square foot, you got 48 square feet in a 4x12 sheet of drywall, so that's $107. I think it's a little on the high side, but it's $107 a sheet. So you just got to figure out what the square footage. Now what they did was they doubled it because you need 2 layers, so it takes it up to about 214. So again, that's a little on the higher side. But even if you use those numbers, you just figure out length and width of the wall. That'll tell you how much it costs, which is a minimal when you're looking at the whole scheme of things. Councilmember Kilrain.
Yeah, and just to pick up on that, it's the retrofit that costs the money in excess of what the initial would be. So it's not only doubling, but it's that retrofit piece. And Mayor, I'd like to compliment you on your building expertise. I won't get into my background on building urethane walls and the rating on that because I was going to start from that point, but you stole the thunder on that one, so I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, I was going to put the load factors in and all those equations to kind of make you feel at home, but I figured I'd leave that out. Councilmember Lehman?
Yeah. If we set up this ordinance here in town, that all new construction has to be, I'm saying commercial, has to be the 2 hour rated firewall, then we wouldn't be running into any gray areas in terms of different company, different concerns moving into that, it's already there. Wouldn't that make more sense? If the expense is from the get-go, it's there, it's done. Not, oh gee, one company moves out, another company moves in, and while the second company needs to have a 2-hour firewall, now we're into gray areas. Do it from the get-go. Doesn't that make the most sense? Now, other question, in buildings that are already in existence, would a sprinkler system basically help a situation to take it from a 1-hour to a 2-hour type of thing? A fire suppression system. I'm thinking in terms of buildings that are already built. You get a change of tenant in a building that's already been there for quite a few years, that probably most likely has the 1-hour firewall. Now they need to go to the 2-hour, but oh gee, they have fire sprinklers. Is there anything that can be done in that kind of a situation, or is that like a no-go?
I think that's another option. That would change the price, I think, more significantly than the 2-hour firewall discussion.
Okay.
And if you're just putting a sprinkler system in one of those occupancies, I imagine there's going to be some other unintended consequences of that versus mandating it in the building up front, the initial construction. But again, that comes with additional cost, but sprinkler systems are the gold standard in fire protection.
Yeah, but all right.
Chief,
What
I
do we do
think
about buildings that are already in existence?
I think the
How do we
question is
handle
if somebody
that?
wants to convert a commercial building with a firewall, a fire sprinkler, does that negate a 2-hour requirement?
Not always, but in some cases, yes. It just depends on what the occupancy is going to be in there and
So
what is
it would-
adjoining as well.
It'd be a cost benefit they have to look at to see what's better.
But what would happen with the buildings that are already in existence? If we go to an ordinance, and I'm not saying we shouldn't, if we go to an ordinance where it's a 2-hour firewall on new commercial construction, no matter how you look at it, what do we do about the buildings that are already in existence? Are they grandfathered? I mean, I'm sorry, I don't
They were
see
built-
it
they would-
making
they
sense
would've
to
been-
grandfather them in.
They would have been built under a previous code. It's just like administering different sections of the code.
So then they would essentially be, so to speak, grandfathered in.
No, we would address it the same way that we're currently addressing it. When they come in for their permit for occupancy that's under the 94% of uses, we would tell them that it needs to be 2.
Okay, then they would have to go to an upgrade, correct?
It would depend ultimately on what it is that's gonna move into that specific commercial portion, right? That as determined by the fire prevention code, whether or not it requires a 1-hour or 2-hour. So it really depends on what the ultimate use is gonna be that will drive the determination of the fire department in identifying a 1-hour or 2-hour wall. So that's a moving target as they come in and occupy the premises.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Long?
Yeah, I had my button pressed for something that I think was already addressed, so just real quickly, I support it as it's proposed. I know, for example, fire sprinklers are the gold standard, but you'd think that it was made of gold, the prices they charge. So I wouldn't be on board with that, but as it exists, it makes sense. We're basically just hedging against the likelihood of, the 90th percentile of it happening anyways. So it's really, we get hung up on cost, but really the cost is being paid anyways. It's just whether we want to have them pay it the day before their grand opening during BTR final, or whether we want to get ahead of it. And then I guess, actually, the cost itself, putting it on the new builders, they could actually use all that money we just saved them on the mobility fees. So I think I'm not necessarily hung up on that. But as far as Lastra, to Councilwoman Lehman's point, you're still going to get those calls because we still have stock that this only applies prospectively to new construction. So we're going to continue to get the calls from people that are coming in, and finding this out. So maybe some sort of informational campaign like she had indicated, but other than that, I support it.
So it sounds like that the recommendation of staff is the second option. So I guess we'll just see Councilmember Steinke.
Yeah, thanks. I just had a quick question. As it relates, I know most tenants, when they're working with the developer or the representative of the developer to occupy a space, oftentimes as a part of their negotiation, they'll ask for monies toward the refitting of the unit for their purposes and whatnot. Are the potential tenants of those developers receiving some type of information from us ahead of time so that when they're in those negotiations with the person, they know that part of that retrofit is going to involve the installation of a 2-hour firewall, because that's what their business that they are proposing is going to require?
It depends on if they come to us first. So what we have found over the last couple years is that most of these discussions between the broker who's helping or the realtor helping them get the space and the owner and the tenant are happening and leases are being signed before we're involved. We do have free inspections for those who are going into older buildings. The fire department will go out and say, before you lease this, these are the things you need to know about this unit compared to that unit. And so they can be more informed. If they come in and they pull a permit for a tenant improvement, we have a business process in place now where development services will communicate to economic development. And then we try to get in there and say, hey, we're your ombudsman. Here's some, what are you doing? If there's grants available. We have improved our operations internally, but it really depends on what is happening external to us before they start.
And so would our economic development department have something in their communications that we put out to businesses looking to bring them to our area that would be looking for space that's already created, or to those developers coming to build buildings that make it very clear that this is an issue that should be addressed before they sign on the dotted line, so to speak?
Yes, we've been trying to get the word out, and unfortunately we struggle with those who come in late, and they're upset with the city because they have to get an architect or someone to design the 2-hour firewall. They've got to go through the permitting process. I mean, we found situations where people have gone up to 6 months, struggling with getting contractors to take stuff down so they can put the wall up. I mean, it is very painful. So we have been doing as much as possible trying to get the word out on this. I think this is even what started those inspections, that we would go out and try to help people, because it's just, as you see, 94% of the time, this is what's going to happen. And so unless a new tenant is moving into an older unit that the person before them or a business before them has already put in the 2-hour firewall, in theory, there's going to be a theoretical maximum. At some point, all of those eventually will pass through the hands of a 2-hour firewall, and then at that point, in theory, the whole city would be at a 2-hour firewall. But until then, we're still going to encounter these.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I think what happens more time than not, me as a developer, I build a shopping strip that has, say it has 4 or 5 spaces. And by the building code, I'm only responsible for putting up 1-hour rated walls. And then I run it to all 4 of these individuals down here. Well, depending upon what their type of business is, they may need a 2-hour rated wall. But what happens is they've already negotiated the lease with the property owner. Okay, I'm gonna lease it to you for so much a square foot, and it's your responsibility to do the tenant build-out space. That's all done, and then they walk through the door at City Hall, and then, I need a 2-hour rated wall. And then it's on them. And I think what we're doing is, if we just do the partitions now, 2-hour rated walls, 94% of the time it's needed anyway. We're getting the cart before the horse, making sure that it's done ahead of time. So we're just going down the line. I think option 2 was their recommendation, and we'll just make sure that everyone's okay with moving this ordinance forward, utilizing option 2 as the platform on how to achieve what our goal is. Councilmember Kadoop?
I'm good with it.
I'm good with it with an asterisk, and that is that there's no reason why we couldn't do number 2, but also press for state legislation from a competitiveness standpoint, where you might be looking at someone that would come here versus go somewhere else. If this is happening everywhere else as well, because of businesses going in and finding themselves in the same situation in surrounding cities throughout the state, we can certainly handle it immediately, locally with option number 2. But you know, maybe we can be the emphasis toward statewide change by looking at changing Florida code. So, but for now, immediately, I am on board with number 2.
Yeah, I'm good with 2. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm good. Councilmember Long?
I'm good.
Okay, get the direction. All right. Thank you. My understanding, Mr. City Manager, there's a, you got a scheduling matter and you wanted to move one of these items forward, is that correct?
Yes, sir. I was unaware that our Deputy Development Services Director had to present today to the lead building industry at 1. And so I'd like to move item 7 up to basically reorder it, making that next so that he has an opportunity to present and participate in this discussion, and then also attend the meeting he had scheduled at Lee BIA.
Okay, and I think after this particular item, if everyone agrees, then maybe be pretty close to lunchtime, and we'll take a short break for lunch and then reconvene after lunch. Go ahead, turn it over to our Deputy Development Director.
All right. Good morning, Mayor and Council. Matthew Grembo, Deputy Development Services Director. At last week's regular meeting, the topic of the Public Utility Easements and Land Development Code, Section 5.1.6, was requested to be brought forward for discussion at today's workshop. So I prepared some backup material that you can see up on the screen. I'll be briefly discussing the history of Section 5.1.6, some of the issues that the construction community and city staff are currently facing with the current version of the Land Development Code, as well as some precedent in similar matters that we've had in recent memory. So up on the screen, you can see the second version of Land Development Code, Section 5.1.6, related to the protection of easements. This section was in the 2019 Land Development Code, the original version of our current code. In 2020, through Ordinance 4620, this is the language that was in Section 5.1.6. At issue today is paragraph B related to the R1 zoning district. You can see under paragraph 2, stairs, hardscape features, landscape features, elevated walkways, decks, and access ramps were permitted actually in paragraph 1, were permitted to encroach up to 18 inches into the side yard public utility easements. So it was narrowly tailored to just those types of improvements: stairs, hardscape features, landscape features, elevated walkways, decks, and access ramps. Going back a couple months, the same ordinance that approved the modifications to the fill limitations portion of the Land Development Code, an administrative deviation process was added into 5.1.6. Under paragraph 6, you can see the text up on the screen. This allowed applicants to request administrative deviations from the overall requirements of the section to allow for additional encroachments into the PUE. However, very specifically, it prohibited the encroachment from containing any mechanical, electric, or plumbing equipment and the associated equipment pads. Prior to this LDC amendment, city staff were considering encroachments that had some sort of paving or hardscape feature, whether it be stairs or equipment pads or hardscape features, to be considered either a stairway or a hardscape feature, enabling the encroachment of what were actually pads but were being considered hardscape features or stairways to go up to the 18 inches of encroachment into the PUE, as long as a hold harmless agreement was approved and recorded for the given project.
So Matt, just the key in on the difference here, in the previous code to this one, were MEPs allowed in the UEP, in the PUE?
They were not expressly allowed. It would be considered under the general requirement of 5.1.6 that the 6-foot easement around the perimeter of the site should be preserved and nothing should go in other than the exemptions in paragraph 1 and paragraph 2. Paragraph 1 for the side yard. So there was some improvement that could be happening in the PUE, but it was limited just to the stairs, hardscape features, landscape features, and elevated walkways, and the additional items up there. What we were seeing is that on the plans, on the site plan and on the final drainage survey, it would detail where the pad would be, but it would be labeled, stairway or hardscape feature. So they were being approved with a hold harmless agreement because the actual information on what would be on that stairway, what would be on that hardscape feature, and that it was truly an equipment pad was not always clearly indicated on the site plan or on the final drainage survey documentation.
Do you have an example of that?
I do. So up on the screen here, you can see this is an approved site plan for one of the current projects that is stuck and not able to pass the final drainage survey review. This document is submitted with the initial permit application, so prior to construction, and it details the layout of the site as well as indicates where any types of pads or improvements in beyond the 7.5 foot side yard setback would be. So on the site plan on the screen, if you look to the bottom right corner where I'm circling with my cursor, you can see right here there is a pad indicated on the site plan. However, it does not encroach into the PUE. You can see this line here, the fine black line indicates where the border of the easement is. So 18 inches from the side of the home, and then the 6 foot public utility easement goes up to the property line. So this was reviewed by staff prior to approving the permit application. However, the second touch point that staff have is actually with the final drainage survey review. This is one of the final inspections required to be approved prior to issuing a certificate of occupancy. And so this is the exact same project, and you can see here is where on the site plan the pad was indicated. And you can see 1, 2, 3, 4 different features that are all encroaching into the public utility easement. And this was prepared by a third-party surveyor and submitted to the city for review and approval. And that is what is holding up this particular project from receiving a certificate of occupancy, because they have encroachments with equipment pads rather than hardscape features or stairways that need to be cut back out of the public utility easement in order to be approved and for that inspection to pass, leading to the certificate of occupancy.
So Matt, just a couple of clarifications. Prior to the change, were those equipment pads allowed in the PUE?
If they were indicated clearly on the site plan as equipment pads and had the HVAC equipment or pool equipment, they were not to be approved under the land development code. However, they were often indicated on the site plan and even the final drainage survey as stairs or hardscape features, which would be permitted under paragraph 1 of the land development code. And so you had some that were approved because the level of detail on the site plan or the final drainage survey didn't indicate that there would be MEP equipment on those pads. However, under the current land development code and the clear expressed prohibition of any mechanical, electrical, and plumbing equipment under the administrative deviation process, the language has been clarified to ensure that no MEP equipment may be permitted in the public utility easement, the 6 foot side yard public utility easement.
Okay, so those ones that were approved because they did not have full clarity on what they did, those are technically non-compliant?
Correct.
Okay.
And since...
And the builder is responsible for, if that gets picked up in a sale with a future transaction, I mean, somebody's going to be responsible to remove them from the PUE.
Correct. And staff also, during the site plan reviews for permit applications that have been submitted since about April of this year, require clear indication of where any type of mechanical, electrical, and plumbing equipment is located during the site plan review prior to permit issuance. So this site plan, for example, which was submitted about 2.5 years ago, would not pass the site plan review today because it does not clearly indicate where any HVAC equipment will be located, and because it indicates that there's a proposed pool area, we would also request for the location of the pool equipment to ensure that it does not encroach into the PUE.
So really, what we have, how many of these do we have right now, Matt?
So,
Not including the ones that may have not provided sufficient information and may be out there, because the liability just exists from what they submitted. But right now, things that are being held up, this is the list?
So at one point, about 2 months ago, we had over 15 cases that had, the applicants had reached out to our planning division to appeal our determination on the encroachment. Since that time, it's actually gone down about 9 cases. Many applicants have cut back the pads that were encroaching and made modifications to their project to be in compliance with 5.1.6. However, the cases on the screen, these 6 cases that had requested a review and had appealed staff determination are still not approved at this point. And you can see on the slide up on the screen, it shows the permit number, when the application was submitted initially for the home, and if there was an associated pool permit, when the pool permit was applied for. The city has also submitted a notice to the industry and is able to do final drainage survey reviews for pools. So in some cases, we're able to separate the encroachment issue from the primary structure, the single-family residence permit, and have that on the pool permit to be able to CO the primary structure to get people into their homes. However, the issue still remains related to the pool equipment connected to the pool permit.
Okay, and then one last thing. You also have the example of the house that was out of the setback and what happened with that case?
Sure. So this was back in 2023, early 2023. There was a case that actually had, it was a variance application for a front setback violation located in the southwestern portion of the city. They had appealed staff's denial of the variance request, and that came to city council and was denied in early 2023.
Okay, so summary wrap up. A variance for a setback issue, setback is for uniformity and for creating quality of life issues. You don't want to have, if you only have a 1 foot setback, let's say on a side yard, you're going to have houses built on houses, neighbors opening window talking to each other, or pool equipment or ACs. So in the city of Cape Coral, we have 7.5 foot side yard setbacks. That creates the nice 15-foot space that you see between houses. If in some PUDs and some developments, you all authorize smaller ones, which is why, like in a Sandoval, you have homes that are a lot closer to themselves, or like in a Stonewater. But for the masses, for the general, we have 7.5 foot. Within that 7.5 foot, we have the 6 foot PUE. The 6 foot PUE is for critical utility infrastructure. We're talking about water lines, sewer lines, stormwater lines, electrical services, well equipment. These are things that are critical to the service of that either individual structure or the utility at large in general. When you start allowing discretionary items or preferential items into an area preserved as an encumbrance on property, you're then taking a discretionary item or preferential item and saying it's on par with critical. And that's just not where we're at. And so preserving that PUE for those critical elements is first and foremost for me, public works, utilities, stormwater, and all of our other private utilities. So having said all that, here's where we're at with these, you said 6?
That have requested a review and an appeal through the planning division. There's, in conversation with the construction industry, the CCCI, LEBIA, we have reason to believe that there's probably more cases than that haven't been brought to our attention. A final drainage survey failure is a relatively common failure at the end of projects, but not all of those failures are due to PUE encroachment.
Okay, so there may be more. But we believe we have this issue fixed moving forward. So we have an issue now with 6 and maybe who knows how many else are out. We could look at, it could, in theory, be the total amount of open new construction permits. That would be the theoretical max. I don't know how many there are of those. But the issue is, this is not like setting water and sewer rates or employee salaries, where you can either be at market, below market, or above market. When it comes to Florida Building Code or it comes to Land Development Code, you're either compliant or non-compliant. And in this exact situation, these homes are non-compliant. So staff's march to now is to get all of these homes to compliant. My understanding is that you all are being asked, is there a way for us to recognize that they are non-compliant, but possibly find a solution that would defer compliance to a later date? I have spoken with the city attorney, and he has advised me, as well as an attorney who I spoke with before the CCCI last week, that said we could execute a hold harmless agreement acknowledging that they are non-compliant in the PUE based on information they submitted that wasn't fully disclosing the issue. And at a future point, when they come to pull a permit to either replace the pool equipment or the AC, it would have to be compliant at that time before they get a permit. So there is a path forward if you all would like us to do that. Otherwise, we are going to continue to move forward towards compliance now rather than deferred compliance. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Donnell.
Thank you, Mayor. That's a lot, all right? But then it's not a lot. Because for me, and I think all of us have met, the issue is how, moving forward, we're okay. Because the plan is solid. My understanding, as well as others, I think, is that we did meet with the various entities and discuss the new ordinance. The issue are the ones that are hanging, and the number I heard, the high number I heard was 54 and counting. So the question becomes is then, and my understanding, council, when I had my meeting was this, is those 54, they were being held up because there was something in the new ordinance that changed. But after further and further understanding, it's not that at all. What I have come to understand is that some of the ones that are being held up, like the ones you presented tonight, they were not meeting it in the site plan, and I'm not a, that's why I have you professionals. But in the site plan, it was, I'm not gonna say misrepresented, but they were not in compliance when they submitted it back in the old ordinance. So when I think grandfathering, which is what this council stands on, is for those things that, okay, we made a change and you were in compliance back here, but when we made a change, that made you out of compliance. That I understand we grandfather, but this is unique because if they were not in compliance to start with, because of the site plan review, because of misrepresentation, whatever, then for me, it's off the table because it is specifically either you're in or out. So I just want to let you all know where it got confusing, but I am crystal clear today. Any of those 54 is a high number. If they met everything at this point for the PUE, because I agree with you, as far as preserving that, because the hold harmless puts it on the resident. And who knows what that cost is. And that's safe. That's not a precedent I'm willing to set. So I just want you all to hear that I'm clear-minded for the people I met with. Again, we're grandfathered if they met all the requirements because the new one did not impact the ones that were in the system. Are y'all following me? Is that clear? I want to be very clear so it's not, because he spoke very eloquently, but kind of lost me there. But that's where I am on the issue, all right? That's all.
Councilmember Laster.
Thank you. Councilmember Donnell, we're not supposed to use the term grandfathering. It's whatever. It's not about that. I learned that yesterday from our city attorney. And I think where it applies to this is that the former term grandfathering or grandfathered in would mean that we would exempt folks from a new rule. And I don't think that's what the city manager has recommended to us. I think it's the hold harmless where later, like you said, could fall on the resident. You're correct. It would have to change any agreements that individuals are in. I'm glad, Mr. City Manager, that you started and asked the same questions that I was going to ask publicly, because I know we discussed them yesterday in our meeting. And, I think I've shared it, and Matt, I'm grateful. I don't know if it had anything to do with the angry contractor in my district, who was my first phone call right after I got elected, where, again, I went round and round with you about, well, why are we approving this on the front end if not all of the pieces are, why are we doing that plans approval? Because that's the problem on the back end. So there's obviously an issue in terms of our communication, our, how we change things and how we communicated that, and then you have these homes and these builders that are stuck in the middle. So that's a problem. I mean, that's a huge issue. With permitting, with building, whatever you want to call it, that's an issue. And so I think, not approving site plans unless everything's on there is step one. And then we go back to what are we going to do with these builders who are caught and residents who are caught in the middle. And so it's my understanding that we will do the hold harmless, but my question, I guess, then goes into what if you have a builder, like who we met with yesterday, who is already, in contract. Like, explain that publicly, Mr. City Manager, because if they're already in contract and they're gonna have to go back and redo the contract, there is a chance that that builder could back out. That resident could back out of the builder contract, and then this falls on the builder. So how will that affect?
So first of all, it's an option. I need to get consensus from council.
I know that. I'm just trying to
It's an option that we can advance.
explore it.
I've explored, that, I think it was a great situation. It came up, when we were, like I said, at the CCCIA, and I, wanted to explore if that was even something that, could protect the preservation of the PUE, and it sounds like it is an option. When it gets into what does that mean for private contracts entered into external to us, the easiest situation is, as you heard, is 10 of the 16 have already told either the AC company or the pool company, just get the stuff out of the PUE. So that seems to be a majority. So we're whittling down the list.
Mm-hmm.
Now you get into, okay, is it a spec home, or is it under contract to be delivered to a specific family or person? If it's a spec home, then that could be just part of the sale, a disclosure. We'll record this document so anybody can find it. But if it's under contract, then it really is going to be up to that developer or that contractor to advise whoever they're building for that it is not compliant with LDC. There is going to be a document entered into acknowledging that, and at some future point, it would need to become compliant.
And explain that like you did yesterday. So for example, if it's AC unit equipment and it's not in the correct place, hold harmless, deal gets done, then in 10 years when it has to be replaced,
again,
it gets done to code, correct?
It's not saying we're not going to become compliant. This is just a situation where we would defer compliance.
Mm-hmm.
And so, and then there's risk to that, because if you defer compliance with one item, you all could be bombarded with, well, we want to hold harmless for this and for that and for everything else. And so this is for, in my recommendation, if you're going to do it, I have 6. Right? I keep hearing 54 and 100. Look, real easily, it could become every open permit out there, because this is the cheaper option for the contractor, right? This protects their profit margin, and so I'm dealing with 6. Just so I want to be very clear with that. I'm hearing other numbers, but my staff is aware of 6. So here's what would happen. The contractor, whoever pulled that permit to build a compliant home under the Florida Building Code and Land Development Code, which was referenced in the Florida Building Code, would enter into an agreement with the city acknowledging that their permit is not in compliance with the Land Development Code, and that at a point when they need to pull a permit to fix the specific issue, so let's say the roof needs to be redone in 5 years.
Correct.
No, not a problem. Get your roof permit. But if you come in and you have, let's say, pool equipment or an AC, where you tried to use this pad, hardscape, landscape thing, but actually put equipment on it, you could not get an AC permit to replace it where it's at. It would need to be moved to a compliant location. You could not get a pool pump or pool heater repair, replacement permit. It would have to be relocated. We would not permit an in-kind replacement at that time. So yes, that would be deferring the issue and passing it on to the person who buys the home. And if they sell it before that equipment needs to be replaced, it would then transfer all the way down to the person who needs that permit.
And it would always be disclosed, because
It would be, we would record it
right,
on
but it
that
would be up to
property,
the
so
realtor.
a title company can pick it up, or a buyer who's looking,
Gotcha.
or a realtor. I can't.
I know. It's no different than Mass Canal with, I know. I'm just trying to, I guess, you say, yes, we only have 5 right now that are documented. And even though there are only 5 documented that aren't in compliant, it's not because these builders are necessarily new. Because the gentleman that I dealt with shortly after I was elected, he's been a builder living in my district for more than 30 years, and he was livid. I mean, and I get it. He all of a sudden he has to move the equipment that's in the public utility easement, the pool equipment. The plans had been initially approved. That's all changing now, I hope, as a result of that. Thank you. But even the mayor went by and looked at it and said, yeah, it's in the PUE. It's got to be moved.
Here's the problem with that discussion. They're livid because they're being caught. It's like a speeder.
But that's not what that's not what I understand.
Let me ask the question
Okay.
again. Matt, prior to the change that just happened in June, were any MEPs allowed in the PUE?
They were not allowed. However, there were situations, because of the nature of a final drainage survey, where it doesn't have the details on whether the equipment is on top of a hardscape feature or a stairway, where they received city approval at the end of the project through the final drainage survey review, because there was a hold harmless and it was classified as a stairway or a hardscape feature under 5.1.6B.
Or what about the situation you described yesterday in our meeting, Mr. City Manager, where, folks builders potentially were getting around it by getting their final plans and everything, and then going back and putting.
Well, that's the situation you just looked at. There's one pad on the initial survey we looked at, and then we get the as-built, and there's 4.
And see, I just think
There's
that's a problem.
There's one pad on this site. That gets approved to be built, and we come to the final, and you have 4.
Right, but I mean, again, the onus is on us, the city, because.
That is on the contract.
I don't know, because why would they come back after why would we have approved something without all the pieces in it, I guess is where I'm going. And I'm not trying to be argumentative.
No, I know that.
I'm feeling like I get why, this
I can't tell you why
gentleman is-
this contractor would have added 3 things that were not on the original plan. I don't know why. Maybe something changed during construction. Maybe there was a request from the person that's buying it to add something. Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, but I guess, Mayor,
That same thing exists through all of those. I don't know the specifics that lead into the decisions made by the contractors in the field.
No, but I get it, but I guess what I'm trying to say is the onus is on us, because if we're allowing them to get around this by approving something that didn't have all the pieces in it, that's on us. Mayor, do you see this in your business? Do you have experience with people that put things in after they've been approved and maybe not the right place? What?
How many times have you done that, Mayor?
I am just gonna put you on the spot,
I just want to know
buddy.
first, do you have pictures?
Maybe.
I can tell you, PUEs has been a topic of discussion ever since I got here to build, and before I sat in one of these seats. I can tell you what used to happen years ago with pool equipment. And I want everybody to keep in mind, the average AC unit, outdoor AC unit, or a pool heater is about 3 foot by 3 foot. If you look at the installation instructions, the manufacturer recommendation is to have 12 inches of separation between any other wall or equipment. So what does that tell you? You got a 3 by 3 unit that has to be 12 inches away from the wall. That tells you that pad has to be 4 feet wide out from the house. At least 4 foot by 4 foot for that unit to sit on there and to meet those separation requirements, whether it's a pool heater or an AC unit. I can tell you what builders used to do back when I first got here. The pool equipment, they would get the pool pump and they would get the pool filter on a 7'6" setback because they had 18 inches to work with. They could get those two items in and get their inspection. And then after the fact, they would come in and set the pool heater because they knew that was going to infringe. That used to happen all the time. Happened all the time. But when you look at these two scenarios or these two drawings here, if you come back to the drawing that's up there now, that pad's only, because they're at 9.5, do the math, that pad's at 3 foot. It's coming out to the PUE, actually a little less than that, but let's just call it, the setback is 9.5, and they're showing on this drawing it's going to be 6.5 off of the property line, knowing that it's at least not infringing into that PUE. I can tell you, you can't set an AC unit on a 3-foot pad.
It won't fit?
It'll be jammed up against the
Right.
house at
Okay.
best,
Okay.
at best.
Okay.
You're not going to have that 12 inches of separation. You could put it there, it's not going to probably run properly. But if you're at a 7'6" setback and you show an 18-inch pad there, you're not setting any equipment. Maybe the pool equipment without a heater, but you're not setting a pool heater or AC. So, you know, when you take a look at this, and I was going to wait in line, but when you take a look at this, you know, I guess what you have to decide, once you start making exceptions to the rules, where does that stop? Because say we did a deviation for these 6 people. I come along a year later, or a builder, not myself specifically. A builder comes along and said, hey, you gave them, those 6 people a variance or a deviation. I want that same deviation. Where does it stop? You know, so I think that's one thing that we have to take into consideration. You know, there's some more lights on.
Well, just one more thing. Okay, let's say what you described when you first got here, let's say those were workarounds. Don't you feel like, as a city, we should have anticipated people circumventing the system? You see what I mean? Like, I don't know.
You'll never control that.
I know
there's
you
people
won't,
that
but-
today that put generators in without permits. There's
Right,
people that put
right,
AC.
right. And
I can tell you what
garage
the person,
efficiencies, I know, without permits.
if we do the 6 deviations here that the city manager suggested, and they sell the property 3 times, and the poor person that bought the house, you may notify the first property owner, or we may even compel.
Right, and then by the 4th, they won't know.
They won't have a
And
clue.
then they're gonna be here
They're gonna be here.
screaming. Yeah,
That-
yeah, I've seen it.
What are they gonna do?
You're right, have to fix it.
They're either gonna do one of 2 things. They're either gonna move it, or once they find out, they're gonna do it without a permit. Things happen every day in this city without a permit. You'll never control 100% of that. I'm not saying that's the right way of doing things, but it happens every single day. And, you know, I think is some of the things that I was gonna ask is we're trying to have a 6-foot PUE on each side. And I don't know if staff has this data, but how many times have we went into a PUE and did work? You know, some houses on the water, they have a storm drain. I had a house that I had built that had a storm drain. It went from a catch basin in front of the house all the way out through the canal, to the canal through the seawall. Well, I could see that there's a need to always have that area open because you might have to replace that. Do you need to have a PUE on both sides of the house? I don't know. You know, do we only need access on one side or the other as a city if we need to go back there? I mean, you could probably make an argument both ways.
Right.
Where, hey, you got to have it because I don't know what we're going to need to do. Or you could say, well, do you only allow that 6-foot PUE on one side of the house. That way they could put some equipment on the other. I don't know if that's the answer or not.
What is the average increase then, maybe somebody knows, in terms of if, like with my guy in my district, it was the pool equipment. Mayor, you went and looked at it just to make, you know, because I don't speak this language, I said, you know, look at it, and you said it's absolutely in the PUE and it needs to be moved. What is that cost comparison? So say it's all said and done, what is the cost then to the builder to have to move that on average? Is it a couple thousand? Is it 10,000?
Well, I mean, if you get, it all depends, but if you move in the pool equipment or the AC, I mean, I would say it would be, you know, a couple $1,000s at least, moving that. I guess because I'm a builder, I have a hard time understanding. You know, I'll give you an example. When I first went into business 38 years ago, I remember going into a city versus the county. I did most of my work in the county. There was other rules in that particular small city that I wasn't aware of. I did the same thing and I had to go in and do things after the fact differently. It was a learning experience for me because I didn't know that the rules were different. So I guess I have a hard time understanding that some builders come to the city. I can understand maybe that's different from, you know, we have builders from the East Coast come over here to build, you know, because we're a booming city maybe. And maybe the rules are different, but, you know, to some degree, it's their responsibility to know what the rules are. And I've been one of those guys that didn't know the rules and had to go back and change things where it was allowed in the county but not in the city, so I had to go back and change it. And, you know, that's a cost that I have to bear for my lack of knowledge of doing business in that particular city. So
I guess my last, and then I'll let others pontificate. I guess my last point is that we heard that yesterday, the builder that met with myself and Mr. Ilchism and Alex, who came and talked about that. And we looked it up actually after you left, sir. Mike, can you share, because one of the comments that Mr. Lucas made yesterday was that according to the Florida Building Code, it supersedes anything with an ordinance. Do you remember, because we looked it up, right? Like I said, look it up, like, is that true? And we found out actually that it wasn't true because it's the city, whatever the city local ordinances are, I think it's like what was said earlier, we can't be lower than what Florida building standards are, but it can be higher, right? Do you have that, Mr. Ilchism?
Yeah, they're hold on one second, let me find it. FBC 107.35 talks about site plans. And it says, site plans shall show the location of the proposed building or structure and of every existing building or structure on the property, distances from lot lines, established street grades, and proposed finished grades. The building official is authorized to require any other information that may be necessary to show compliance with this code and or other applicable laws and ordinances.
Gotcha.
So that is, I mean, each city,
Has
each
its
building
own-
official
Right.
is going to require completely different things about what are required on this site plan. And so that is going to change, and that's in the Florida Building Code. So if you're under the building code, you know that as you go to each city or a county under a different BO, building official, what is your requirement? What is your requirement? What is your requirement? There were two things stated here that I think might be important to talk about. So when you say, well, how do they know what is on there? Based on my based on my discussions with staff, it appears as if in the past, the allowance of the hardscape was utilized to be put on the plan so that they would get the hardscape, the pad, approved, and then that insinuated some type of equipment could go on there. I'm going to tell you that none of my staff have the discretion to authorize hardscapes and by and through that allow equipment to be non-compliant. That may have been a way that they were getting approval on the plan so they can get to work, but by no means did staff ever have discretion to approve that, or does it deem it compliant? So that's one thing. On this one, just because there's one pad on there, we don't know, maybe the pool equipment is gonna go underneath the building somewhere, maybe the AC is gonna be tucked in an alcove or on the roof. We don't know what the full, until you get through construction and all that's determined. On residential plans, there's no detailed mechanical or electrical required. So that's another thing a nuance that we wrestled with last year. There is no detailed engineering drawings for mechanical and electrical plans for a residential house.
Electrical there is.
Was it?
Not mechanical.
Not mechanical and plumbing, that was it. So, it's not that we even know where all the wires are going to and where all that is ultimately gonna be situated on the site. It's why you then rely on your inspections. And I'll tell you this after being here for 24 years and being in public works. There's one industry that it is a norm to have inspectors verify work. You don't have that with doctors, accountants, any other state certified profession. But in the construction field, it is a norm to have inspectors to verify compliance.
Sure.
Because this stuff happens it happens with our own contractors, the ones we hire. You have to inspect the work because cutting corners, underground, inside building, it happens. And that is not to say the whole industry is like that, but there's a reason why we have inspections, because it's to make sure what was submitted on paper meets the code, and then what gets constructed meets the paper, which meets the code.
I guess what I'm just trying to figure out, and Matt, thank you again for now when people submit site plans, it has to have everything. I'm just trying to figure out if, because we didn't do it that way before, if these 5 homes are in that situation. And if you say no, then I'm tending to agree with the mayor. Like if we do concessions for this, then we'll have to do it for everything. And I just want to make sure the onus is not on us, the city, that it's on the actual builder and not us, not because it's something we did or didn't do.
So 2 things in that regard. One, I'm confident in our attorney's ability to craft this to make sure it's not on us. And 2, this absolutely is a value issue. I don't have my staff and we do not have discretion to allow a non-compliant. That would have to come from you all, and if I get that direction, we'll work on it.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Steinke.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a few things, and I don't think full and fair disclosure is needed, but I'll say it anyway. I also have experience dealing with the plans and submissions to the city through my work outside of council. When I look at this plan, and I understand that when plans are submitted to the city, there are rejections and resubmittal required. And so when it's put under the eyes of a reviewer, I would think at this point, what's on the screen right now, someone would say, where's the air conditioning pad? Now, it shouldn't be our responsibility, but I've seen things come back because it wasn't labeled right, much less because it wasn't put there. So when I look at this plan, the thing that jumps out to me and says, you know what, next to the garage there, that's probably going to be exit from the garage, a side door. They're going to come out that side door of the garage, and because of a 4-to-1 slope, they're going to probably have some steps down. Aside from where's the air conditioning pad, if we deal with this on a deferred compliance basis, we have a hurricane come through and that side door gets affected, or the rail on the staircase gets affected, and that permit comes in to have that work redone. That title company and that realtor are going to get thrown under the bus. Absolutely. It solves the problem right now, but it just kicks the can down the road to be somebody else's problem, that the onus of the mistake just is going to be put on somebody else rather than somebody right now. So that's a little bit of concern for me, and why I might be able to be convinced, as the 7 of you know I can be. But my initial thought is to do something that would defer compliance. I think it's just kicking the can down the road to put a bullet on somebody else's head. So why we didn't say, where's the AC pad to begin with, that's a concern, hopefully be fixed. In the world that I live in regard to these, what I know is that people are trying to maximize their livable, air-conditioned square footage on a given lot. The setbacks are what the setbacks are. And so how do we kind of squeeze outside of the dwelling setback to get some of the other stuff that we need? And I think that those limits get stretched on a regular basis in an effort to get that done, to keep as much air-conditioned square footage inside of the house, inside of the buildable footprint as possible. What we've done in our world is done carve-outs, like the mayor has said, that'll allow that 4x4 space, not 3x3, because you need ventilation space for that equipment. So you do a carve-out to allow that to be inside of the allowable space. So that, yeah, the wall of the home isn't necessarily straight all the way down. There's a carve-out for that equipment. Well, that takes that 16 square feet from livable space inside the house. But that's the trade-off to be in compliance. So compliance lies where compliance lies. If the plan doesn't get altered as the home gets stretched to fit the entire 100% of the buildable footprint allowed on that lot, if the accommodation isn't made for that, and that 16-foot sacrifice isn't there, then they have other decisions to make. But you can't expect, this, ask for forgiveness instead of permission all the time, in my opinion. The last thing is it's not come up, and it relates to the verbiage of plumbing equipment. And whether pipe is considered equipment. And from what I understand from my conversations with the industry, we've got issues with the actual plumbing that would go to and from that pool heater that we're talking about being inside of the PUE. And in my opinion, the actual pipe isn't the equipment. And so if you need the pipe to get to and from the pool underground, well, we need water to get to and from the sprinkler heads to provide irrigation to the lawn, and that's allowed. So why would we allow the PVC pipe to go underground to let the sprinklers get water onto the lawn, but we won't let pipe go under the ground to get heated water back to the pool? I don't get that. And that's something we haven't even talked about inside of this deal. But for me, my understanding that plumbing used to be allowed to get water to and from the pool equipment, that, in my opinion, isn't equipment. It's PVC pipe, and it's underground. So why not allow that? So that's just a piece that was brought to me by the industry that I don't feel would be right that we conclude our discussion today without at least a discussion around that and what would or wouldn't be allowed. But for me, the whole deferred compliance thing, I don't think I'd be in favor of that, because I think it's just setting somebody else up to be the bad guy. And then the builder, in those plans that we saw, it was their obligation to get the equipment where equipment was allowed to be. Whether we brought it up to them or not, the onus is on them. They're the one in the business, and I don't know who it was. It might have been somebody from somewhere else in the state coming here to do a one and done on a house, or might have even been an owner builder. Because I think on that other example where they were 6.5 feet outside of their buildable envelope, I think that was an owner builder, if my memory serves me correctly. So anyway, thanks for allowing me to take the time to do that. But I think the whole thing about the pool plumbing getting to and from the pool, I think is silly. Thanks.
Councilmember Kilrain.
Yeah, I'm going to try and make this brief. I'm normally, but basically, I want to
20
work.
minutes for you.
Yeah, I want to work to be able to say yes, to be able to grandfather, not grandfather, but to be able to provide relief for those that are already under construction and approved. But so that in the future, they would have to be repaired if anything changes. That I think is a common sense approach. Also, from a common sense approach, there's no doubt if you start putting the air conditioning and the heaters in close proximity to the building, it's going to just foul their operation. It's going to be more expensive on an ongoing basis. The equipment is going to fail more quickly, and it's just from an engineering standpoint, it's not the wise thing to do. So the 4-foot distinction is probably critical in this point for imposition into PUE. So having looked at that, and if you look at the practicality of that drawing that was up there, really that pad is shown as imposing about 6 inches into the right of way. And I don't know that physically, if we can come up with, and most pool return piping and feed piping is what, 2.5 or 3 inches. So, I mean, it's pretty tough to stack a manifold that tight in a reasonable area with all the valuing required for it. So that the piping is a little bit different structure, but I think it could be done remote from the pump. So I'm going to discount the piping. The piping is something that I think we could work to build a manifold that could take care of that. But again, I'm back to the actual equipment itself. If we're talking about putting those without any relief in the wall of the home to give you that setback capability, I think either we have to go elevated with those, or we have to look at some thinking through modification on the PUE. Because I don't think it's reasonable to impinge upon that 1-foot clearance that's required. It's going to kill the equipment. It's going to be very expensive. So from an engineering standpoint, that's the common sense issue. The legal issue that I think we're dealing with is whether or not we can't consider it a grandfather condition, because by doing that, if you start talking grandfathering, you eradicate the capacity to be able to execute that. And I've asked for council maybe to comment on that. If we would go ahead and say we're going to grandfather, now we can go ahead and defer enforcement, and that's another mechanism that allows us to do that legally. But grandfathering, it's kind of like allowing someone to go use your right-of-way all the time, not taking issue with that, and then 15 years later you're going to take issue. You lose the impact of the right-of-way and legal basis of it. Could you just comment on that a little bit to clarify?
The word grandfathering as being utilized here would indicate that on January 4th, when that ordinance was adopted, that these were legally permitted, and then we went ahead and prohibited. So they were not prohibited, they were not authorized prior to January 4th, they're not authorized now. So the legal concept of grandfathering wouldn't be appropriate, because that would be indicating that it was legally non-conforming, and the actions that this council took on January 4th allowed everyone who had this violation to be permitted. So that's why we keep using that word, but we're using it inappropriately.
Okay. So the ones that are in question right now, there was encroachment for some reason on plans submitted. And basically what we're saying is that if we allow that violation to be deferred until some other impacting thing occurs, then it would have to be corrected. We're clearly legally and not violating the PUE as it now exists, correct?
Yeah, we're essentially, at least as contemplated, and so far I don't know if there's support for this, acknowledging that the builder recognizes that there was a violation of our code, and secondarily to ensure that gets recorded and travels with this property, And that would be the mechanism by way of which, if there's a permit to be issued for a corrective action not connected with this violation, that they would in fact have to correct it at that point in time. That is what is mentioned by the city manager, and I don't know if there's necessarily support for that at this point in time, as mentioned by a few of you.
Okay. One other technical question. From a vertical element standpoint, the PUE exists on a vertical plane too, so that elevated items still encroaching within the PUE, even though they're not grounded, being elevated, they would impinge upon that?
That is correct.
Okay.
He who owns the land owns it to the heavens and to hell.
Okay. And based on the number of cases, as I heard, I think you said 15, 6 of which are going to resolve themselves. You got 9 left that are unresolved? Or is it the reverse?
No, 10 have been resolved by the
Correct.
contractor has just told the
Okay.
the AC Tech or the pool company, just move it, get it out. So we're down. We've whittled down more than half of the issues out there.
Okay. I'd be supportive of deferring that, I think. I think that we have to look hard at the way we have established the PUE based on the air conditioning piece, unless there's another part of the property that, without impinging upon the PUE, it could be done. But I see I'm distorted on this because I live in Sandoval, and how I can barely walk between my house and the next one where the pool equipment is. But, so I think that it's a valid PUE, but be reasonable if 6 additional inches is all that's required to give you that engineering factor. Maybe we look at that into the future, not now, but into the future to rectify it.
Well, that goes to two things, right? There's the quality of life issue, and then there's the question that I think the mayor asked about, you know, how often do we use the PUE? I can tell you, our staff, your staff, every single day is in somebody's PUE. Every single day. Yeah. Every time we dredge, we run the dredge pipe right across somebody's seawall, right through the PUE. 2 years ago, when we had to clear out algae out of the canals between Nicholas and Veterans, never before in my life were we were running skid steers to the back of people's seawalls, and we had harvesters dumping algae on people's backyard. People are livid. They didn't even know that they even had an easement, but we need that UEP. If it's not for an underground pipe or an overhead service, we use that. We get a call for a deceased dog in a canal. We have to go harvest it. They use the PUE, they jump in the canal, they bring it out, they walk out the PUE. Anything stormwater related, that PUE is being used every day. Utilities is using it for pressurized pipe, stormwater is using it for unpressurized wastewater. It may not seem familiar to any individual on their specific property, but every single day throughout the city, somebody's PUE is being used daily by probably no less than 3 or 4 of our departments.
Okay. The other question I have is that the building industry has come forth with like the 55 and possibly, I heard as high as 90 potentials for this. I'd like to be able to confirm that somehow if we can.
Well, in theory, if every builder was doing this, in theory, the maximum amount we'd have would be every single open building permit out there.
Okay.
I don't know if that's the case, because I don't think every builder was riding this margin. But in theory, if it wasn't pulled, it doesn't exist, and if it's closed, it's passed.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Long.
Thank you. Yeah, just real quickly, I mean, I support it moving forward. I think the issue for all of us here is how do we fix, you know, the people that are theoretically caught in between. And so, you know, being realistic, there's thousands of homes that have this currently in existence that are closed out, and it won't be an issue in the future. The only problem, as I understand it now, is now the cat's out of the bag by way of us putting it in writing to an extent with the change. And so, you know, you've had asked them a couple times, well, has it been allowed? Well, no, it wasn't expressly allowed, but the way I understand it, it wasn't expressly prohibited either in the past. And so maybe that, to some degree, is where we get what they perceived, they being the contractors, some degree of levity, getting us to where we're at. Whatever the issue, for me, the PUE, it's not about whether we should or shouldn't have it. We certainly should. But at this particular issue, it's not a life safety issue, at least as it relates to pool. if somebody comes in the rare instance that we do have to come in and go underground and run into one of those, we're not talking about it being an uninhabitable structure now. Someone can't swim in their pool for a couple weeks till we get it fixed. And so with that being said, I want to try to figure out a way to get it fixed, and if they're amenable to what's being proposed, that's great. Like I said, especially for how much time we've spent here, it's very unlikely that this is an issue in the future to the magnitude of the amount of time we've spent on it. But in the event that it is, it's something that future homeowner at that point in time will just have to deal with. That's just part of I mean, just like our previous discussion with the 1-hour drywall and 2-hour drywall, and the new tenants that come in are dealing with it as it's dealt with to them. So yeah, if they're amenable to that and we can get that fixed, get the people that are caught in between taken care of, so to speak, in a way that's legally feasible, then let's do that and let's move on. I support it going forward. I agree with the change, but for me, it was just the residents that were caught in between. Thank you.
Councilmember Lehman?
Yeah. I think that, like, going forward, I can see it making sense saying, okay, you can't be in the PUE, period. No question about it. But the houses, these 6 that are falling through the cracks, or if there are more that have fallen through the cracks, that the permit has been issued and whatnot, if it's pool equipment, the pool, not the equipment, but the pool piping is not essential to the running of that house. I agree with Councilmember Long. It's not a personal safety issue. If they need to go into the PUE, it's the pool equipment. So guess what? You turn off the pool pumping, the pool plumbing temporarily, and then the PUE is taken care of and all's fine. But going forward, from the day the ordinance is done on, if you're encroaching in the PUE, I don't care if it's pool equipment or pool pumping, plumbing, or HVAC. Well, the HVAC that encroachment is an issue because the HVAC is going to be, you are talking a potential safety issue. Thank you.
I guess I'll jump in here real quick, since I see a few other lights on for the second time around. Can you pull up the survey that you had, drainage survey of that one particular structure? And I know we had recently, and now this house, it wouldn't be able to do it because there's a garage on each side. And, but that's not a standard house here in Cape Coral. But I know we allow the generators in the front yard, they're screened. Do we allow mechanical equipment?
We allow generators, and we can, the ordinance that was approved back in June also amended the allowance for other mechanical equipment in the front to be treated similarly as generators with the appropriate screening.
Yep.
As long as it's built to kind of match the house.
Yeah. Yep. And, you know, so that's an alternative that, you know, some of these houses may be able to utilize, is to put it in the front with some screening. You know, when you take a look at this, and this is the house on Burnstore, right? Yeah, I've been to this house. That pad on the right side towards the front of the house, that's where the AC is located. You put a set of stairs in because today's requirement, all your mechanical equipment has to be at your finished floor elevation. So an average house today, those things are 3 to 4 feet in the air at least. If you build down near the yacht club, I had one because we built a higher flood elevation than what was required. It was 6 foot off the ground, but this particular house, it's probably 3 to 4, and that's why they put the stairs in, so whoever serviced it could walk up and service the AC unit. And as you look there, that doesn't infringe too much, but it does infringe into the PUE. The one in the middle on the right side, that's where the pool equipment is. And again, they put a set of stairs so that the guy that's maintaining the pool on a weekly basis can walk up, maintain the equipment, the filter, and then walk back down. The one towards the back and the right, that's just access from the lanai area and a set of steps so they can come out of the lanai and gain access to the side of the yard there. They did do the same thing. There's another door on that side, again, where they had access, where that one's probably infringing into the PUE the most, that particular, but that's another access off of the lanai so they can go into the side yard or back to the back. Let's talk about the plumbing equipment. Let's look at where I said that pool equipment was situated. And I will tell you, a pool with a spa has a minimum of about 10 2-inch pipes. And typically, what a pool contractor does is he or she digs the trench and lays the pipe down horizontally next to one another. So those pipes are probably about 2.5 inches in width, and they lay them across the trench. So I can tell you every single house that's on a 7'6" setback requirement, they have plumbing in the ground coming from the pool. Even if that pool equipment, there's a recess in that house and that's where that pool equipment, I can tell you every single house with a 7'6" setback has plumbing pipes in the PUE. I've done it. Everybody does it. It happens every day. I'm going to, call a spade a spade. We do it all the time.
And eventually, it's got to come up.
Right. So when it comes around and it comes up, say they had enough room and they put that pool equipment pad right out to the PUE. Well, I can tell you that because all of those are concrete block today because they have to be elevated. When you go down to the grade level where the block is, building code says you need 4 inches of concrete. Sticks out past the block. So then you can bring your pool equipment up there. So your piping is probably going to come up anywhere 6 to 8 inches in front of the block, coming up and tying into your equipment. It's already there, horizontally, whether you know it or not. It's there. So as far as the plumbing pipe for the pool equipment being in the PUE, I personally don't have an issue with that. It's there anyway. Like Councilmember Steinke said, we put irrigation. I can tell you on one side of my house where I have the box that controls the irrigation, I have all the lines coming there. Now the box itself, because I'm on 7'6" is in the 18 inches because I have it next to the house. I can tell you the other 8 irrigation lines that's run into that box is in the PUE and go into the box. So I have all that there. Let's talk about where your water and your electric hooked up, if you have underground electric. I just did one last week. We ran the water line from the meter box, which is typically right on the property line between the two houses. 90% of my water line is in the PUE until I get close to the house and then it veers in towards the house. But 95% of my water line from the meter box to the house is in the PUE. The telephone pole is in between the two property lines. I ran a 2-inch conduit for my underground electric from the telephone pole to where the meter is going to be on the house. 95% of that is in the PUE. If you happen to live on a house that has a well up in the northwest or the northeast in the city, I can tell you the house that I built a few years ago in the northwest, the well was about 4 foot off the property line. The water line from the well all the way to the house, again, 95% of it was in the PUE until it got next to the house, and then it curved over to where my equipment was for my well equipment. So we're doing that all the time. So to me, the pool equipment, I have no problem with the pool equipment being in the PUE. It's already there. Let's put up the site plan again of that particular individual. Now we have a PUE in the back of the house. a 6-foot, you have a 6-foot PUE in the front of the house. And I guess my question is there a need to have a PUE on both sides of the house? We only have one in the back, one in the front. Do we only need one on the side? You heard the city manager mention earlier that, hey, anytime we do dredging, anytime that maybe we are getting some of the vegetation out of the canals, we put a pipe in the PUE to get that debris out of there. Okay, I can see that. Or maybe we have to run an excavator for whatever reason to put a storm pipe, even if we're gonna add one, that's not one there. You only need that 6 foot for that piece of equipment to run on one side. So when I look at this, I don't know why we have a PUE on both sides. And I can see on one side of the house you have to have it, just like you do in the back and the front. You could even restrict it where, I'll tell you, when we had this change that we're talking about that went into effect here a few months ago, or whenever it was in January, I've been here building since 2010. Since then, you were not allowed to put anything in the PUE, period. Pretty much. And then we've kind of reduced that with sidewalks and hardscapes and things like that. And I've advocated for that 2 times that I've been here, that I've gotten a second, brought it back to council, and it passed. One of the other things that we used to have, we did away with, and we have again, that I brought back forward, was we haven't even talked about fencing. We put fencing on the property line. You can build an 8-inch block fence, fill it solid with concrete, and put it on the edge of the property. Well, when you do an 8-inch block by building code, you need 4 inches of concrete on each side. That's 16 inches. So I'm already digging a 16-inch trench right on my property line to put up a masonry fence, and I've done it before. So we're doing that as well. So for me, because this is such an issue, it's talked about the 15 years that I've been building here. One of the things that we may want to consider is only having the PUE on the one side as far as the 6 foot. One of the things that we talked in our meeting in December and January that I agree with staff was, hey, we have to make sure that we have drainage where we can get the drainage from the water either to the front or back of the house. So I asked staff, I said, okay, how much space do we need in order to achieve that? Oh, they said, well, about 2 feet. If you give us 2 feet, when we were talking about the hardscapes, we can get the water from the front or the back of the house, either way. If we have about 2 inches of property, grass, that we can dig a swale, and we get it either all, if you're on a dry lot, you have to bring all that water forward. If you're on a waterfront lot, you can split it. And they said they needed about 2 feet. So with that being said, you could really have the PUE where on the one side where it was restricted, where you could probably get mechanical equipment on one side of the house and still leave the other side of the house open. You know, staff will probably say, well, we're looking for that PUE on both sides because if we got 6 foot here, we got 6 foot over there. So with that being said, sure, that's the case. What happens if I have a masonry fence? You don't have that. What happens if I have a chain link fence? You don't have that. If I have a vinyl fence, you don't have that. So I could give you very many different scenarios where that wouldn't be applicable. You could even take it one step further and look at this house and say, okay, if on this house on the left side, and I'm talking about new construction moving forward, because you're not going to be able to address this after the fact. But say up in the northwest, or we're only 55% built out, so the other residential lots that have to be built, you could almost look at this house and say, okay, this house on the left side or right side, it doesn't really matter, you're allowed to infringe in that PUE with mechanical equipment. So say you're going to allow this house on the right side to do it. And the house that's to the right, that's not built yet, you say, okay, you can put your mechanical equipment on the left side. So all the mechanical equipment between the two houses is in the same 15-foot space. And then the other sides still have that 6.5 foot or that 6-foot PUE. So you could even take it one step further than that. Staff will probably tell us, oh, we need a PUE on both sides because we don't know what we're going to do. I would also, you know, and I don't, we got 90,000 residential homes here in Cape Coral. The chances that we've had to go in those PUEs, you know, I know we had to with the bubble curtains, maybe if we're dredging, maybe when we had the blue-green algae, you know, those type of circumstances. But I think if you only had that requirement on one side of the house where it had to be 6 foot completely clear and free of any space, then maybe that's something that we take a look at. I don't know if that's the answer or not. I will tell you that I'm not too much in favor of trying to make an exception to the rule. Now, I think there's a process in place for that. It's called a variance. Couldn't those 6 builders apply for a variance? Or can you not get a variance on land development code?
I want to speak for Matt, but the reason why they could not move forward with the variance is because there wouldn't be the ability for us to release or authorize it to enter into the PUE. That's a condition precedent for making that request.
Okay, so they don't have an option for a variance?
Not for this.
Not for this particular item?
That's correct.
So I guess that's where I kind of stand. I don't really, me personally, see the need to have a PUE on both sides of the house. I think you could have it where your mechanical equipment is on one side of the house and the other side is completely free and clear. Go to the next. So with that being said, if you take a look at this one, this particular property would be allowed on the right side. If you had something in place like that, that individual would have to remove the stairs. You don't have to have a means of egress on both sides of a lanai. You could only have it on one. So if on this particular house, if that was allowed, he or she could have all of what they had on the right side of the house and leave the left side completely free and clear. So that would be my recommendation. That's something that we could look at moving forward. But that's kind of where I stand now. But as far as plumbing pipe, if you have a plumbing pipe coming up and the mechanical equipment's outside of the PUE, I know staff had one particular house that I think had that scenario and they rejected it. Hey, it's there anyway. The irrigation lines are there anyway. The electrical lines, if it's underground, are there anyway. The water line coming from the service meter is there anyway, so what's the difference, in my opinion? That's where I'm at on it. Councilmember Stanky.
Thank you, Mayor. I too am in favor of allowing the pool piping to come up inside of the PUE. My only concern, and it's more of a question, I guess, than a concern, is if we were to only have that PUE on one side of the home, or the inability to infringe on it on one side of the home, that would limit design of the home for that homeowner on a new lot. Then many times customers, well, they want the garage on one side of the house or not. This particular home has garage on both sides, but oftentimes the layout of the home, because of having garage on one side, you're then forced to put your mechanicals on one side or the other. And that's not the end of the world, but when someone's considering buying a lot, that would be something that they would then have to consider, is the layout of the home that would be possible because of that infringement only being allowed on one side. And the other is going back to the whole deferred compliance thing. If we're going to let those houses go through rather than deferred compliance, I believe that they have to go through with the ability that in the event of that air conditioner going bad, like Councilmember Lastra said, 10 years from now when that air conditioner's got to be replaced, they got to be able to put that air conditioner, a new air conditioner, back on that same pad. They can't be told, sorry, you know, your air conditioner took a dump, and now you're going to have to put it somewhere else on your lot because it's not allowed there anymore. So as long as built would be ad infinitum, then I'm okay with it. But I don't want to put that person in a position where the home that they buy, that they move into, when their air conditioner goes bad, or their pool pump goes bad, or their pool heater goes bad, all of a sudden now you can't just put a new one in. You got to change the mechanical layout of your home. So I wouldn't be in favor of putting that on them in the future, and then having them turn around and tell somebody, hey, how come you didn't say that if this ever happened, I was going to have to go through this rigmarole? Thanks.
Councilmember Donnell.
You know, it's very rare I'll hit my button twice. But clear on this piece, I want to make sure the process, where you talk about, what I've learned is there's you approve the site plan. And my understanding, because I know nothing about what you all are talking about, but the expectation would be that you're building what you've gotten approved. I've learned up here now that that's not the case. That's new to me. So it gets back to one of my council members. So no way is that on the city. That's why we have the as-built inspection, to inspect what we were expecting that they put. And at that point is where it comes up. The question is, is that the whole purpose of the as-built, to just confirm that everything that was put at the initial part of the process actually did happen at the end?
Yeah, there are site conditions or, things that cause what the original design intent to be altered, or, maybe it's just the owner that says, my bedroom window's here and I want the pool equipment on the other side. So there are things that happen in construction that cause things to change.
And then last piece, and everything you said, I think that the idea of having, I think, gentlemen, we're off the beaten path about the 2 PUEs. I would need more data. I would love to have that conversation, but not here. Here deals with the 16. And Councilmember Stanky, that was a great segue to my final point. In our policy-making decision, policy-making, I get where you're coming from, but the very thing you're saying, that's not what my vote's going to be, to allow these pieces then to have to keep track of this. We're setting the standard here. And how would you address he mentioned 16 people. How would you, 16 and 10 of them, I heard the city manager say, complied? I would be interested I'm hearing, I'm not on board with that, but then what would you say to the 10 people that complied if we're going to let the 6 people get no. So that's, just want to let you know, that's why we move forward. That's all. Thank you.
Councilmember Lehman.
Yeah. I agree with Councilmember Stanky. The pool equipment, if that is, encroaches into the PUE, I don't foresee that being a problem. We're not talking an AC or electrical or plumbing to the house. Talking 2 different situations. But I do have, in addition to that, a question on that 302 29th Street. It seems to me that, all right, they want the variant, they're looking for a variance because of being into the PUE by 6 by 7 feet in the front of the house. What did I miss that, and I looked at this house, I drove by this yesterday to see this. How did they get a permit to put this house in where it is, knowing that it would be 7 feet into the setback? I don't follow that. Now they can't get a CO because they're 7 feet into the 25-foot setback. How did this happen?
So this was a case a couple years ago, and there was a surveyor's error during construction, so it wasn't according to the plans that were initially approved in that case.
Okay, so this was the surveyor's issue.
Yep, and this was about 2 years ago, so they're not pending a CO.
And we had to move it.
Yeah, but how do you move? You don't move the whole house.
It was a garage. It was a garage.
Oh, it was just the garage?
Well, it was 15 feet or so, and it was pretty substantial.
Yep. In that case, they were able to redesign the house to
Side garage.
the side road is the address.
And that is now, if that's the case with this 302 29th Street, Southwest 29th Street?
Yeah, from back in 2020, early 2023. That was just an example about precedent that the city councils had in the past in similar situations.
Oh, okay. All right, thank you.
All right, let me try to get through a couple things here quickly. First, and we'll try to break it down a little bit. Let's talk about plumbing pipe in the PUE. Can we kind of go down the list here, and it's either a yay or a nay kind of deal, I think, yes or no?
I'm fine with plumbing pipe in the PUE.
I'm fine with pool plumbing pipe in the
Yeah.
PUE.
Me too.
I'm good with that.
Same.
I don't know what that means in relevance to the conversation that we're having about these people,
All right.
the six. I don't know what that means.
All right, I'll try to show you a real quick drawing here.
What he's talking about is a prospective change to the code to expand. And that's what hit, my light was hit because I wanted to speak about this, is I have an issue with 6, but I heard a couple of you discussing prospective changes, and that's a whole discussion that I am not prepared to discuss about why we use PUEs or what changes are beneficial. So I still need this, those are value discussions, and we can have those, and I'll prepare for those, but I do need to know what to do with these 6.
So what does what you're talking about now have to do with these 6?
All right, to give, I think there's one of these particular houses. Say you have this is the house, you got a 7'6" setback, and they have their pad that they have their equipment set on. It's not in the PUE. But what you do is when you bring your plumbing pipe up, these black dots that tie into your pool equipment, it's here, the pipes are in the 6-foot PUE.
So in other words, they're non-compliant, but we're saying we're okay with their non-compliance, bottom line. Okay, I got it, thank you. No for me.
Okay. All right, so that's number one. Number two, I think, is the 6 houses that you identified. I think you came up with a avenue, and maybe explain it again, and then we'll go down the list and see, basically giving them a different option other than what the code is.
Well, the only solution for them is they either need to be compliant or they're not. And so the only issue is, are you all comfortable with us advancing a deferred compliance?
Okay.
But on that note, are they not compliant because they have PVC pool plumbing equipment in the PUE?
Or is it actual mechanical equipment?
Because if that's
it's
the
a
case, then I'm
variety.
okay with them being non-compliant. That's why we just went down the line.
Right. So I think if it's mechanical equipment, that could be a different answer than the pool.
Exactly.
Pool plumbing.
Exactly.
So we can articulate that in our answer, I think.
Then you just answered it for me. That's
Well,
exactly
in one of these cases, there's only 3.5 feet between the property line. So I don't,
That's gonna be mechanical.
that's completely,
And that's
it doesn't matter what it
That's
doesn't even have to be equipment. That's an encroachment that's non-compliant.
Yep.
That's what I'm saying. So when you start talking about, we can.
I don't agree.
We could be here all day
For
talking about
20
it.
I want to tell you, for
We're gonna be here
24
all day
years, the
anyways.
building industry has been trying to chip away at PUEs. The mayor said it, as long as he's been here. I'm going to tell you, that's a value issue. But what you won't be able to do, that PUE will exist forever because LCEC, Tico Gas, you cannot just evaporate their PUEs because you want to have bigger homes on properties. That's a quality of life issue. By allowing more stuff in the PUE, you're going to have, let me use who's it? Councilmember Long's in the north, Councilman Kaduke. You have an empty lot next to you. Right now,
How
there's.
about Sandoval?
Right now, well, they're all built out. You have an expectation that the home that builds next to you is gonna be 15 feet away, and their pool equipment or their AC is not gonna be 3 feet from your property line.
Right.
At your window. When you make these kind of changes, you are changing the entire landscape for the rest of the city. And that's why I said I'm not prepared to kind of talk about all that, because there are far-ranging effects than just allowing, let's find a solution for 6 that translates into a discussion of, well, we want to have one PUE. That's a whole different discussion. So, and I'm okay to have that, because that's exactly what council's elected to do, is have these value discussions. But I'm not prepared to how do I help get
That's
these?
not an option on the table today.
Yeah, but more than well and willing to get stuff together and support in pro and con, like we did with the 2-hour firewall.
Right. So I guess the question is, as far as the 6 houses, if they have mechanical or pool equipment, not plumbing, do you want to allow a deviation from the code for those 6 houses?
Mechanical, no.
I'm going to defer to Councilmember Darnell. And
You giving him your vote?
no, I'm not going to give him my vote, but it was a great point that if 10 builders could correct the issue, then the other 6 need to correct the issue.
Okay.
I'd allow the defer to a future date.
I can tell you, if you look at what we're talking about here, there's no doubt in my mind, all 16 could adhere to the rules. 10 people has already have done that. Now, I'm a firm believer, the rules haven't changed. You haven't been able to build in the PUE 15 years I've been here. Would I engage in a conversation for the future, as the city manager alluded to? Absolutely. I think that's a good, viable discussion. But that's not a discussion for today. So for me, if it's mechanical equipment, HVAC, pool equipment, pool heaters, anything of that sort, and it's infringing in the PUE, then they have to abide by the rule. I think if we start picking and choosing who we apply the rules to, boy, that's a slippery slope that could come back and bite us at a later time. Because I know if I was someone else and I found myself 2 years from now in this situation and we allowed it today, the first thing I'm going to do, hey, you gave those 6 people the okay. How come I'm not entitled to the same? So I think that's a problem. So for that reason, I think that we need to stay the course on enforcing what the ordinance is today. But I would gladly take a look and see if there's some other changes that we may be able to make to the ordinance regarding some of this mechanical equipment.
You just changed my opinion. I'm with you on that. That's smart.
Yeah,
Mechanical equipment, no way. Pool equipment, I have no problem with.
Well, but that could be a pool heater. That's mechanical.
Yeah, because you have a pool heater.
No, because it's still connected to the pool piping.
Okay. And it doesn't have anything to do with the
It doesn't have anything to do with the house
habitability of the
proper,
home.
so to speak. You can turn off the pool heater, you can turn off the pool plumbing, not affecting the rest of the house. It's not a safety issue. It's not a life safety issue.
Okay.
Whereas mechanical as in AC is.
All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, we all, I can't speak for you, but we all speed, I hope, well, maybe I go a little bit fast. We all speed. If I get pulled over, or you get pulled over, I'm gonna tell the officer, well, I need a variance from it, because, we got, the setback isn't right. So what has happened here is we have our policies, and they've been violated, we call it. That's all we're doing here, absolutely not.
I'm sorry, Mayor. So we're saying that I would say, after further discussion and hearing all of this for the last hour, I would say that I am more inclined to say that everyone needs to be compliant across the board. But with the pool equipment, plumbing discussion, that would be the exception to that statement, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, then that's what I would do. And I'm deferring to the builder up here and what I've heard from other
Now, we
builders.
make decisions collectively, so We're all gonna take this heat, just not me.
Whatever.
You said to do it. It's all your fault.
History proves itself, you will take the heat.
I blame you. No, okay, I will do that.
Let me paraphrase and just make sure I get thumbs up. What I'm hearing is based on the language in the code that says pool equipment, that is still gonna be a no, but the pool plumbing, because it doesn't say the plumbing, there seems to be general consensus that the pipe to and from is okay, but no other AC or mechanical.
Right, not the pad, not the equipment
Right,
itself, but the plumbing that gets the water to and from the pool is
I
okay.
get you, Doc, I understand your no, but what I'm hearing is, okay. So I think we can deal with that, with staff on how they view the plumbing based on the code that is there today. That's an interpretation of what's written and how to apply it in the field. But otherwise, we are not gonna be moving forward with a deferred compliance. Thank you.
All right, with that being said, it's 1 o'clock. Why don't we take a 45-minute break for lunch? We'll come back at 1:45. All right, I'm going to call the meeting back to order. Next item on the agenda is, I believe, going to be Chapter 29, Economic Development and Business Incentive Programs, and I will turn it over to Mr. City Manager to get started with.
Thank you, Mayor. Hope you all had a good lunch. I'm going to turn this presentation over to our Economic Development and Business Manager, Sharon Woodbury.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. Sharon Woodbury, Economic Development Manager. I'm here today as a follow-up to our prior COW discussion regarding proposed incentives for economic development programs. Before I get into the proposed revisions, just want to give you a quick recap, history and overview of this Chapter 29 code. So Chapter 29 Economic Development Incentive Programs was adopted into the City of Cape Coral's code December of 2021. It was further amended in January 2023 following a voter referendum which allowed for certain tax-related incentives to receive an exemption. Today we're here to provide recommended changes due to wanting to provide a comprehensive update that clarifies the goals, streamlines the process, and expands eligibility for certain incentives. The goal is to enhance and support investment, business growth, and community benefit. The presentation that I'm providing today is an illustration of the proposed changes. However, the City Attorney's Office will finalize any legal language. So the first section we want to look at is the definitions. And within that section, there are goals listed and defined. We're proposing that we relocate those goals. This part is not changing anything, but we're proposing to relocate the goals to Section 3 of this code just for continuity. And I will get into showing or discussing what's in Section 3 and why it's a good fit to include the goals in that section. So here you'll see A through L, what are the current goals in the definitions. The section we're proposing to relocate this to is just a section that identifies the funding sources that were used to establish the fund, the activity types the fund can be used for, instruction on the fund balances, accounting procedures and compliance. But as well as that, it also talks about this fund meeting its intended goals. And so as a natural continuation of that, we feel that moving those goals to this section, again, just keeps everything in one place and is more concise. And so the text before you, exactly the same language that was provided in definitions, we're just putting it into this section. You'll see that listed above. Moving on, in addition to the goals that we have relocated, We are proposing some additional goals for consideration. There are a total of 12, and we identify these goals because it aligns with the Economic Development Strategic Plan as well as the growth model. So I'm not going to go through and list all of these unless there are any specific questions you have about the goals that are before you. Moving on to Section 4, Program Requirements and Guidelines. The revisions we're proposing in this section establish new eligibility requirements. It adds specific triggers for disqualification, recognizes lender participation as part of evaluating the project. It expands the return on investment analysis and allows for flexibility, as well as establishing that the Economic Development Office reviews these financials to define whether it is has a likelihood of success, and it's a broad community benefit. However, it is not conducting a detailed financial underwriting similar to a lender or bank. We're also proposing that the incentive participation agreements are only effective for projects greater than $100,000, and establishing that liens and clawbacks will only be applied where funds are dispersed upfront. The language before you does not change any of the content. We just propose to clean this up, get rid of all of the ors, and then just establish that the criteria listed below must include but not be limited to at least one of the following. In Section B, Review and Approval Criteria, we are including what was already provided within the general requirements. However, we are adding and recognizing the industries that were prioritized in our strategic plan, with the exception that retail and wholesale trade be an ineligible industry. In this section, we get into what we're proposing as a disqualification for incentives. That includes establishing a policy for incentive applications and the expiration of them. It also establishes that applicants must submit their application prior to the issuance of a certificate of occupancy or completion, and also establishes that should permits expire, they're no longer eligible for their incentive award. We have some additional disqualifications listed, and that is identifying that home-based businesses will not be eligible for incentive programs, and identifying gas stations, car washes, storage facilities as industries that are ineligible to receive assistance. So as we get into the financial section of this, what we're proposing to do is take all of the separate sections that identify financial capability, review and approval, financial responsibility. Where you see a strike through, we're not necessarily removing that language, we're just consolidating it and moving it to a different section so that all of these aspects are discussed in one section. And again, these are the same strike throughs. The content is the same, we're just moving this into a different location. And establishing that that will be addressed in financial responsibility. So as I mentioned, we're consolidating that and also clarifying where we want to go with the flexibility for return on investment, and also establishing what the role of EBDO is with reviewing financials. For the positive return on investment, again, continuing with the financial review and analysis, All of those items that you see listed under existing, we will keep within the proposed language. However, we just provide additional language that combines all of the discussion from previous sections, identifying what type of financials will be reviewed and what the established goal would be with trying to align this with the Economic Development Strategic Plan as well as other strategies. And this is just a continuation of the list of what is already provided as a positive return on public investment, keeping that the same, and just adding that as a continuation and supplementing that information. For the funding method, we are proposing to strike this language and move any type of funding in the method associated with that to the relevant program that it applies to, because of the different structure of each of the programs. Here's the language for the participation agreement. Again, establishing that projects greater than $100,000 would not require a participation agreement. The language before you here also eliminates the general requirements of establishing liens, again, because we are going to address that in the individual programs as they're listed and expanded upon within the code. So moving to the programs and the proposed revisions. For the Local Job Creation Incentive Program, we're, again, just clarifying guidelines that were in the general requirements section and putting them in this section where it's applicable. And also recognizing the additional industries that were prioritized in the Economic Development Strategic Plan. We will keep the existing, but add the strategic plan among those that are listed here. And this specifies that the Local Job Creation Incentive Program is a performance-based program that is reviewed over a 5-year period. Moving to the Creative Capes Art Incentive Program, moving the guidelines that were established as general guidelines and placing it here within the Creative Cape. This is an incentive program that provides upfront funding, and so in this case, we would establish a 5-year performance period and establish that the city manager may require a lien. Moving on to Cape Collaborate, Small Business Partner Program. The changes that we're proposing include aligning this program with the current structure of the Breaking Barriers to Business program, changing this to a reimbursement-based award rather than upfront funding, excluding retail, gas stations, car washes, and storage facilities as an eligible business, removing the eligibility of advertising, furniture, fixtures, and equipment, and proposing that the reimbursement structure no longer requires a lien for this program. And so, again, we get into exactly how the language is written in Chapter 29. The first section just changes the reference to the program from a loan to grant assistance. It expands the industries that we're proposing and just identifies the project types that are ineligible, which are, again, retail, gas stations, car washes, storage facilities. In terms of eligible expenditures, we have struck through, as discussed earlier, machinery and equipment, business, advertising, and furniture and fixtures. In terms of added eligible expenditures, we are identifying that we are providing funding for land improvement and development costs. Here we have, before we were looking at eligible expenditures, here we are identifying what those ineligible expenditures are. So we struck through eligible for the funding, business advertising, furniture, fixtures, machinery, and equipment, and have now identified those as ineligible expenditures. We've modified the program structure again to reflect breaking barriers to business, establishing the minimum investment that's required, identifying what the city's rate of participation will be, and again, making this a reimbursement-based program rather than upfront disbursement. Moving on to the business infrastructure grant and the proposed changes that we're presenting for this program. We are proposing to increase the award, expand the eligibility, make an allowance for retail to also be located on the site, and including the industries and project types that we've identified within the Economic Development Strategic Plan. The language that you see before you, again, lists all of the existing industries that are in Chapter 29, but adds those that were identified within the strategic plan, with the exception of retail and wholesale trade. The language that we are adding to the grant program is to allow for projects that do not have an identified end user. That allows for us to incorporate developers who are providing structures, buildings that we need to house some of these industries that we're talking about. And that is currently not in the program, but what we are proposing to include as well. This section just eliminates redundancy. We talked about what industries were eligible. It's already stated earlier, so we just referenced this section instead of listing them again. And the proposed changes for the funding include making the calculation based on construction costs. Currently, the Business Infrastructure Grant provides a 10% grant for eligible infrastructure expenses only. So that calculation is 10% of those costs. Our proposal is that we broaden that and calculate the 10% on the total construction costs, and also to provide for a $250,000 cap across all funding levels. And finally, for the Enhanced Value Recapture Grant, this again makes an allowance for the industries identified in the Economic Development Strategic Plan, which you see listed before you. And it also allows for co-located retail as well. That concludes my presentation. I'll stand by for any questions.
Thank you, Councilmember Kilrain.
Sharon, excellent expansion of the program and definition of it. A lot of questions throughout, and I'm only going to try and capture a couple of the top ones here. I noticed right away you were talking ROI, as opposed to, we used to do the projected enhancement to the city. You still going to use that organization that does the impact on the economy? You'll be using those in parallel?
We will.
Okay.
So one of the elements that we want to recognize is the economic impact and non-direct benefit. That will be one of the considerations, as well as if it aligns with our strategies. There are just some elements of that that don't apply to certain projects, and so we keep all of those elements as part of consideration, but we're also expanding it for other considerations as well.
Okay, thank you. And also, I'm happy to see we got the liens and clawbacks better defined as to what they can go after and based on a graduated system there. Disqualified businesses, I just want to make sure that we're, from a legal peril standpoint, I know we've done it before, but you don't see any problems in like listing those businesses from a disqualification standpoint?
No, it's our incentive program. We control whoever it is that we issue the money to.
Okay, because I think what we're seeing now in the car washes themselves, they're self eradicating, if you will, when they're not making money, they're going to leave or get out. So, I mean, I think it's a great priming mechanism that you're doing, and you've done it universally now across many more niches. So I think it's great. The 20% investment, and then you talked about that investment not being able to use by the principals if they're named as a principal. How are we going to monitor whether a guy's taking salary? I assume that you're going to require a pro forma P&L, and based on that pro forma P&L, you're going to track as to where that money is going. But if someone's in there, in particular in a small business, and operating himself and, actually putting in time and hours, how are you going to differentiate that as to money from the incentive program going to him? I mean, it's fungible, so how are you going to track that? I'm just wondering if we have ideas of pre-forecast as to how we're going to do that. So
I'm not sure that I know which revision we're talking about. We did talk about a maximum of 20% of the capital costs for Cape Collaborates, which we were aligning with breaking barriers to business. Is this the section you're referring to?
No, I saw it come up where you're going to prevent any of the slippage of payments we make to them for investment in their business as being isolated from going to any owner of that business. And how can you block that out? It was, I'm just worried about how we manage that.
So that, what you're talking about is actually going to be a reimbursement for a specific cost that would be eligible. So in that case, they would have already spent the money for what they're seeking reimbursement to.
Okay, all right.
So as long as they're not turning us an invoice in for marketing, that would be ineligible. But if they turn it in and it's for construction costs, they may be doing both at the same time, but we're only going to be eligible to reimburse the eligible costs.
Okay. And I see the 10% for infrastructure cost. That will come in handy when we look at things like if, as we talk about later, the yacht club, and we get into something like potential of a P3 partner there, where that could be our investment in them to incentivize them to move forward. So that's a valuable measure, I think. So thank you, Mayor. There's some general things I wanted to clear up.
Thank you. Councilmember Steinke.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a few things. Obviously, I'm in favor of incentives to bring commercial to our city and build businesses here and provide opportunity for employment. Although I've got a few questions and concerns with where all of it is, and it's a huge body of work. So I know it took a lot of time. So hats off for what it took to get that done. If you can go to slide 12, talking about liens and clawbacks now applied only where funds are dispersed up front. And this kind of came up before where it talks about businesses being capitalized to come here. And can you, and then later on it talks about being able to use this money just for construction costs, not just utility expansion or utility is being brought to the site, but the actual cost of construction. And so I guess my question is, should we be incentivizing people that would need this incentive money up front rather than having their own capital before we would provide funding to them, that we would then go and claw back through either a lien on the property or whatnot? Should we be considering bringing people here that aren't capitalized enough to get it started without our money up front? Was that considered at all? From a qualification standpoint, that would kind of stick out to me, that says, hey, we want to come and do this business, but don't quite have the money to get it started. We need your incentive money up front to get it started.
So if I can just address that, by making some of these programs reimbursement only, they have to have the funding in order to move forward with the project. So we're not in danger of providing funding to private capital or investment that is not there. But when we go to the other programs where we provide for a lien, and those being for the Job Creation Incentive Program and the Arts Program, because of the nature of what we're providing, it is for upfront expenses. So there is some risk there. However, we're still looking at, again, the same financials. They still have to show proof of funding and how they're moving forward with the project minus what the city is putting forward.
Okay, and given the fact that we're also allowing lenders capability in the effort to be part of the financial suitability, if we have that lien on that property, and obviously we're not a first position lien holder at that point, isn't there the potential there then to be upside down on the property, and to some degree our lien on the property is either worthless or is a deterrent to someone else buying the property because of what it would have to be sold for to satisfy our lien, or put us in a position where we have to release the lien to allow the property to be placed into the hands of someone that can do something better with it? How do you deal with that?
So I think your question is really in line with why we tried to make the project's reimbursement where we could. For the job creation tax credit, with that being for jobs created, we don't know necessarily that it includes financing and that there would be a lien coming from a lender on that. But certainly I acknowledge that there is a risk because the city would have to take last position. So it's a risk that we're considering for the two programs that we do allow upfront funding and a lien requirement.
Okay, and Mr. City Attorney, do we place ourselves in a position of discrimination, if you would, if we allow the money to go to one entity and not to another entity, thinking that the lien potential is greater with one than another?
Not if we're just looking at the financial aspects and the ability of them to operate whatever it is they're doing. That's on a discriminatory basis, so I'm not really concerned about us making an evaluation based on their ability to perform.
And do we have a regimented way of looking at each one of those pro formas to say we believe this one is financially viable and this one is not?
So that's when we get into the consideration of what the project entails. If we've got a lender that's on board, that's the ideal scenario, but we will look at what capital they have to invest right now, the past performance of the business and whether they were profitable and can sustain that based on what they're proposing. So we'll be looking at all of those elements.
Okay, all right, thank you. And then on page 13, it says under the review and approved criteria on the proposed side, it says real property acquisition costs of a significant type or nature. Do we have a definition of significant someplace?
I do not believe that's within our definition section.
So I would recommend we have some type of objective criteria that when we say a significant type or nature, that ends up being somebody's call on whether we or I, whomever, think that's significant. And that I think would definitely put us in a position where we could be challenged, or, hey, well, you thought theirs was significant, but you didn't think ours was significant. What do I gotta do to, you know, pass the test, so to speak? Mr. City Attorney, any comment toward that?
You know, we could always explore identifying what would meet the requirements, because I see significant in 1, 2, 3 of that subsection. We could certainly identify what that would be in the total scope of the project, if that will alleviate your concern regarding a level of objectivity. I suspect that it's probably without definition to allow us a level of fluidity in terms of deciding what is significant and what's not significant based upon the underlying drive behind this, which is to ensure that we have commercial development. But I could certainly explore that, certainly have that conversation and see if we can identify something objective.
And it may only be mine, we make decisions as a body, so if I'm the only one that might be a little worrywart as it would relate to allowing something to be too subjective, where there could be challenge to that, you know.
If I could just, I'm sorry, go ahead.
It's certainly a possibility that someone can make an assertion that you granted it a certain level of incentive that did not meet the requirements of the ordinance, and therefore they'd look to challenge that. I'm not necessarily too concerned from a legal perspective, but I understand that you may have a concern regarding putting clear rules out on the books for all to be able to utilize them.
Okay, thank you.
I did just want to add one thing as well. This is listed under the general program requirements, so it's one of the others as well that are eligible. And so this kind of sets and tees up the incentive programs for each program. So most of them have a minimum investment amount, a percentage of what we're providing in terms of assistance. And so for the most part, that's established within the guidelines of whatever program they're applying for.
Okay. I can appreciate that. And lastly, on slide 15, where it talks about a permit expiring, I believe it's on the right-hand side, number 6, incentive awards will be revoked if the applicant's permit expires for the project receiving the incentive. The permit, is there some force majeure provision in there that, as it relates to permitting, that if we have a significant event, significant defined like tropical storm and whatnot, so it certainly will not have significant defined, that they would have, you know, some permit extension allowed or a way to deal with that inside of a potential, you know, storm or typical force majeure situation?
It's typically done by executive order of the governor related to the significant event. It's a blanket across the state extension of permits.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Anyone else? Seeing none, thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
If I may ask, because this has not been fully codified within Chapter 29, when it does actually go into the strike-throughs and the underlines, do you want that all coming before you in the committee of the whole to walk you through it, or do you want it as an intro? I'd rather get that out now so that we don't run afoul of any concerns that you may have once we put it in pen to paper.
Well, I would think this is the opportunity, if we have some type of concern, to present that now during this meeting. If there's no concern, then I think we could probably just go through it to an introduction.
It's why we brought it back here, to go through each, from the previous discussion, all the concerns you had, how we were going to implement.
Yeah, print it and we'll roll.
Yeah, so I think it sounds like everybody's okay.
And I could walk it through at the intro. I know we normally just do the introduction, but I could actually walk it through as to what the changes are, reflects what it will be.
Okay.
And if something comes up, we'll hear from Councilmember Long that cows are useless.
That's a fact.
Yeah.
We will be heavily scrutinizing this on the second reading.
All right, thank you, Sharon, for the presentation. All right, let's move on to the next item of discussion, which is A5, Yacht Club discussion, and I will turn this over to the city manager to start with.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to turn this presentation over to our Assistant City Manager, Mark Mason, for a general discussion.
Thank you.
You presenting?
Well, actually, both John and I are
There you go.
presenting. Anyways, we're here to talk about where we are with the yacht club. Mark Mason, Assistant City Manager. And we're going to be talking about where we stand with the yacht club, where we are with the design, as far as any GMPs that we have in hand, as well as the potential financing for the project. And so I'm going to introduce John Osterstock. He's the project manager for this. He'll walk through the discussion about the GMPs that we have in hand, as well as the phasing for the remainder of the project, and I'll finish up and talk about the financing.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. My name is John Osterstock. I'm the facility project manager. Wanted to discuss with you an exciting project that we've been working on. You may have heard of it, the Yacht Club project. So first I wanted to get into a little bit of some of the history of the Yacht Club and this Yacht Club facility that was down there. It was originally built in 1962, and it served as a hub for the city for, all kinds of celebrations and weddings and whatnot. About 60 years into its lifespan, was slated for some renovations at around 2022, which was going to include some horizontal improvements as well as some refurbishment inside. About the same time, the seawall was inspected down there, and it was determined that there were some elements that were failing as part of the seawall, and it needed to be reconstructed. As luck would have it, about that same time, Hurricane Ian came in and severely damaged the original structure, so it needed to be completely rebuilt. So at that point, the council had met with the designers and the Seymour and realized that this was an opportunity for the city to kind of pivot to a large-scale redevelopment and construct something that is very powerful and meaningful for the city here. So the staff began to redesign stuff and go back to our permitting and change the scope for those and push those through the permitting process. Ultimately, we were able to receive the core permit in April of this year, and that set us up to begin the marine improvements to begin either at the end of this year or early next year. So the marine package, the whole package, consists of the demolition of the existing docks that are down there, as well as some marina dredging, construction of the seawall itself, relocation of a boat ramp, and replacement of the marina fueling tanks and dispensers. There's a permit requirement also from the Water Management District to provide twin box culverts, which will act as flushing mechanisms to provide some fresher water to the marina basin. In addition, replacing all the boat slips with fixed and floating docks. And this total cost of this portion of the project is going to be about $35 million, plus inspection services. So what that entails, or what that means, is basically that we have an estimated annual debt service of around $3 million for 30 years. The construction duration of the full package from the marine would be about 20 months. So one option that we have when we started thinking about this is, we're going to be building all of these slips and docks down there, but we're not going to be able to utilize them for several years, potentially 2 to 3 years. So does it make sense to build that and leave it exposed to the elements for 2 to 3 years? Probably not. So we've revised the marine package to trim it down a little bit so that we weren't putting those docks out there, and so that you can see what it would then include. And this scope of the project would be whittled down to about $2.2 million per year of annual debt service, or a total price of $24 million. So the important thing is we need to get the seawall constructed before we can do anything else on the project. So the next portion of the project would be the upland phase. This would include civil site improvements, getting the utilities in, all the underground work, so that we could perform all of the vertical construction afterwards. It would also include the Harbor Master Building, the 4-story parking garage, a maintenance building, and in this scenario, we would then be putting in the underground fuel tanks. The total cost of this phase is around $85 million, or a estimated debt service annually of $6 million. The construction duration for this portion of the project is approximately 24 months. Phase 2 of the upland work would finish out the project by building the community center, the concession buildings, a resort-style pool, the playgrounds and beach area, and then we would also be putting in a future restaurant pad. We'd also obviously be finishing the landscape in this phase. The estimated cost of this portion of the project is around $90 million. And that would equate to about a $6.5 million estimated debt service annually. This portion of the project is also expected to last around 24 months. Now, I think it's important to note here that if you add all these durations up, it's going to be a lot longer than what it's actually going to take to build this project. Ideally, we're going to be phasing this stuff so that there's overlap between these GMPs or these phases. So we expect it to shrink down to about a 4-year overall construction duration. A couple other things to consider. We talked about delaying the boat slips to be constructed probably somewhere concurrently with phase 1 or phase 2 of the upland work. The boat slips themselves are approximately $11 million construction cost at today's dollars. One thing also to note is that when we do build the boat ramp in the basin, it really won't be operational until we get these docks and the other amenities and utilities out to service that area. There's also another thing to consider as far as coordination is concerned, and that would be the construction of the boathouse. Ideally, we'd start constructing the seawall. We're going to work from south to north. So the first thing we're going to do is that south area there, right where the boathouse is. And like I said, ideally, we would start our marine package. We'd be moving north, and we get well out of their way. So by the time that the boathouse comes in to reconstruct next year, we're already out of their way, and there's minimal interaction between our two projects. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Mark.
Mark Mason, Assistant City Manager. So when we looked at this, I think probably a couple of things to talk about is that this is probably the third time we've come forward with a financing plan for this. We originally came forward in March of 2022 when we did a presentation on the original site plan. At that time, it had a parking garage, and we talked about parking fees for the parking garage at the time. At no time have we ever talked about anything other than $2 or $3 per hour. However, from a practical standpoint, if and when the garage is built, you'd actually come up with a different scenario about how to actually charge for parking. In June of 2024, we also discussed this with the City Council, more or less privately at the time. When we were talking about then, we had changed the site plan, and we were talking about a potential project of $120 or $150 million. And so here, right now, we're estimating this total project cost to be $225 million. It may be more, it might be a little bit less by the time we get done and get the GMPs in hand and in sight and start construction. The estimated average annual debt service for this would be $14.2 million. That's if we issued all $225 million at one time. And the scenario that we've given you is to assume that we've issued it all at one time to give you an idea of the overall potential impact from a timing basis is concerned. This would include the construction cost as well as the $11.7 million associated with design and construction, engineering, inspection services. This is all inclusive in this total estimated cost. This also takes into account that we do not expect any of the estimated site revenue sources, i.e. the boathouse, any parking garage revenue, any revenue that we might receive from slip rentals or any revenues associated with the convention center type area that we're going to have, or the pool, will begin until 2029. It may be later than that, it might be earlier than that, but right now we're forecasting 2029. The boathouse may begin operations in 2028. That's going to assume that we've met the obligations of our contract with them and they have 150 spaces for parking. If the parking garage is done by then, it's a good possibility that they will probably have that. So that's taken into account that it begins that operation then. However, the revenues associated with the boathouse in the upfront years is limited. And so you don't actually see any of some of the revenues until the second year of their operations. The project also relies on public service tax funds. When we talked about this a little over a year ago, we had broached the subject of utilizing the additional 3% that is available on the public service tax in order to finance this project. At the time, when we were talking about $120 or $150 million, in order to finance it even at the $2 per hour parking garage cost, we would likely need some additional revenues at the time, and that's when we talked about the public service tax funds. In this case, that would bring in the first year about $6.9 million. Of course, there would be some growth associated with this over time. We would also recapture the $2.6 million that is currently associated with the charter schools as their LCI funds and the PICO funds gets to 100% for funding. So this would approximate about $9.5 million a year that would go towards this debt service of $14.2 million. The important part with this is that the city will need to carry the cost of any debt issue for the first 3 or 4 years until, and this would include the approximately $9.5 million in public service tax funds in order to carry that cost. So that would be carrying that cost of about $28 to $43 million over that period of time. And the $43 million mostly has to do with the timing of when certain revenues would come into effect in order to fund the project in the future. And so I've given you a financing plan, a 5-year pro forma associated with this. This makes some assumptions, some of the assumptions I just talked about. It also gives you, we make some assumptions of what we think the boat docking service charges will be in the first year. This is a big assumption in the first year. And at the same time, the boathouse revenue share, we take into account the potential of the parking garage service charges, also any of the pool, community center or pool fees and charges in the first year. And then we also take into account the other revenue sources I just talked about. Importantly, in 27, 28, we would likely need to do an internal loan from the general fund that would be to make debt service payments, assuming that all the debt will have been issued by then for this project. Much depends on the timing of when each phase goes into effect. I think clearly there will be some overlap on the phases. So from a practical standpoint, if we're assuming that this takes 4 years in order to build, that there will be some overlap in Upland 1 and Upland 2. So in this scenario, we're looking at fiscal year 2029 is when we start seeing some of the revenue, but at the same time, it's when we start seeing a lot of the expenses associated with the operation of the park at the yacht club. And so I'm here if you have any questions. Oh, sorry. So from summary, something that, why are we here? I think that's probably a good question. What we're looking for from the City Council today is that there's a consensus for us to move forward with the construction of the seawall. We would finance this, in the interim period for about 9 months utilizing commercial paper until we get to a point where we're going to be getting GMPs for the Upland 1 project, and then we would actually issue the first tranche of any debt. From a holding standpoint, it's, there's no need to actually issue the debt today, but we have the resources necessary to be able to finance the cost of the seawall up front. So then we would build the seawall, boat ramp, box culvert docks first. Based upon our estimates, the docks would likely sit idle for 3 years, so we're recommending the seawall only. In order to finance this, we would recommend that we start with the 3% public service tax on electricity and natural gas beginning in 2026. From a timing standpoint, it would probably be the fourth quarter of 2026 due to the 3-month notification, et cetera, and the timing of how that is put into place. The yacht club resources will be and are insufficient in order to carry the debt service for the build out of the site. And so the project will rely on some dedicated revenue source besides those sources that come in from the yacht club. Again, if the yacht club does not materialize with the revenues that we're currently projecting, then the city will have to make up the difference with that. And of course, I talked a little bit about the $8 million loan to carry the debt service in the initial years. We would look for a payback of that over 8 years. And that again is primarily because of the revenues that we would be seeing from the yacht club to be able to reimburse back the city for the upfront cost. And now, I'm ready if you have any questions.
Mayor, can I close with a couple
Sure.
items? So in my discussions with several of the council members who have not been here throughout the entire progression, I've been asked to, can we get the progression of how it went from the GO bond, which was horizontal improvements, through basically where we're at today. And so I want, also tied to this, on the consensus of, do we have direction to move forward with the seawall? I also want to know if you want me to include that, like, let's say in the January budget, or if you want us to do a COW, just kind of a history summary of in a COW. We can either tie this together with a bigger discussion about budget and revenues, or we can do that. But it's been a request from several council members to understand how it went from the GO bond of 11 to where we're at today. And then with that, I know that, I'm going to just say it, sticker shock, right? $225 million estimate. And so some of what is being asked, at least to administration, is, well, how did we get here? Well, that goes back to the history of the progression of the plan itself. And ultimately, when we hit the 50% rule at the ballroom, then it became an issue of looking at, well, what are we building for? Are we building for today of 220,000 residents, or with a facility like this that has a 75, 100-year life, considering that within 20, 30 years, we're going to be at 400,000. So the idea is we're not building a facility that is just for 220,000. We're building a facility that's going to sustain 75 to 100 years for 440,000 residents. And so that, I think, is a piece that is, if not overlooked, maybe misunderstood, in that, part of the idea of stretching out the payments using the long-term debt is so that you're not putting the full cost of the people who live here today. You're stretching it out over the 40, 50, 60, longer lifespan of a building as the city grows into the 400,000, that over 400,000 we're going to have. So I just wanted to add some general statements to, where we're at, how we got here, and then I was asked to provide that history. That I would like to know if you all want to have that at a COW or part of the budget discussion in January. Thank you.
Okay, with that, I'll open up discussion. Councilmember Laster.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. City Manager, because I did ask for that. For me, I really wanted to see the renditions, because I think Mo previously stated in a previous meeting that I could get those online, but they're not all on there, right, from the very beginning.
I think Mark may have brought them.
Okay, good. I just wanted to see, starting from the very beginning, when Mayor Joe was still alive, to, I was 2 years off for good behavior and then back on. And then I remember the last time when I left, we were going, I was trying to be funny, lighten the mood. We changed the boat launches because we had an overwhelming, and Mayor, you might recall this, and Councilmember Long, you might recall this, but we had an overwhelming push from the residents around that area to move those boat ramps. Remember that? When we moved?
Well, the Parks and Rec master plan, the number one request was to expand the beach.
Correct.
And so we had to move the boat ramp to expand the beach.
Correct, and that that was at the 30, the last I recall was about the 35 or 30 million mark. And so, you know, for me to see those visuals, Mr. Mason, would be helpful, and helpful probably for the public. I guess where I go to is when we talked through, you talked about it just now, about how last year council had approved to look at this for the future, for when we're built out to 400,000+ people. And we talked about an RFP for the resort and the resort pool. And so I guess, you know, I just kind of want to see how that came about from the design, and then with the RFP, when do we anticipate going out for that, for the resort, for the hotel and the pool and all of that piece? Because that's the whole piece that's new to me. I mean, I watched the meetings and saw last year, but I was just thinking, you know, a lot of questions. Number one, I think I heard the mayor say at a meeting or something where, you know, we were gonna start building from the out to the in, which I absolutely agree with. Do the whole seawall, culvert, all that stuff first. And then the first gentleman stated that, you know, to open that, we probably don't wanna do that until we have phase 1 of the upland done, correct? And then we would go to the phase 2 and 3.
So from the very beginning, administration has always discussed bringing in vendors to run the marina, the parking
P3,
garage,
right?
the
Like,
restaurant.
yeah.
Yeah, well, they're not necessarily a P3, they're more or less, they would be contracts to basically look at running that, because we're not specialists in running high-end, you know, marinas.
We're not in that business.
We're not specialists in running restaurants, we're not specialists in running, you know, parking garages, you know, convention centers, you know, ballroom. So remember, this building has now combined the spaces of the Rotino Center as well as
Correct.
the ballroom. And so you're gonna have multiple reservations, multiple floors. This has a wedding, you know, banquet with a kitchen in it. You know, much more flexibility than what we had. And so the idea was, as we get closer to, you know, opening, then we would put out those requests for, you know, vendors to come in and do that. So at this point, you know, there has been nothing put out on the street for any of those.
So we would build the hotel and the resort, or we would get a P3 to do that, a developer to come in and do that?
There's no hotel in this plan.
There's no, so the resort is just the community center and the pool?
Yes.
Correct.
That's it. Got it. Okay. And then when we talk about the 3%, the PST that we're taking from the schools, you mentioned, Mr. Mason, that we had agreed years ago to give them the 500 kilowatt rebate, to give that to them, to give them revenue. And you said that that money will be replaced with PICO. Will it happen as soon as next year?
No.
It won't. So
The
are they-
100% is in 2028.
Okay, so are we gonna hurt them over the next 2 years by taking that money to start this debt service?
I'm not actually taking it up front. It's a timing issue.
Okay.
It's timing, so
Okay.
it's not inclusive of upfront in the first
Okay.
year or the second year.
Okay, and then I didn't see the pier, maybe I missed it. Remember, you know, the pier we used to have? We have that still?
That was another one of the discussions that kept layering into this. The pier is under design now. It was looking at a cost-benefit analysis with the engineer. It was determined to be cheaper on a per year full life of ownership to replace the entire pier. So that's also under design.
And is that something that we could open ahead of time to start, you know, having an amenity back, at least a portion of the amenity back for the residents, or no, it would be a safety issue?
Listen, I've been very open about this to the community, and I know I've said it in a couple of these meetings. People want to rush to get this open. When you look at what we need to construct and what we need to build down there, it is years away.
Okay.
And so, every time that you try to phase a piece of it, and if you're putting it out for an RFP for someone to run it, they're gonna wanna make sure they have beneficial use of their aspect, which means you need parking, you need harbor master building, you need lighting, you need all the amenities. And so what happens is you start getting into business damages. And so the plan has always been to shut the entire park down and construct everything and deliver it all at once. Because as we talked about here, if you do the seawall and you say, okay, well, let's add the marina to it, let's add the docks. Well, if you don't do the harbor master building, there's no upland facilities, there's no pump out facilities.
Yeah, I see what you
there's
mean.
no-
It's all
right?
tied together.
Yeah,
All of
there's-
it's tied together.
If you do the ballroom without the parking garage,
Where
then
they
you have
gonna
no
park?
place to park.
Right, I
So
understand.
all of this synergy all flows together, and when you start trying to rush one over another, you have general conditions with contractors, you have liability, you're inviting all kinds of issues to that. And so, I understand it. Listen, there have been people that have come to the podium, residents of ours and in town halls and out in the public. Why can't we just do this? Why can't we just do that? And it's a very good question, because the answer is you can, but it does not make good business sense. You would be spending money to have it sit there as opposed to accomplishing it all at once. And listen, I'm not the contractor. Our contractors have been asked this question. Can we phase this? Can we phase that? Sure. Then you're moving around fences, you're inviting liability, you're extending general the project takes longer. We can do anything. It just costs time and money.
Right, and the last rendition plans, those were already approved? In other words, we're committed to that plan, that
Yeah,
rendition?
beyond approved, we're in design.
Gotcha.
We're built, yep.
Okay, let me see if I have any other questions. Oh, did we get any, insurance money? Do we get any of that from, like, the boathouse or from tearing down the yacht club building?
So, we did get some insurance proceeds, I think, for the repair of the ballroom. It was 50 or 80.
I think she's talking about just the boathouse.
Everything,
If there
no,
was-
the
Oh,
boathouse.
the boathouse,
and the ballroom.
the boathouse, we subsumed those in the new deal
Right.
that we did with them. So
Okay.
it's being reinvested into a building
Into
for
the
us.
building, and then what about
As
the,
far as Ian is concerned,
I
and
know.
anything that happened with Ian, yes, we did get some insurance funds, but we're not talking about big dollars here.
okay, I just wanted to clarify
Now,
that,
yes,
if I'm asked.
yeah.
And then,
no worries. And we also have some FEMA funds that have also been coming in.
okay,
We have the 50% rule that we're working through FEMA with, both the boat dock. Our goal is actually to try to have it fully funded. So, we're doing what we can right now.
so, and we plan on utilizing those funds, Mr. Mason, if possible.
Oh, absolutely.
To fund
They're-
that,
Yeah,
okay.
that is where they're located at. We're not using anything else.
Okay.
We will apply all of those funds back into that. But on a $225 million project, it's less than $1 million.
Okay, and yeah, I mean, if you could have the drawings, if you don't have all of them today, that's fine, I just want to see them, just so that I'm able to have talking points when I'm asked by my constituents.
While he gets the Elmo
Okay.
fired up, let me talk about the insurance proceeds from the
Mhm.
boathouse. So the language in the contract preceding the one that we just voted on said if the building was not going to be rebuilt, our building, they were insuring our asset. And so if we chose not to rebuild it, then we would have taken those
Sure.
insurance proceeds into the general fund for a legally appropriate use. But that's not the choice we chose. We chose to rebuild it, but bigger and better and to new code. And so those proceeds in that agreement went back into the capital to build the new building.
Right, and so then but I guess what I'm saying, I guess what Mr. Mason is saying, with the potential FEMA dollars and the small amount of maybe insurance money we got because of the ballroom, we can use those funds to offset some of the costs later on. Yeah?
Or the design now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I just think that's an important thing, and when we have that number, to be able to say that would be helpful to make us aware. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Kilrain?
Yeah, couple things, more than a couple. The fact that we're gonna go back and look at the history, I think is important, but only for the fact that I think it helps build credibility as to how we got here and resident support, I think, because I think when they understand the process and the tortured path we went through to get to this point, I think there'll be some better understanding of why the number gave us sticker shock. And that's the first time I really saw a solid engineering projection on this. So maybe there was one before. I know we were throwing around over $100 million, but the 2.25 was the first time I really saw a hard number on it. I think that it's important that we deal with the circumstances as they are today and not like we wish they were or had been. And, you know, I've said this before, I think it's very important that we manage this process in a way that allows us to start to collapse the project into a lump in which we produce revenue streams contiguous with being able to do the construction. And if you think about that, it's smart business to go ahead and do the seawall. You won't have the boathouse or anything else unless you start that process. That generates revenue stream coming up from the boathouse. And then to do as little expenditure past that point so that we don't burden residents with a tax burden. Go ahead, City Manager.
In the new agreement with the boathouse, there has to be 150 parking spaces and all of the utilities. So even in that agreement, the boathouse said, I'm not gonna be forced to put 5 million, 6 million into the ground and have nothing available. So everything is following the same trajectory.
Okay, and along that line, then whatever is required to make that system happen. And then look, as you were discussing, to go with the marina after that as a phase 2. But then, if you think about looking at, you know, we're really locking ourselves into tying up the general fund finances for a long period of time here with nothing else but this project. So it doesn't give us a whole lot of flexibility with other things. And I would propose that we got a really serious look at a P3 that can bring forth both commercial capability and capacity to get financing such that we don't have to manage the whole project in a manner that produces revenue at the same time as the construction. I don't know how we could do that without a P3 partner, bring in all of that financial capability and wherewithal. So I would suggest maybe that we either actively pursue a P3 for putting all the back end together and or you know, just starting out the process, continue to slow roll that forward until we can get a better glimpse of what it's going to look like and then put out for a P3. But you know, if we're talking pretty big numbers here on debt service, and I think that Mr. Mason has done a great job in putting together a program in which we could fund that self-sufficiently, but that's still going to be a significant tax burden. And if you're talking like the commercial paper running anywhere to cover that 28 to 43 million, that's still a big bite out of the general fund that we're going to have to do, and you know, it's going to be significant. So and again, you have to ask yourself, do we really want to go with this larger scope of the project? I'm all for going with the large scope and looking at the larger population, but I think that we'd be smart to look for a P3 that has that financial wherewithal, and they can bring together the experts in restaurant operation and you know, running the parking lot and the marina and all of that stuff. So that's where my head's at right now. Just trying to ameliorate the impact of tax burden on the residents and do a long-term lease. I mean, we can do a very long-term lease so that those P3 partners can get paid back in a reasonable fashion, but also bring the investment to us that we don't have to pull everything out of our pockets. So just thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Kadook.
Thank you, Mayor. First, to answer Mark's question, I'm personally good with moving forward with the seawall, marina, and docks. Yes, I'm good with seeing the history of the yacht club and how we got here. And is the pier in the upland or marine work? It said that it was under design, but no one specified where it was.
So the fishing pier is completely separate from this portion of the project. We chose to go that route just because the permitting was going to be a little bit easier if we just tried to get the permit.
Sorry,
for
I
that.
don't mean to interrupt, but it's nowhere in here then?
It's not included in that 225.
So it's not included in the 225. Okay. Also, once the seawall, marina, and docks are then, and Mr. City Manager, you kind of touched on this, but would it be possible, I know that this is now impacting the project, but would it be possible to have a temporary trailer there for like marine operations at that point to start generating revenue?
I'm sorry, I was trying to write down some of the things you were in favor for. What was I heard the last part, but what were you trying
Marine
to tie
operations,
it back to?
if we did the seawall, marina, and docks, could we then do marine operations there to start generating revenue?
Mark, can you pull up the slide that shows the difference between the plan with the marina and the plan without the marina? The finance was like 35 to 20.
Oh, yes.
With the annual debt service.
So, this was the original GMP. This had both of them. The one thing that, part of this is
It's
that.
not on the screen.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's
Just you.
That's not him, that's in the back.
Yeah, that's not me.
That was you.
There you go. No, that's not it.
Well,
That's the wrong one.
That's fine. So this plan,
There you go. Sorry, this is it.
so this one requires the 35 million with a debt service of 3 million. What's the next one?
2.2.
Yeah, one of the things that this doesn't have in doing this, it doesn't have the utilities. So that, part of the civil work still needs to be done. This is the marine package with,
So that's the issue is you have to get some of the upland stuff in place in order to service, in order to make those docks leasable, right? I mean, and here's another thing that, I know we said in the beginning, and, I'm gonna state it again. The plan for this marina is not what was there. So we are not talking about a 20-foot sailboat. Now, I know those people were relocated, we gave them that was another issue, we gave them eviction letters, you gotta go. The plan is not to bring those type of vessels back. That was not the design intent, that was not the goal. The goal here is much larger vessels bringing much higher rents into this marina. Because the idea is to try to get that, but that clientele that's coming into that type of marina needs upland services, which is in the Harbor Master building. So you need shower facilities, you need washer and dryers, you need a room to relax. So just by throwing the marina there, sure, we could do that, and just so you have an idea of the estimated cost, but you're not gonna be able to bring the type of rents in or leases in because you're not gonna have the upland facilities for them to go to. They'll travel another half an hour upriver or out somewhere, within this general vicinity to get those amenities.
Okay, and Mark, carrying this type of debt, 28 million to 43 million, let's just go with 43 million, for the next 4 years or more, because we know projects usually take a little bit longer, how does that impact our ability to borrow on anything else that we need to do in this city,
I expect there to be some constrictions in the future.
including with our UEP?
Not with the UEP side, that's usually funded, associated with the utilities.
Okay.
And so this is, more governmental debt type, and it's not utility debt, so it's not likely to have much of an impact on the utility side.
So different type of infrastructure bank?
I'm sorry?
Is it a different type of infrastructure bank that you're
No,
borrowing
it's-
from? Like, I don't understand how it wouldn't impact, I would assume that we, as the city, are just the borrower in general, so I don't understand how there would be a different debt.
Okay, so the city is a borrower in general, but it has utility borrowing, it has a separate structure associated with utility borrowing, and then it has governmental borrowing, and under governmental borrowing, you can be borrowing for a number of different things,
And this
not
is
least of
that?
which this is. So there is a bifurcation between the two. I have different ratings associated with utilities, I have different ratings associated with governmental type debt.
And this falls in the governmental type debt.
Correct.
So if we ever wanted to build a $40 million performing arts hall, we would be restricted by doing so because of this governmental debt.
If I was going to be borrowing money, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Steinke.
Thank you, Mayor. And I appreciate, as far as we've broken this down, for decision-making, I too would speak in favor of moving forward with the seawalls. Before anything happens, the seawall's got to be replaced. So I would say let's get ourselves started on that as quickly as we can. As it relates to, updates and availability of information about the yacht club, on our website, there's a great place there that everyone go to for those that are listening. When you go to capecoral.org, there is a button that says Project Updates. If you click on that button, the Yacht Club Community Park is right there as an item you can select. And if you hit that, it'll take you through the whole history of where this all came from. Very similar. I have an expanded version of what we've seen here as far as, hey, where have we come from and why are we where we are, and here's what's going on and here's what's happening with permits and so on and so forth. So there's a wealth of information there, very, very transparent in what's been going on there and what will happen as we move forward. One question that I had was, we've talked about the pier a couple times. We made the decision to replace it. We've gone in for permitting to get the permits required to get the pier rebuilt. In the timing of all this, we've already identified that the money required for that is not in any of this, but timing-wise, when will that pier be built?
Will likely be under construction with either the seawall or the other components of this, and it would just be an amendment to that contract.
Okay, so to some degree then, the pier will be there, but we won't have great accessibility to the pier for a while? Is that, when you say, hey, this is gonna be closed for a number of years, if I'm walking along the beach, am I gonna be able to go out on that pier before all this is completed?
I don't see so. Not based on my understanding of the project progression and the accomplishment of this. That pier isn't even finished, we're not even at 100% design, correct, right?
We're just over 90%.
Yeah, so, I mean, it's not even at full design yet. That was the last decision that you all made, was to, so the pier is like the tail of the project.
Okay, well, I guess I stand corrected, but I thought we had the decision of do we fix it, do we replace it? If we replace it, then, and we chose to replace it based on the financial underpinnings of it. And I thought then it was, okay, so Molly bar the door, let's do what we have to do to replace the pier.
That is
and put it in
correct.
place.
Well, it started off with, the initial directive was, let's get the pier open as quick as possible. And we were asked to bring a presentation to you all on the pier. And in that, when we did a life cycle cost benefit analysis, it was not in the best interest of our revenue to just do the repair. That's where we started. That's not, we wound up with completely new pier, redesign, new codes, and that's what we're doing now.
Right, and so it would seem that that is further along than the rest of this entire project.
I mean, potentially. It is in for review right now with the Army Corps. Those reviews right now are taking an extremely long time. But,
We're working on that. We're going to talk about that a little bit later. I'm actively involved in that one too. But it would just seem to me if someone walking along the beach could go out on the pier before they're able to go in and have a wedding in our new facility, I think that might be pleasing to the residents to be able to actually use the pier when the pier is completed, if the pier can be completed ASAP.
So now that I understand what you're saying seawall is under construction, the beach is still open, and if we can get the contract for the pier issued to get that built before we start construction on the whole, is that a possibility? Yes. Probability? I don't know.
That's a possibility that I would certainly be in favor of.
I'm following you now.
to enable the citizens to enjoy sunsets, to be able to walk from and fish from the pier. If we can do it, I would need to get really, really strong reasons why we shouldn't do it. So,
The only reason, again, would be because of the construction of the project. The upland work really only, I mean, we already have, the long lead time on the, starting the upland was the marine permit, which we have, and it sounds like we're a couple more, and we're gonna move forward with the seawall. From there, as soon as the upland work is done, it goes into permitting for building and site.
get it? Okay.
So if we're still waiting 6, 7, 8, 9 more months on the core, you see, that's why I'm saying is it possible? Yes. Probability, that's always a toss up with the core.
Okay. And then the other, when we look at these dollars, and what a magnificent facility this would be, and we've certainly gotten feedback from residents say we don't need that. Basically, just leave it as an open park and save the money. I broke it down, and I'm sure I'm not totally accurate, but for the sake of today, yeah, if it's $225 million, and we have 220,000 residents, and that doesn't take into account any growth in population that would also be funding this. But if it were paid for cash, and we've all gone in to buy cars and houses, and do I pay cash or do I put it on payments or whatever the case may be, if we paid for this one with cash, we need a check for $2,343 per current resident. We can't put up a quarter of a screen cage on a house for $2,343. So when we look at the overall impact of what our residents would have and what our visitors would be attracted to, and you look at it that way, I think it's a pretty good value for the city to become another beacon of our city, as the old yacht club was. If you look at the financing of it as has been presented to us with the annual debt service, and you divide up that debt service, and I'm not sure a number you came up with, 40-some million?
4.4 million.
Yeah, I'm not sure where they added up. I took the 14.295, the 6.9, the 2.64. When I added all those up, I came up with a little bit of a different number, but it worked out to about $12.50 a month. So I think the magnitude of the project certainly visually is overwhelming, and the absolute numbers, the 225 million, quite shocking, potentially overwhelming. The annual debt service, but when you do the math and you consider, keeping it simple down to buying the car, the extra $12 a month for that new car is pretty nice. And so I would just ask, as we go through this process, that we all consider the tremendous addition this is to our city, the crown jewel that it will become, as there was a crown jewel there before. And we're not just dealing with the 10,000 residents that used to be served by the facility that was there. We're now dealing with 220,000, soon to be 350,000, soon to be 400,000, that will be able to, be very proud of this. So, any way that we can get it done quicker, any way that we can do it more effectively, certainly in favor of a P3. I don't think any one of our departments wants to be in charge of setting up weddings and collecting rents from the folks that are in the yacht basin there. So I definitely in favor of P3, and if we bring a P3 in, all these numbers change, only for the better. Ultimately, I think what you're looking for today is, should we get these seawall started? And absolutely yes.
Councilmember Lehman?
Yeah. Mr. Mason, on page 10, those numbers.
Yep.
Parking garage service charges, a little high on that revenue, isn't it? I mean, it just seems like it doesn't fit with, between the boat docking service charges, the boathouse revenue, and the community center and pool fees and charges. That number seems so high. Why?
Parking garage is 4 stories and has 798 parking spaces. We assumed a $3 fee per hour. Taking that into account and assuming that we're going to have it occupied 40% of the time, this is what the annual amount would be.
Oh, okay. All right, thank you. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I guess I'll jump in here real quick. Can we go to slide 6, if we could, please? And while you're pulling that up, you know, my understanding, Mr. City Manager, Boathouse is looking anywhere from an 18 to 24-month process and hopefully getting that particular facility open. And I know as a part of that agreement, and you had mentioned it earlier, we are supposed to be able to provide about 150 parking spaces. So I guess my question is there some latitude there as far as the construction period? Because it sounds like the boathouse will be up and running probably before anything down there.
Well, if you remember, we have an interim phase, and they're also in design now, just like we've been designing, and then after design, they have to permit, and then they have to do construction.
Right. So just for argument's sake, say they're, next 6 months, you know, they're in permitting, and it's an 18-month construction period, so that's 2 years.
Okay.
And I think that's a possibility. I mean, I think that's, if they can adhere to that type of a schedule, they'll be doing good. I think that's probably the soonest that I could see them opening, but let's just go with that. They're going to be open in 2 years. Are we going to be able to provide parking? Because as we all know, if we can't get the people in there, they're not going to make it, and we're not going to generate any revenue.
Well, that's why we have to start the seawall as soon as possible, because the parking garage cannot even start until the seawall's done.
Right. So that was a concern. If you could put slide 6 back open. The other concern that I had was, and I'm not sure how this phased into projects. I do agree we have to, you know, begin the seawalls. Quite frankly, if we got the permit back in April, I was hoping we were started already. So I'm hoping that we can get that part of the project started sooner rather than later. So I definitely think that's the foundation of this project. We can't do anything until the seawalls are done. So to me, moving forward, well, you guys like clicking that slide 6 off. If you could put that slide 6, there we go. One of the concerns that I do have is, and I understand waiting on the dockage. You don't want to build something that sits there for 3 years. You know, and a lot of the amenities that go along with these docks, you know, showers, pump out stations, and a variety of other amenities are in our upland construction. So it's going to be tough to be able to rent some of those slips not having those amenities. So I understand maybe holding off a little bit on that. One of the concerns that I do have is if you look at this picture here and some of our previous discussions, if you look in the upper left-hand corner of that particular picture, we put finger docks in mainly for accessibility from the waterways to come into the boathouse and eventually the other amenities. So I don't know if that's something that we may be able to look at and only put that section of the dockage in at some point, maybe even before the rest of it, just to have that accessibility. knowing here in about maybe 2 years, the boathouse is, may be opening. Maybe that's something that we look at, sometime later on. Maybe when we have a little more of a definitive schedule from the boathouse as far as when the permits are issued, maybe at that point take a look at this. But that may be something we may want to contemplate. What I'd hate to happen is the boathouse is open. The parking garage isn't going to be completed, probably. There's going to be limited accessibility with parking because of the construction project being so large, and then not having any waterway access also. So just a concern that I have that maybe we can address someone later on when we have a little more of a definitive timeline for the boathouse and when they'll be up and running. But as far as your ask today, 100%, let's get going on the construction of the seawalls. And my recommendation would probably be to make sure we start down near the boathouse somewhere with the construction of the seawalls, to make sure that's completed by the time they're ready to get started here in 6 or 8 months or whatever the case may be. But that'll be up to the project manager to work that out. But, so I think that gives you the direction from me. Councilmember Long.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I guess just getting back to the asks of the day, so to speak, and starting with the seawalls as far as the priority and the phasing. I guess, as far as the decisions that are made here today, does that affect the outcome or any modifications to the Army Corps permit?
No. So the Army Corps permit was for the total scope of the work, which includes all the floating docks and all the finger piers. And then we have, that permit is good for 5 years. So if we do it and break it up and we do the seawall and then do that, that's fine. So it's not like completing the seawall and then not having done the marine, that permit would go invalid or anything.
Okay, so I guess the reason I ask is getting back to the mayor's point as far as the timeline, with the permit being issued in April. Were we waiting on this meeting to determine when we get out those RFPs so that we can start work on that project? I mean,
No, we already, so when we got the permit, we went out to our contractor, got the GMP, and then when we got that in and saw the amount of, the cost for that, all the work under that permit, and realized that we would not be generating enough revenue to sustain the debt service, we then went back to them. And so we've been working with them the whole time, trying to get to a point where we can make a solid recommendation to you, which is today, just do the seawall and a funding plan for that. 'Cause this is not in the budget.
Sure.
So that's why, as we were going through the budget process, we were also trying to put together funding plans for what we're looking at, the whole scope of the marina permit as well as upland. We're working both in tandem. And so we didn't see a path forward through the budget to do all, and so that's why we said, okay, we need to reduce the scope for phase 1 so that we can at least get the basis of the project going.
yeah, I guess my hope was kind of like the mayor's with regards to the project, to kind of go full circle at the beginning of this when you asked for some of the new council members and how we got here. The idea at that point in time was how we got here while we were waiting on the permit. And then we finally get the permit, and now we're starting to have discussions that frankly we probably could have had or should have had before then. So that's part of the reason how we got here. The other reason how we got here, you've seen a little bit of it today. So you get the 12 million, then you get the 30 million, then you get the 120 million, then you get the 250 million. Oh, by the way, that doesn't include the pier, that doesn't include the utility. So the next meeting, who knows what it's going to be. So that's how we got here. And at that point, that's where I start to kind of hesitate a little bit as far as the path forward, at least as a fully, the project that's fully done by us. So either we bring in partners or we rally or reduce the scope. But for a municipality to take on a project like this, $250 to $300 million construction project, when there's really not a whole bunch of vertical, if you brought this into any private sector, they'd laugh you out of the room as far as the return on investment and the revenue. And I understand, the old shtick that, it's an amenity and it's not supposed to make money, but it's sure as hell not supposed to lose money to this magnitude. And so for me, I've got some pretty significant reservations with the new cost So those, as far as me going forward, I'd either want to significantly limit the scope to get that price down, or bring in a partner that's willing to bear some of that burden. And that's where I'm at. But start the seawall. The seawall needs done anyways. Back to my first point. Thank you.
When we go over the history, what I've asked staff to do is bring in the subcomponent costs. So for example, the garage, the harbor master building, the marina component, the resort pool, the ballroom. And so when we start looking at what stacks up to the 225, if we start talking about de-scoping, then it's okay, what do we want to reduce the size of the pool? Do we want to reduce, take a floor off of the parking garage? Do we want, and so we can start to understand, what are we talking about? Where are the funds? What are the costs of each of the components?
Sure, and I appreciate that, and it's for sure going to be needed. But then at that point, when you're really taking enough meat off the bone to make it worthwhile, you're also leaving a big void in a project that kind of relies on the synergy of it all together. So then maybe back to the drawing board, which I would hate to think. But that's just where I'm at as far as the cost and the scope. Thank you.
Real quickly, before I go to Councilmember Duke, I forgot to mention in my presentation about the P3 possibilities. I think that if we could find or partner in the private sector for this project, it, I think, would be a win-win for everyone involved.
Absolutely.
And I think that if we can offset those expenses where we're not putting the burden on the taxpayer and we're still providing the same type of an amenity, to me, that's a no-brainer. So I would definitely would like to see us explore some type of a partnership with this particular project, because as Mr. Mason had mentioned, the project is so large, and because the cost of construction over the last three years or so has really grown exponentially, that's why this project has really morphed into the dollar amount, is mainly because of the cost of construction over the last 3 years or so. So if that means we have to bring in a partner where we can still achieve the same result, but with less of a burden on our taxpayers, to me, we would be foolish not to explore that opportunity while we're moving forward and getting this project to fruition. Councilmember Kadouk, sorry to take your time there.
No, thank you. You kind of nailed everything I was going to say. When I think about this, I think about the north side of Cape Coral specifically, and another council member stated, it's $12.50 per month per resident, but on top of the 40 grand that we're getting hit with in the north for an amenity that we have to drive 30 minutes to use. So unless we're gonna have a P3 partner, or in 2028, we put this on the ballot for its own specific go bond, and then we let the voters decide, we really need to scope back, in my humble opinion. Thank you.
Councilmember Laster.
Yes, I agree. Councilmember Long, I agree with you. And yes, Councilmember Kadouk, you're correct. And Mayor, you're correct. The scope of this project is large, and I think that's what everyone's concern is, especially now, even though we're planning for the future with the way our current economy is. Is it possible for us to just lease the land and then find a P3, or turn it, make it green and then find a partner? Is it possible for us to do that? It is? Then I would love to. I think, Mayor, you're right. We said it all before. That's why I said when I first spoke about a P3, when are we going out for RFP? Because in my opinion, this needs to be done. I don't want this burden on our taxpayers either. And to Councilmember Kadouk's point, there's other priorities, obviously, to each one of us in our district. I mean, my own selfishness is the old golf course. So how is this going to affect all? It's like a trickle down, right? And then if you look at, infrastructure and UEP, in my opinion, will always be top priority. So, I think we need to really, yes, do the seawalls, but scale this back and figure out a way how we can maybe do a land lease and have somebody come in and do the development. That would be my recommendation, because I agree with the mayor. I don't think this is right for our taxpayers. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Steinke.
Thank you, Mayor. With regard to the comment earlier about potentially having those docks there by the boathouse to allow for aquatic access to the boathouse, The boathouse is actually going to be the ones dispensing fuel. Is that not true? Is that not part of their? So as part of this, the replacement of the fuel tanks is in there. Is that not true?
Upland one.
There's Upland
One. So if in fact, yeah, because originally in the original GMP, marina fueling was included in that, I believe. I see it listed there on slide 4. And then in the revised package, it's not there anymore. And then it's moved to Upland Phase 1. And so if we were going to be considering doing that dock section as the seawall is completed down by where the boathouse will be, would we need to move that fuel tank replacement up in the process if we were to consider putting in those docks down by the boathouse?
John, or contractor, I mean.
Yeah, I mean, you'd, if we're gonna be wheeling down the GMP, the marine GMP, to get rid of the docks themselves and the fuel tanks, that was a mechanism basically to reduce this to a more manageable cost for the upfront portion. But the Upland Phase 1, you would want to get those fuel docks in as soon as you can, obviously to open up that revenue stream for them to be able to serve fuel there at the docks.
Because I would think to do that, the fuel docks that are there right now, those are going to have to go away. And so to come in and put the fuel tanks there before there's a place for the vessels to come up and get their fuel, kind of senseless. To bring put the docks there without the fuel being able to get them done would be kind of senseless. Pretty much you have to do them both at the same time, I would think.
Yes, that's correct.
So if we do go down that road of, okay, so we're not doing the docks through the entire marina, if we're gonna just do accessibility docks for the boathouse, then we need to tie that fuel tank replacement in to that part of the, if it's a micro phase, if you will, we'd have to move those in there and have those in at the same time when we get those docks open, I would think. And that's, and I said it minorly, and let me say it majorly. I absolutely believe there should be a P3 involved here to bring the cost down to the citizens, and the sooner we can get that on the street, the better. Thank you.
Councilmember Kilrain.
Yeah, I just want to come back and emphasize 2 more points about the P3 and why I think it's a very good idea. Number one, the cost of this project is never going to be cheaper than it would be to build it today. So to the extent that a P3 partner could come in and accelerate that, not only would he bring the financial capabilities, but probably be able to do it in a more accelerated manner and do it maybe through a project management program, which would be most efficient in moving the thing forward in cost. That cuts out a lot of the escalation on this, because if we're talking 4 or 5 years down the road until we can turn this thing around, just by reducing that by a year would be significant cost saving, just from an escalation standpoint. So I think that all of the efficiencies involved in the P3 and just making sense and not burning our residents with the tax base, it's just a strong signal that that's where we need to be headed. So, and again, Mr. Mason, I appreciate your all the effort that you put into looking at self-sufficiency on this, but I think that we'd be best off by looking for another alternative there, and let's spare those other great thoughts about how to get money forward for some other projects we may want to look at in the future. So thank you.
I understand. My feelings aren't hurt.
Seeing no other lights on, just a quick question for our city attorney. You look at the P3 regulations as far as the statute's concerned. My understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, if these facilities are going to be ours, then we can move forward with some type of a P3 type process. if I heard today, as far as on land lease, which in my opinion is probably a different mechanism than a P3, are they different? And if so, I guess my question is, it sounds like a majority of council is wanting to move in that direction, or at least look at the viable option, if that is even available to us. So I guess my question is, what needs to happen to be considered a P3? Do we have to own that property afterwards? Land lease, if you have like a 99-year land lease, I think that's a whole different mechanism. So I guess that's my first question.
So we're using P3 interchangeably and probably not appropriately. And that's kind of the problem that I'm hearing. So let me see if I can clear this up. Under the public-private partnership statute, there is a mechanism for an unsolicited proposal for whatever it is that they're going to unsolicitedly propose to the city of Cape Coral, right? That could be the entire yacht club area. It could be a portion of the yacht club area. I just do not know, and you're sending out a message right now to the world, okay? So it could be a variation of that. If there's some developer out there or contractor that will submit an unsolicited P3, and you are saying that you are interested in that. There's another mechanism by way of which we actually put it out on the street and asking for someone to bid on this specific project with certain enhancements in the sense of their ability to operate, whether it's the parking garage, whether or not it's the marine store, whether or not it's the marina itself, where there would be a sharing of costs because you're trying to minimize the total financial burden associated with the entire project, which is presently at 225 approximately. So there's a number of different things that are in play. It's just a matter of where this council wants to go in the sense of the relationship with a private operator and or builder. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and I mean, I just look at some of the other projects and development agreements that we've entered into, and I think for me personally, and if we want to direct staff to explore these options, I think now is the opportunity to do that. And whatever the mechanisms that we utilize, whether it's a P3 or a land lease, and we put that out on the street, while we're going through this process, we still have some design to finish up on, and then we have to apply for, all the permitting and that sort. But while we're doing that, what I don't want to happen is we get like the permits in April, and I know we've been doing some things between April and today, but what I don't want to do is go through all this process, and we're a year from now, we're sitting here talking about the same thing. I think we can drive down a parallel street and keep this motion going, but also explore whatever type of opportunities are out there for us. And then at some point, once we know all the data, the opportunities that may or may not be there, then we can decide, do we want to move forward? Do we want to scale it back? How much is it going to cost? And then we can make those decisions. But I think we have to direct staff to move forward into the private sector to see if there's an interest of anyone out there who may want to partner with us in some form or fashion. That's what I think the direction that we should also today be giving staff. Do we want to bear the whole burden of the financial aspects, knowing that we're at 225 plus? Because it's not 225. I guarantee you between the pier, all the other, we'll be closer to 300. And, so to me, that's where I'm at. I think that we need to direct staff to broaden their approach and look at some private type of opportunities along with what we have here. And they may come in and say, hey, you know, this is great, but we want to add that. I know we talked about a second restaurant down here. There may be some other opportunities that somebody may come before us and say, hey, look, we'll do this, but we want X. We don't know. But I think it would be a disservice if we don't at least explore those opportunities. Councilmember Kilgore.
Yeah, I'm exactly on the same page as you are. And basically, I think that setting up a leasing arrangement, we're going to be making an investment in this, in the seawall and some of the upland stuff that goes along with it to the tune of, 24, 25 million. And if you look at the construction of some of those relationships, that could be our seed into the game and get the whole darn thing started. So that wouldn't be any more of a burden to pursue that other alternative on the residents currently for a period of time. So I'm right on the same page with you.
Councilmember Steinke.
Thank you. Yeah, a concern I have, and maybe just a clarification, as it relates to a land lease. I mean, this is one of many parks we have in our city, and I don't know if we necessarily want to set a precedent that we will lease out one of our parks. And how far down the road are we with design on this? Are we at 60%? 60%, right?
Between 90 and 100%.
90.
So between 90 and 100%. If we look at a land lease, that's where somebody else comes in and goes, well, I don't want to put that there.
Well, I think
Let me show you what I want to put there.
In a development agreement, I think you could articulate it. We've already, I agree with you. I don't want to start over. Don't get me wrong. What I want to say is, this is what we want to do. If they maybe want to enhance it a little bit or add to it, it's a possibility. But I think we should just explore the options of this is what we want to do and see if there's anybody out there that wants to partner with us in some form or fashion.
Yeah, the typical, P3 or, concessionaire agreement with the concessionaire, bringing, their wallet to the game. I think that's where we need to go, not just a land lease and we got to start all over again. I don't think that's the way to go.
If I might, Mayor, I think I was using the term lease in trying to articulate a long-term relationship. And that relationship doesn't mean in giving up ownership or anything. It means giving the partner a viable financial return over a longer period of time, so it makes sense for him to bring in this kind of capital money. That's where my head was.
And to add to what Councilmember Kilraid said, we wouldn't be entering into a long-term lease of our premises. What we'd probably be entering into, depending on the solicitation, is a long-term operational agreement, and we would probably break that up depending on who would come forward. An operational agreement for the marine, an operational agreement for the parking garage, and also for whatever other components, including the ballroom, right? So in my experience, normally you would have an operator that will operate that on our behalf, and they would be receiving a portion of the revenues, therefore their investment in the actual total project. That's normally how it would be accomplished, by way of a statutory public-private partnership, whether it's unsolicited or whether or not we solicit it under this statutory provision, where those buildings and all that infrastructure will ultimately become ours. We're just going to give them the ability to recoup their investment.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Councilmember Laster?
I'm sorry, Mayor, just to clarify, Councilmember Steinke, when you talk about leasing a park, weren't we gonna do a P3 lease with food trucks at J.C. Park? Or, I know that we still own the park, but to me, if we're leasing some of the land or all of it, we kinda did the same thing at J.C. Park with pieces of it. I'm just asking for clarification.
And I can address, that was not a lease, that was a concessionaire agreement to allow them to operate. They had no rights to the ground. They only had the right, they only had the license to operate in a limited area within the park.
which is the same thing we could do at this park, should we go down the road of the P3 before we get this in so that we, the taxpayers, don't pay for all this, correct? It'd be the same,
It'll be something similar depending on the gravity of the investment that they
Gotcha.
do and how it is that they're planning on operating the entire yacht club, because there are so many different components. Looking at it right now, I don't know that we will have one global operator that will manage
all of it.
Correct. And I couldn't really say that because we don't know what may be out there and what's available to us. There may be someone that is a conglomerate that will bring in one that will operate all components of that, or they may come in with separate proposals for all that under one umbrella. That remains to be seen. The real question is whether or not you want to move forward within an affirmative solicitation. I know we're not there yet, and that's not why we're here, or allow someone who has now heard you all, and it looks like we're receptive to receiving an unsolicited proposal under the statutory provision.
Oh, okay, I think I understand now. I get the difference. Thank you.
Yeah, I think you got the consensus, Mr. City Manager, on the seawall. What I haven't heard a consensus.
I haven't heard from, oh, just kidding. I was gonna say Donnell, but he's not here.
Maybe you could phone a friend, find out from him.
I will, just like I've said before, when Councilwoman Kaduka is out, I will get with Councilmember Donnell. But clearly I see there is support for Phase 1 Marine, and it is very clear here that we want to discuss some type of P3, whether it be solicited or, so it's almost 4 o'clock. I mean, I could put together, I mean, there's all different ways to do that. I mean, we've already discussed several options, but the easiest thing really is either to do an RFI, request for interest, to see who's out there and kind of understand what they may offer, or you can go right into a full-blown competitive solicitation of an RFP.
So why don't we go down the line and see what the council has a desire to do? Because I think that's important today, to try to get that at least started, if we're going to kind of look at that, whether it's a RFP, RFI, whether it's a P3, a land lease. I heard a lot of different things here today. But, you know, to me, if you don't ask, you don't know. So I think that's, I think it's important at a project this size. I think we have a duty to at least ask. So we'll start with Councilman.
Yeah, I'm open to any and all, really. Right now, moving forward with just the seawall, and then I do think going forward, we should have this on a CAL. I mean, to keep discussing it and where we're gonna go and who's bitten, and where we're at with everything. I mean, it's a large project. We can't put this on our taxpayers. Or if we did, we should do it as a go bond on the ballot where they vote for it.
Yes.
Councilmember Stanky.
I would be more in favor of an RFI than an RFP. An RFP we would already be specifying what we want them to bid on, so to speak, with an RFI. And correct me if I'm wrong, with an RFI, we could get those just individual component people coming forward and saying, hey, I'd be interested in doing, if I could just do the marina, I'd be interested in just doing the marina. Or, you know, if someone comes through and says, hey, we're parking garage experts, I'd like to do the parking garage. But if we go out for RFP, then we're saying, here's the whole kit and caboodle, and this is what we want somebody to come in and do. I'd kind of like to just hear, what would you be interested in? So I'm more in favor of an RFI.
And as part of that, I think that I can probably, and I'll get with the city manager, also declare this a qualifying project under the statute. That will also provide an avenue for people to submit unsolicited proposals as well. I think you probably want to cast a wide net, if I'm not mistaken, right? So that gives you the most leverage and ability to negotiate. So in my opinion, I will verify that from the legal perspective, but right now I do believe that all of that is a qualifying project with the exception of the boathouse, which we already have a separate agreement as well. So upon that declaration, there's the ability to travel under the public-private statute as well. And there's nothing wrong with going two different routes.
As far as I'm concerned, we did put a lot of work into this project already. I don't want to waste that work. I don't want to spend the time redoing it again. So I'm all with going for an RFI. It has to be based on, as our city attorney just mentioned, we're making an investment in this. We're looking for them to bring forth a lot more in both investment and acceleration of the construction and also operations. So that would be the components that I'd be looking for in it, so, and just open it up from there. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, I guess for me, it's see what's out there and see if there's any interest. Sure, I guess it would be the best to find one person to do the whole thing, but that may not be realistic. You have people that have expertise in a variety of areas. There's still a section of land on this particular area, this property, that was for a second restaurant. It could be used for a multitude of things, I guess. So putting out an official solicitation, whether it's RFP or RFI, a dual approach where you do both, it doesn't really matter to me, but just to see what type of interest is out there. I think, as the city attorney said, throw that wide net out and see what we get. And then once we have a little more of a definitive answer, then we'll come back and have a discussion to see what we could do. What I don't want to do is start over. We've got a lot of money, a lot of time tied up in this. You know, would I be open to some additional enhancements if they could be made, you know, at their expense? Possibly. But I think we have the basis, the foundation of what we want this project to look like. I don't want to go in there and start over, so they would have to, hey, this is what we want to do. Do you want to partner with us? So that would be my suggestion. Councilmember Long?
I guess, I know you kind of touched about time on the street, but how long is this fishing expedition anticipated to take?
Depends on how big your fishing pole is.
That's why I'm waiting to choose my
I
pole.
was going to say, we have all the pieces in place, so it's putting together a scope, probably, you know, not too long to put together a scope, because all the pieces are already here.
What's that define?
By
We
not
have
too long
we
is
have
way
a
different
picture,
than the
we have a,
government's
you
not
know,
too
we
long.
have everything that we need.
What was
So
that? I'm sorry.
30 days. 30 days to get it out on the street, probably 30 days after
Another
that,
30.
45 days. We come back in January, have a talk.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, as open as you can make it, reasonably without.
But as far as the GMP for the seawalls are concerned, that'll be probably the first meeting in November.
Okay. Yeah, you know, RFI, perfect world, someone would come in and assist with the whole thing, but I understand the complexities of it, so I would delegate that to whatever you guys come up with, depending on the consortium here.
Yes, wide net, I agree. I think whatever we can get to take this burden off of us would be smart. Thank you.
All right, Mr. City Manager, does that give you some direction?
Yes, sir, thank you.
All right. All right, looks like we got one last thing on the agenda, A6, dredging updates. And also, anyone who's still here from citizens input, after this topic, we'll be going to citizens input. So if you have a desire to participate in citizens input and you haven't done so, please fill out a comment card to my left, your right on the table. City clerk will pick it up right before citizens input. So we will move on to the dredging updates.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Jordan Zamory with the Stormwater Division engineer. Let me go ahead and get our presentation up here. That's not it. Did he put it under James? Oh, there we go. Where are these? Okay, So I'm here today just to give a kind of a holistic update on where we currently stand with the dredging efforts. I know we're constantly giving updates from the base level up the chain, but there's really been no direct communication, and we thought that it deserved a little bit more attention and some visuals to go along with it. So the canal dredging program is for, as you know, 400 miles of canal we have in the city, 222 saltwater, 156 fresh, and 31 miles of shoreline that's not within the canals themselves. The purpose of the dredging operation is to improve water flow, flood protection, safe navigation, and ecosystem health. Current status, as it's been for some time now, we are in permitting with both DEP and the Army Corps. Contracts are going to be bid once the permits are received and we go through the procurement process. The city is in the process of acquiring an in-house spot dredge, which thank you for that, got a recent approval. That'll be for small projects and flexibility, moving around from site to site quickly. No mobilization or demobilization from a general contractor. This will also be able to be used for establishing and maintenance of ramps and marinas. As I said, the majority of the dredge, which is considered maintenance, will be performed by contractors funded through the stormwater fee. We currently have approximately $2 million budgeted annually for performance of that work once it mobilizes. Activities will follow environmental regulations to protect the water quality and habitats. Now, looking at what the actual dredge footprint looks like when we go through and have the contractor perform this, regardless of the width of the canal, it'll be the central navigable portion, which is defined as everything up until 20 feet from the seawall. So permits are being obtained that would allow the homeowners to touch in that 20-foot area if they want, but the city-funded portion is just within these bounds. The dredge depth in saltwater environment is 5 feet below the mean low water elevation, and with freshwater, it's 5 feet below the fixed weir elevation upstream. Activities will, again, follow environmental regulations to protect the water quality and the habitats. There are 2 types of dredging that can be used. Our permits have been submitted to allow for either or, depending upon the contractor award of the work. There's hydraulic dredges, which is typically an auger and pump assembly that moves the sediment from the water in a slurry and is transported via pipes, as city manager alluded to before. That was the method that the city used internally in the past. Then there's mechanical dredging, which is basically an excavator mounted on a barge using the digging mechanism to remove that and offload it onto barges or trucks to then be transported off-site. A little bit of background on where we were that led us to today. The city had previously held a 10-year maintenance dredging permit covering the entire city. There is permitting required from both FDEP and the Army Corps, depending upon the jurisdictions, primarily saltwater being the Army Corps, freshwater DEP. So when the last permit was expiring, we requested an authorization to extend our current permit because we were trying to take it out to construction. We were granted a two-year renewal because of the impacts of hurricanes. And after that, when we took the request to the Corps to renew those permits, we were given this canned response here that the individual permit was issued for 10 years. In 2019 and 21, a 2-year extension was given. The Corps cannot extend the permit again after having 2 previous extensions, and this is per orders from headquarters. So we started the process of really from scratch, obtaining new permits. So the city is now pursuing a citywide permit plus 3 standalone permits, and we'll get into why those are separated. Matlacha and Redfish, I think most know about that, but Unit 4464, which includes Cape Harbor, has been separated recently, and dredging cannot proceed until these permits are approved. So the permitting process with the Corps, this is dictated by Section 404 Clean Water Act and Section 10 Rivers and Harbors Act. Reviews are done of environmental impacts, navigation, and federal interests, with a special interest on protected species. The DEP, which again I said they have primary jurisdiction over the freshwater, they're delegated authority for dredging and water quality permits. The permit applications that we currently have out, both approved and not yet approved, we have the citywide, which is still under review with the Corps, and then we have 3 standalone permits. Matlacha, which is currently back under review. We had a previous Matlacha permit for 1 footprint, and then when we were guided by the Corps to essentially separate out some areas because of species issues to shorten our review period, one of them was directly adjacent to Matlacha, so we've since amended that permit to extend the footprint and include that section, break it out from the master citywide. Redfish has basically completed in the same path which it started. We recently got that permit approved and procurement is in process for this. It should be advertised very shortly, probably within the next week or 2. Units 44 and 64 is currently in preparation. Again, I said the Corps pointed out some areas that had environmental sensitivity considerations. Council approved a scope for additional work to be done to separate this as its own permit. Currently, seagrass survey, volumetric analysis, and plan document creation is underway. So for a visual of where these locations lie, on the left you can see we have Matlacha, actually, yeah, that's our Matlacha, which up until right about where the spreader goes in there and you start to see the heavy blue, that was the original extent of the Matlacha permit. We've since amended in this additional area in blue by the recommendation of the Corps. In red on the citywide map, that's what currently stands as our citywide maintenance permit that is, after removal of these couple sections via amendment, is going back to the Corps for review. Units 44 and 64, those were just submitted to the Corps, let's see, on the 6th of this month. So that section was separated out, and then Redfish, which has not changed since its conception, was consists of these 2 areas along the eastern perimeter of the city, and then the opening of the canalway just to the west of. Next step in our process, as I said, Redfish is about to be advertised, and we intend, as we obtain the permits, to advertise, bid, and award dredging contracts. Again, based upon funding, what's able to be done. We know that we'll be able to knock out Redfish and Matlacha. Citywide is going to be pending how much we can accomplish with each year's fiscal budget. So, under permit compliance, as we move through the process with these other permits that are still pending, we'll address agency comments and finalize all permit conditions, get set up with the environmental monitoring framework, and then when we move into work execution, we intend to keep the public notified. When we move into the citywide wholesale dredging, we intend to have a PIO on board to keep constant outreach to the citizens. We're working on the mobilization of the contractor, how we're going to take care of that, because like the Mr. City Manager said, it used to be done where the piping was running between the lots, but if we're doing a mechanical excavation of that material, it would have to be offloaded, so we'd be looking at using the existing boat ramps and maybe having to purchase properties and install more of those citywide, just enough to have access to every basin. Already went over the equipment that could be used: hydraulic dredge, support barges, transport trucks, mechanical dredge. We're going to get into the phasing plan here in a minute. And I did mention that we will have some controls in place for environmental concerns while the work is done. That's typically consisting of turbidity barriers, OSHA compliance, environmental compliance, making sure you take readings of how much turbidity you're creating. So this is not something that we've really spoken too much in the past, but was a good framework was set up by Johnson Engineering back in 2019 when they did the study for us before a couple canals were dredged out before the permit expired. So our intent is to start in the vicinity of Rosen Park, and dredging will be done in a grid fashion, working around the city. And I apologize, this is a clerical error we just caught a little bit ago. We actually intend to work clockwise, not counterclockwise. Johnson gave us a grading system where, based upon the levels present in the canal from mean low water to the base of the canal, if there's a standard like 3-foot depth available, it can get I think that's the grade C, but if you have localized areas with even shallower, it gets the C star and then grades of D. So anything with a level of service C star or below would get priority. And within those, again, also based upon funding, priority will be given to canals that act more as arterials that connect multiple adjacent canals and have direct access to the Calusa, Hatchie, or Matlacha Pass. Second priority going to the collectors, and then finally with the local roads. So we really we know that long-term it's going to take years and years and extensive amounts of funding to make this happen, but we want to get the most return on investment, bang for our buck up front, so giving the most throughway for boating traffic as possible, as early as possible. Continuing on that, like we said, we'll be using that as our criteria for selecting the canals that get dredged. It'll have to be on a case-by-case basis because there may be instances where we do have localized areas that need more attention, but it's not feasible to mobilize a contractor, and then that's why we're looking at our spot dredges as a auxiliary method of dealing with this problem we have citywide. So working in this grid-like manner and prioritizing minimizes the number of times a contractor will have to mobilize, which is the most costly portion of this project, short of trucking. Combining the efficiencies of reducing mobilizations with two-faceted prioritization structure, it will maximize the return on investment. And then, like I said, the spot dredge will be used to address outliers, like if we have a local canal that has an extreme issue where it only has 6 inches of depth, but it's only in a very small footprint. It's not worth spending $20,000 to $50,000 to mobilize a contractor, but we could just send our crew in for a day and knock it out. Timeline moving forward, we have our permit review on all of the various locations. We've got, once the permits are approved, we move into bid and procurement and then construction. So with that, I'm sure there are questions. I'm here for them.
Thank you, Councilmember Kilrain.
Mayor, may I bring up, I'd like to bring up Maureen before we go to questions and answers.
Okay.
I wanted to inform the City Council that I spoke with federal lobbyist Amanda Wood a few minutes ago, and due to the federal government shutdown, the issuance of Army Corps permits is on pause until that's resolved. So I'm going to make sure everyone's aware of that.
So all the permits that we have in related to the Corps haven't been touched since the shutdown, and will continue to be indefinitely suspended until then. So when I talk to you about we can't control the Corps, here's a perfect example. I mean, in any of these permits, we never would have anticipated the offices are closed.
Councilmember Kilrain.
Yeah, it's a shame we can, stop a war in the Gaza Strip, but we can't harm the government at the national level. Just with respect to the decision as to whether or not you're using mechanical, the clamshell, or using hydraulic, typically, my experience in this has been that we use hydraulic for longer term, shorter, shallower continuous programs and the clamshell for the immediate depth that you need and probably more spot. Is that the selection criteria you're using, or how are you doing it?
I would say for 90% of instances that would be true, but here in Cape Coral where we could encounter coral shelf, and as I've been told in the past, they come across anything from car tires, shoes, to engine blocks that would really destroy the mechanism on a hydraulic dredge. So at least for our internal performance, we went with the mechanical dredge. That this picture here is actual, it's obviously not a brand new one, but that's a picture of the setup we're currently trying to purchase.
Okay.
Now,
Do you plan on a long-term continuous program then along these? Just, I know you mentioned that, but it would be continuous in each of these areas, or you'd hop from one area to another for a continuous program?
we know that this is going to take years and years to accomplish, but the solicitation that we're putting out for Redfish Point is really what we're going to use as our meter to indicate, based upon our annual allocation, how long would it take us to address the entire city, and if we need to expedite that and shift funds, then we make that choice as we move.
And are you confident in your water levels, evaluation depth of canals right now? Are you pretty sure about that? You know, for a priority setting standpoint, do we have to do another study or anything like that ahead of time?
We will be performing in-house survey for the citywide canals. Stantec has performed the survey work for Redfish Point, Matt Lachey, and is currently doing it. They just finished up with the Unit 4464, but we will be collecting it in-house ahead of letting out contracts, because contractors are using the pre and post survey as the indicator of performance and payment. So they're very hesitant to work with anything that's over a year or two old. So we really want to have it very close in proximity timeline wise to when we put the work out on the street.
City Manager, is there anything in this upcoming budget for this, or what's in there for it?
You mean as far as dredging? Yeah, we have money in the budget for dredging.
Okay. I mean, it was an annual fee. I thought it was just a grab number that we put in there, though. Do you remember what the number was? I can't remember.
I don't.
No, I don't need
It's
it now,
we
but I
currently
just
have about
wondered.
$2 million annually.
I'm sorry?
We currently have approximately $2 million each year allocated.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Steinke?
Thank you very much. And thank you for the presentation. The citizens deserve to know what's going on there, especially with all the waterfront residents that we have with vessels that are affected. I had the opportunity to be the liaison for the Waterway Advisory Board and connected up with many of the people in the area that are boating enthusiasts. And as this information hasn't been brought regularly to them, obviously concerns around, hey, when is the dredge going to happen? How come it hasn't happened yet? A group of those citizens coalesced, if you will, and asked for my help a while back, and I've been working with them. Hats off to James Brakefield from our Public Works Department. He's been working with me with that group of citizens. And after hearing the information and the fact that we have been doing all we can do to get it done, and the logjam all in this was the Army Corps permits, and along the way DEP played into it as well. The concern was, why aren't we pressing our legislators more upstream, state and federal, to get this done, since our canal system is such a critical component of our infrastructure here, and truly part of our transportation grid, as many of our citizens came here for that purpose. And many of them have been, in efforts to move through our canal system with their boats, actually suffering damage because of the canal systems being too shallow, because of dredging not being done. To that end, we have prepared, and Assistant to the City Manager Bice mentioned our federal lobbyist. We have engaged our lobbyists as recently as last week as to who needs to receive these letters and who do we need to help put the pedal to the metal on getting these things approved, so that we can get the work started, get the work done for these citizens. And we've gotten those answers back. A letter has been formulated that will come from my letterhead in working with that citizen group and representing all the reasons why we need their help in getting this approved. And so our federal lobbyist is putting together that list of who that letter needs to be addressed to, which will be more than one legislator. And one of the things that I would ask of this body is, do we as a body want anything more than that? For instance, something to come from the entire council representing the entire city as a follow-up to that communication that is going out representing, if you will, a pocket of citizens from me because of me working with them. Do we want to follow something up with that representing the whole city from the entire council? So I would like some feedback on whether you take that feedback, Mr. City Manager, and then we put something together as a follow-up piece to this. We will have the council of our lobbyists of who do we engage in getting this thing pushed through. Because one of the things that happened when we got counsel on why is this taking so long, it was because everything was being approached in a bulk permit application, and we were given counsel to separate some of the things out of that and resubmit. So this permit that was sitting on their desk for as long as it has been sitting there was submitted in a way that it required multi-agency review. And by separating 2 or 3 of the projects out,
Descoping.
yeah, it was descoping the permit that was going to be approved to separate out all that multi-agency review that was required. And so what we don't want to have happen is now that that's been sitting there for 18 months, to have them look at this as a brand new permit that just got put on someone's desk, but instead fast track the application now that it is limited in scope and get it through and approved, so that this maintenance dredging can happen, and so that these folks aren't, ruining their vessels trying to get out, or having to, time it on a super moon tide at a time when they can get their boat out of their backyard. So, do we want to do something more than that, or do what we're talking about and then see how it goes?
Based on the information that we got from our federal lobbyists, I don't think a letter would hurt to our legislators, because we got to get these people back to work. And when they do, they're going to have to go through a backlog of all the other letters and emails and responses they were expecting. And so somehow we got to get them first back to work, and now get them back to prioritizing our project. So I don't think at this point a letter would hurt. I did find out literally today that in the past, getting a congressional member involved in permitting suspended the process. I just found out today that they have suspended that practice, and so now bringing them in might not hurt.
Okay. Thank you.
So do you want to get a letter together as a collective body and send? Is that what you're asking, Councilmember Sankey?
Well, we've already got the letter prepared to send.
From
that
them.
group of
Right, I'm talking about a
citizens
letter.
I've been working with. And I think if we were to follow up with that within a week or two, with something from the entire council representing the entire city, certainly could use that letter as a model and feed off of that and harumph it if necessary. So that's what I would recommend.
And we can engage our federal lobbyists to make sure that those letters are seen and understood, that the impacts to Cape Coral from what we're experiencing.
Yeah, I mean, and my point in a lot of that was, if the governor getting involved can build a Sanibel Bridge in 2 weeks, I don't think it's, moving mountains to just get a dredging permit approved so that we can have safe passage within our canals.
Is everybody okay with?
Sure, absolutely.
Coming up with a letter? All right.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for the presentation. Any questions regarding the presentation? Okay, seeing none, let's move on to item 6, is roundtable discussions. I think we had enough of those today, but does anybody have any roundtable discussions? All right, that's good. Let's move on to item 7, the citizens' input time. Citizens' input is a maximum of 60 minutes is set for the input of citizens on matters concerning city government, 3 minutes per individual. Please remember to state your name when you come forward. The city clerk will call your name. When you hear your name called, please come forward. Use the podium to my left, your right.
Marie Kavanaugh and David Hunsley.
Marie Kavanaugh.
Marie?
All right, before you start the clock, I have a complaint. I came here this morning to come in this meeting, and I was refused entry because I did not present an ID, which is not by sunshine laws required. They told me if I signed the log to get in here, and the police told me it's a new rule. There is no new rule. I called the Breeze, and I talked with the editorial people down there, and they were astounded. They never heard it. Stop that clock.
Keep going, ma'am. 3 minutes.
And they, I talked to them and they said, that is a direct violation of your First Amendment rights. I says, yes, it is. And they inquired further, got back to me, and they said, someone here, I'm not sure who it is, but I'm sure it's 1, 2, or 3, told the police to say this. And I want to know who that was and why I had to travel from south of Cape Coral Parkway near Rotary Park up here and have to be turned around and not be allowed in here because I refused to show an ID I was not required to show.
Oh, no.
So somebody riddle me that.
Oh, no.
And about the yacht club, okay? I don't know why you think spending $225 million is a good idea. All you need to do is look at Sunseeker. They spent $700 million building that. They got a beautiful boardwalk along the edge of the property. They got beautiful shops, nice hotel rooms. It's a beautiful, beautiful facility with an expansive view of the river. Now, what do we have down here? Now, the reason, and they spent $700 million building it, and they just sold it for $200 million. You're not going to get anything like that for the money you're looking at spending. And the money you're looking to spend does not include the price of the property or the value of the property. You have 1,800 plus properties owned by the city. Instead of borrowing money, why don't you start selling off some of the properties? Go to places like Tunnels to Towers. Offer them some property to build homes for homeless veterans. Do something good. No. Now what are you gonna do? Give it to developers? Is there a hotel involved in this thing? If there's a hotel, do you expect the hotel guests to share the pool with the masses? They're not gonna like that. They're not gonna spend $200-300 a night, whatever they get for hotel rooms these days. They're not gonna spend that and then have to go into a pool with the unwashed masses of Cape Coral. You people, and I want an answer on that. You denied me there's already a letter on the way up to Tallahassee. I already wrote a letter. Someone has got to answer for that, and I want to know who it was that told the police that. I called the police, too. So it's a mistake. Yeah, right, okay. It's a mistake. How many people came in here and showed them an ID that they didn't have to? I don't have to show anybody my ID.
One person in the back's raising their hand.
What?
Apparently they showed.
I can't hear you.
Two people had to show an ID.
Two people didn't have to show an ID?
Two people did have to show an ID this morning to get in.
What about the rest of them?
Well, there's only 3 of you here.
You're not required. The thing is, my point is, we're not required to show an ID.
Okay, I don't know anything
And I don't know
about
who the heck you people think you are, denying me my rights.
Thank you.
My First Amendment rights.
Okay.
Don't worry. You think that we've been bad now?
Come on up, sir.
Up to now, it's gonna get a lot worse for all of you.
Yep. Thanks.
Hi,
How you doing today?
I'm David Halsey. I want to point out a couple things. First of all, thank you very much for sending me the literature you sent me a couple weeks ago, and thank you for the heads up about the meeting today. Thank you about all the questions that you answered for me yesterday. I appreciate both of y'all. Couple things. I want to use some of the terminology that y'all use as far as the yacht club goes, as far as a want and a need. This is a lot of money, y'all, and I'm going to try not to use the word we, but it's a lot of money. I also did some figures, and granted, it's $9.19 or some change a month for me, but that's for, what, 30 years? I'm not going to be around for 30 years. This idea about a P3, that's fine, but I don't want to see a P3 with a hotel down there. I'd like to go back to also Ken Kendrick's letter that I keep referring to and his idea, and I think both of y'all made a point that if we spend all this money now, what's going to happen in the future? You want to build, they just, like you said, they just spent $36,000 in District 7. Now they're going to put more on that? What's going to happen with the golf course? Where's that money going to come from? We haven't finished J.C. Park yet. We have a lot of wants. Let's look at the needs, please. I think that's my point. I made some notes, and y'all have already answered some of my questions. Again, I don't believe we need a resort-style pool down there. It's going to get wiped out. I think we ought to put the pool at the golf course. I'm going to go back to Ken's letter that he wrote. The community center down there, it's outlived its course. That's where my parents went when they moved here and met their neighbors. My mom played bridge. My parents had their 50th wedding anniversary down there. Let's put something central at the golf course. We could probably cut some of this down. I don't know why we have to have it was the yacht club. Now we're going to put a marina over there that's huge. We're talking about the fuel tanks. Is there a diesel fuel tank for these huge, monstrous yachts that we're going to have at the yacht club, at the marina? There's a lot of questions. Again, the pool, the parking garage. Oh my gosh, when you look at the pictures on page 7 or 8, slide 7 or 8, at first when I looked at that yesterday, I thought, I'm out of town. I thought it was a hotel.
Thank you.
Thank y'all.
Thank you, sir.
Nicole Boudet and Catherine Farrell.
Nicole? All right, who was the next person?
Annette Warren on behalf of Thron Schreier and Sarah Sandy.
Good afternoon. I'm speaking on behalf of Tron Trier. We're just asking, it's about the PUE. We're just asking if you guys would reconsider the boundaries if there are no utilities overhead, and allow for a vertical placement of things like the air conditioner and pool pumps and generators, just because that's kind of his design. He had it up over, not on the ground, but up on top. And if there are no utilities overhead, if that would be something to consider, moving the boundaries of the PUE from above the ground to just being vertical. Thank you.
Horizontal, sorry. Patricia Schumacher,
I don't think she's here anymore.
Lucas Serasio,
Hi, guys.
you've been seeing a lot of me today. So I'm standing in front of y'all. First of all, I'm going to say thank you all for allowing me to speak and talk. And this issue has pretty much put me in harm's way. Not intentionally, but I built this house on 14 Burn Store. I'm the guy who built it and put it together. And I built another 3 of these exact same houses for the same contract, under the same contract, for the same person. And as we go through this process, and I know that you guys understand it is a lengthy process to get a permit, and we waited sometimes 4 months to get a permit, sometimes 2 months to get a permit, and it's been put in review and so on and so forth. Us as builders, we intend to know all the Florida building code. And when it comes to the ordinance, there's really not a place where we can find it all in one spot. And sometimes we make mistakes as individuals. Anybody makes mistakes, right? We can all agree on that. So when I put it into you guys for a review and I get a permit, I have to assume that I did everything correctly if I wasn't rejected. Now, when I was putting in my permits, I put in my electrical, I put in my HVAC, I have to put in everything. Now, I don't know how your review process goes past what I put together for you, but it's very stringent. And when we put it all together, as you know, Mayor, you build houses here, you expect somebody to kick it back if there's a problem. And if I didn't foresee this problem, and I didn't see it, because we know we have our offsets we have to go by. That is standard across the board, anywhere, in any county, any place you build. And city ordinance is one of the things that we probably overlook most of the time as a builder, because we have so many codes that we have to understand and follow. And I'm not disagreeing that there is a mistake here. I'm not disagreeing at all. But I need you guys to look at this as, if it was you in my shoes, now, when it's all done, after you already built 3 of the same houses with worse issues, may I add, and the game that we have here is there's a lot of hidden houses that missed or weren't found. For instance, I would have never built a house if I would have known this was going to be the problem. I didn't do it intentionally. And the problem here is, you guys use an analogy of speeding. Now, if you're going down the road and you're speeding, you know you're speeding. You know the law. And I'm not trying to play I'm ignorant, but I am telling you, if I would have known about this, it would have never happened. And there's a lot of people in my shoes, and they're going to be here.
Thank you, sir.
Your Honor, there are no other.
Okay, I'll open it up for any council discussion for citizens' input. Mr. City Manager.
I just want to let you know, I'll speak to the chief about the issue with the ID, but I can tell you that during normal hours, the second floor, we have open public forums, limited public forums, and non-public forums. There could have very well been a mistake that I'm going to a meeting not knowing it was this meeting and needed to identify themselves to call whomever they were going to see. That this very plausible, just knowing what I know of the normal operations of the building. They have to identify who they are, where they're going, and then we get somebody to come get them. There could have been a simple miscommunication, an overreaction, and sounds like somebody driving without a license. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Kadook.
Thank you, Mayor. What I was going to say, and thank you, Mr. City Manager, for saying that, but it is my understanding in every government building that I've been in, I've presented ID or I've spoken about who I am. And even with my bank job, I have an ID. And even here, I have an ID. And even my husband, who works at the hospital, has an ID that he has to show. So it's really not out of the norm to be showing and identifying who you are. So I'm sorry that happened to Miss Marie Kavanaugh, but we do need to be driving with IDs to come to places. So there's that. Mr. Hulsey, thank you so much for your enlightening. You know, you've been very, very steadfast about the no resort style pool. And I want to just mention that if we do move forward with something like this, and that's why I asked Mr. Mason specifically about the bonding and the debt that we would be taking on, because I know Councilmember Lastra, your heart project is the old golf course, and this will completely, you won't be able to borrow any money, yeah. So we will be tied up for quite some time. My heart project is a performing arts hall, which is why I specifically asked about that. So without a P3 or without scaling way back, this is gonna be a no for me for now, or if we're gonna take it to the voters and have them vote on it. So thank you, Mr. Holsey, for staying here and sticking it out. I mean, it's 4:30 and you've come to everything. I'm glad that you came when I sent it to you, and thank you so much for your input, valuable input, constantly. I finally am starting to see your side of it. You know, at first I'm just being swindled by it, but yeah, thank you. And then Annette, thank you for speaking on behalf of Tron. I know he corners me a lot about this stuff, so we'll see what we can do, and we'll take a look at his property line. I know that him and his neighbor bought the property in between there, so maybe he needs to just restrap it into the right parcel. And then Mr. Lucas, I didn't catch your last name, I'm sorry. Thank you so much for speaking. I know that you have a license as a builder, and I have a license as a lender, and while it's not like you intentionally did it, however, when you do find out about it, you have to fix the mistake. So thank you for coming and sticking it out and speaking on that. I know it wasn't a malice intent, but sometimes things happen, and that's how we all learn. Happens in my own profession too. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Laster.
Thank you, and yes, I agree, thank you, Mr. City Manager, for clarifying the ID. It really saddens me that, it just saddens me. I mean, I don't even know how else to say it. You know, just that an ID, I mean, it's pretty standard. You know, I work in Goodwill Industries and off of High Street, and I have a badge as well. I have like 3 different badges in my car. So, I mean, you know, I'm sorry that that sparked such passionate and I guess threatening response. So I appreciate the clarification. Mr. Ilchism, and you know, maybe it's not a bad idea to require IDs. I know that downstairs we use them. So thank you for that. And David, you're the best. I mean, you stick it out every meeting. I appreciate and applaud your decorum, and I appreciate that even though you don't agree, like with the yacht club, like all of us, I think, are questioning that because we all realize it's a huge expense on us, we, the taxpayers. I appreciate that from you. I appreciate your calmness and your decorum because honestly, I've said this before, you make it so much easier for us to understand what you're trying to say. Annette, thank you. And Lucas, I will be happy to give you a call tomorrow if you have any additional questions. I know we met yesterday, but I'll be happy to do that just to kind of tie this up with you. Did you have something to say, Mr. City Manager?
No, I mean, all I was gonna do is share in your sadness. I mean,
it's unfortunate.
A simple mistake, you know, when we do have residents that all they see is corruption and, a government that is full of tyrannical employees. And I've been trying my hardest for 2 years to prove that that is not the case. Cape Coral is a professionally run organization. But you know what? There are 1,900 employees and some of them make mistakes.
Yeah, nobody's perfect.
So,
It just,
I'll figure out what happened. But, coming in and demanding, an answer and an apology and all that, threatening, I mean, it's just not part of how our board meeting should be run. And you know what, if there was a mistake, I'll deal with it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that transparency. And, just so you all know, I've offered to meet with Mrs. Kavanaugh a few times, and the last time she said she wasn't comfortable unless she brought a witness, which I've offered to her as well. So I'm hoping that eventually she'll take me up on a meeting and meet with me face to face so we can sit down in a calm setting and I can understand her passion and her anger. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, and I just want to touch real briefly on the gentleman that came forward on the issue he has with the PUE. And I don't know if you watched the meeting earlier. I don't think I saw you in here earlier this morning when we were, was he here? Were you here? And I'm sure you heard what the discussion was. And I can sympathize with you. I've been in your shoes before. And, 25 years, 30 years ago, I remember doing a project in another city that I hadn't worked in before, and there were some issues some things I had to change because I wasn't familiar with their policies and regulations. So I've been there where you're at. Unfortunately, as you heard here this morning, that regulation's not going to change. So unfortunately, you're going to have to find a way to work around and become compliant in the regulation. I'm more than happy to meet you out there. I can give you my input if you would like it. But the fact of the matter is, the rule's not going to change. I know you've talked to many people, our state representatives and many people on this council and staff and the building official. When you leave here today, I just want you to understand that you are going to have to change the way some of the items were constructed down there that are in the PUE. So it's not going to change. As you heard this morning, we had about 16 cases. I think about 10 of those have already moved their mechanical equipment in order to become compliant. Unfortunately, that's what you're going to have to do. You're going to have to come up with an alternative. And like I said, more than happy if you want me to meet you out there, I'll be more than happy to discuss that and try to help you become compliant, where you can get your CO on your home that you built and you can move on, because I'm sure that's what you want to do. So I just wanted to offer that to you. Reach out to my office. I'll be more than happy to meet you out there. With that being said, see no other discussion, no other lights on. Time and place of a future meeting. We have a special meeting. Cape Coral City Council is scheduled for Wednesday, October 22nd, 2025, beginning at 2 p.m. here in Conference Room 220A. And we have a regular meeting of the Cape Coral City Council scheduled for Wednesday, October 22nd, beginning at 4 p.m. in council chambers. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Meeting adjourned.